Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy trained Haki from Yonko? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Bean. Get off. Shanks whined loudly. I order you to get off. Shanks tried, letting some steel enter his voice. DMN it Benn. Please. Shanks kicked his legs uselessly before going limp on the deck. USCK. He mumbled into the wood. Luffy will arrive when he arrives. Harassing the Den and the crew will not change that, Captain. Benn said sternly from his perch on Shanks' back. I told you several times to sit still and stop wearing a hole in the deck, but you refused to listen. You've got the whole crew on edge, so now I'm stepping in. He should have been here by now. Pa said he left Sabaody a week ago. It doesn't take that long to get through Fishman Island. What if he's hurt or lost? I just want to call him. You know very well that a lot of ships take their time. It's an exciting moment to cross into the new world, and Fishman Island is fascinating. I bet he's exploring and reuniting with his crew. Then why didn't he answer the Den? He didn't answer because he spoke to you before reaching Sabaody and you promised to give him space. Which you promptly broke by calling 6 times. Honestly, Shanks. Benn sighed in exasperation. He's hurt and needs me. I know it. My dad instincts sense it. Shanks wailed. I'm sorry, your dad instincts? He laughed. Shanks, when has that ever been right? You also insisted he was in danger when he was with everyone on Kurigana, and he was fine. You thought he was in danger when Rayleigh was training him like every other day. And what was he? He was fine. You're just being overprotective. Sees, when Pa was training him he probably was in danger every other goddamn day. Shanks whined, flailing under Benn's weight. Benn raised an eyebrow and ground his heel harder into Shanks' side, ignoring the yelp. Just because you're lazy but thought his training was torture doesn't mean Anchor agreed. Hell, knowing that Chaos Gremlin, he probably was having a blast. Besides, Fishman Island is under Whitebeard's flag. What danger could he have possibly gotten into? Nami didn't know who, but someone in the world had obviously cursed them. How was it that after 2 years apart, they reunited and entered a peaceful kingdom, protected by one of the sane emperors, only to have it fall into a bitter civil war while they were there? And instead of staying out of it and minding their own business, her captain had to throw himself and his crew into the middle of it. And sure, a lot of good fishmen and merfolk would have been killed if they had stayed out of it. And okay, Hody needed to be stopped and Shirahoshi hadn't deserved to be Deccan's victim. And there was no way the royal family would have survived waiting for word to get to Whitebeard and for him to return to them. Okay, fine. They didn't really have a choice, but was it wrong for her to wish just once, to visit an island and not have it end with her almost dying? And to top it all off, Luffy had given their hard-earned treasure away, after insulting a different emperor. Most crews don't have to deal with this kind of thing. Especially not before they even enter the new world. And treasure. So much treasure. It would have made up for all the fear and pain. But no. Luffy had to eat the candy shipment for Big Mom and then insult her. Well, at least they were back on track now, and Emperor Shanks was waiting for them in the new world. They would be safely backed by Luffy's father, and maybe he would help warn off Big Mom. After all, even Luffy would admit that they weren't ready to face an Emperor of the Seas. Right? Her thoughts were interrupted by her captain, who was giggling by the rail with a smirking Zoro. That can't be good. Came the slightly panicked voice of their sniper behind her. My thoughts exactly. She said, shooting a venomous glare at the duo. What are you two idiots laughing about? She said, stalking towards them. None of your business, witch. Zoro crossed his arms behind his head and met her gaze evenly. You say that, and yet I will be stuck in whatever disaster you two drag us into. She stood with her hands on her hips and lightly kicked at Zoro's leg. He glared at her, but Luffy just giggled. Don't worry, Nami. We're just talking about how we're gonna kick Big Mom's butt. Zoro elbowed him harshly and he grunted. I mean, we weren't talking about that. We're gonna die. Yelped Usopp as he flailed and hid behind Nami. I knew it. She shrieked. You idiots. If you think I'm going to let you get us all killed, then you are dumber than you look, which I didn't think was possible. Hey! The boys exclaimed angrily. I'm the captain and I get to decide where we go. Luffy insisted. I'm gonna kick her butt and you can't stop me. Oh really? Says Nami menacingly. Luffy hesitated, glancing at Zoro before glaring back. Really? Well, I happen to know a certain somebody who would be very interested in knowing your plans. Really? Who? Luffy said cluelessly. She's going to tell Shanks. Zoro glowered. Luffy gasped and stared at her, betrayed. What? No. Dad would ruin the fun. You can't do that, Nami. Oh yes I can. If you won't listen to reason, then I will make sure you are forced to. Nami watched smugly as Luffy deflated to the ground. Nami's mean. Luffy pouted. Fine. I won't kick her, but until later. Nami smiled sweetly. Thank you, Captain. Now we're breaching soon and we'll be meeting up with your fathers. So remember that, and I won't have to tell them that you almost died already. With that she strode off to check in with Frankie. Zoro looked at his best friend. She's going to kill you when she finds out you lied about the meeting point. Luffy yelped as he shot himself up the mast and out of reach from his furious navigator. You said he would be here. Why isn't he here? She yelled up at him while the rest of the crew wisely fled the area. It's an adventure, Nami. We're in the new world. I didn't know we'd have to fight the Marines right away. I just wanted to go to one island before Dad gets all protective again. Luffy pleaded from his perch. Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you challenged a freaking emperor and the Marines. We need their help now. I don't want his help. We're going to handle it by ourselves. Just like we saved Volcano Cook Guy. We trained for this. Luffy insisted. Luffy, we are stronger, but can't we just ease into this? We've barely surfaced and already had a battle. I don't want to have my parents fix everything for us. It's cheating and it's boring. They can at least give us information, advice. Most crews don't just explode into the new world, they slip in and get experience before causing waves. There's no need for us to sail into it blind. Luffy stuck out a lip in a pout and slowly lowered back down to the ground. I guess they can tell you some information, but I'm gonna do it alone. Fine. Nami agreed before smacking him hard. That's for lying to me. Now what did you do to the Denver? Luffy glumly led her below deck to Frankie's workshop where he had left the snail, which miraculously had finally fallen silent. Just one island, Nami? Police. Nami stared at him firmly. We are calling your parents and discussing our next steps with them. Luffy pouted and flopped to the ground as Nami dialed. They listened to the ringing and Luffy grinned as it was unanswered. Oh, too bad. Guess we're on our own. She raised a finger warningly and redialed, cursing under her breath when there was no answer again. She was about to throw a fit when the snail rung and she quickly answered. Her heart dropped as an unknown voice filled the room, pleading for aid, yelling about a samurai. She watched Luffy's gaze zoom into the snail and knew that there would be no stopping him now. She prayed as she redialed the red force again, before sighing in defeat. One island. Marco winced as he watched Haruta fly through the air and smash into a wall. He cursed, dodging the sword that would have gone through his arm and threw himself in the way of his brother's attacker. Yasopp smirked at him and he groaned, even as his body turned to flame, healing the bullet wounds. He hated being predictable. Ever since the two crews had met up 2 years previously, relations had been rocky. The ensuing battle had taken days, and this battle now was nothing compared to that shit show. For the first time that Marco could remember, the two captains had actively been trying to cause each other pain, not just blow off some steam. The crews had battled for days until the only ones still going were the captains, blood drying on their bodies and Haki flattening the island. It wasn't until Ace managed to escape from his overprotective brother's grasp and forced his way in the middle that they had reluctantly called a truce. The two men had settled down with Sake, and Ace had spent the rest of the night playing mediator between them. In the end, the two crews had separated, injuries on both sides and an agreement to stay the hell out of each other's way for the foreseeable future. So it wasn't shocking that Pops had immediately called for a battle when they came upon Shanks in their territory. Still, Marco really wished they'd held off. They had come out this way for an actual reason after all, and they really didn't have the time to waste sparring with rivals. They desperately needed to check in on Fishman Island, show their faces and learn exactly what occurred there. But no, he was stuck fighting with men who were meant to be their friends' allies. He shot into the air, dodging Yasopp's next shots and shooting him the finger as he scans for the captains. Pops was easy to spot as always, his size making him stand out even though he was sitting in his chair, furious medical staff berating him. Shanks wasn't on the deck. Instantly Marco stiffened in alarm and scanned again. No annoying redhead. And no fire. He swore to himself before diving down and throwing Building Snake into the sea just to make himself feel better. His Haki picked up the familiar presence of Ace in the kitchen and he quickly pushed through the chaos, only to run into Benn by the door. Get out of my way. Marco grumbled, glaring at the looming man. No can do, Marco. Captain wants some privacy. Benn said around his cigarette. Screw what Shanks wants. He's on the Moby D, and he can't just accost one of our crew. Benn laughed. We didn't ask to board, your crew attacked us so we don't have to follow niceties. Besides, the firecracker is the one who dragged him off. Seemed pretty eager to talk to his big brother, and I'd have thought a whitebeard pirate would know not to come between brothers. Marco huffed in annoyance. We'd never. We haven't stopped them from communicating. They talk on the snail once a moon as agreed. Talking on the snail is not the same as talking in person, and you know it, Marco. They haven't had a chance to actually converse in private since we brought him home. Now you are going to go join in the brawl and let them finish talking. Believe it or not, we don't have all day to waste on you lot. Marco hesitated and Benn raised a brow warningly. Fine, but they better wrap it up quick, we also have things to deal with. They'll be done when they're dash, Benn cut off as they felt a wave of Haki and several of the Whitebeard pirates collapsed. Seize. Benn cursed, turning as Shanks burst through the doorway. DMN it, Benn. He's done it again. Shrieked Shanks, shoving pirates out of his way and rushing to the Red Force. And you told me I was being crazy. Oh, he's fine, you said. Well, guess what? He almost died again. And he's still missing. Wait, what do you mean missing? Ace said, racing behind and shrugging off Marco's grip. What do you mean he's done it again? Benn chased after them both, signaling a retreat and grabbing crew members as they went. You said he was going to meet up with you so you could check over his crew. How could you have lost him? Don't blame me. Benn kept insisting that he was on his way and I was hovering. Shanks glared back at his first mate. Ace jumped the rail to join Shanks on the Red Force but was snagged in the air by Benn, who firmly planted him back down. Oi! If he's missing, I'm coming with you. He was hurt. If you try to come with us, your entire crew is going to follow. Sorry kid, but you are going to have to stay here. Benn squeezed his shoulder and then jumped the ever-widening gap between ships. Marco stepped up to his tense youngest brother and squeezed him close. What was that all about, Ace? Luffy, whispered Ace. Marco winced. I guess he bonded with the boy when you were recuperating. It's nice that he's going to look for him for you, but you know that Pops is also looking for him. Wants to officially meet the boy that saved Fishman Island and offer him a place with us. Ace shook his head, exasperated. Trust me, that would not go well. Luffy will not be swayed. It's better to let Shanks find him. Hey brat. Pops interrupted, yelling across the water. We weren't done. He glared after the retreating ship before turning back to his sons. What about the sake? He pouted at his disapproving sons. DMN it. Why aren't they answering? The crew winced at the angry yell from below deck and the sound of something hitting a wall. I swear when I'm through with that brat, he's not going to dare leave his den unattended. Not that he'll need it since he is never leaving our sight again. Benn snarled, throwing another shoe across the room, and Shanks stepped back cautiously. The whole crew knew to step carefully when Shanks was upset, but they would run for cover when Benn got angry. Thankfully the man had a long fuse, but when he blew, Shanks was the only one capable of withstanding the explosion. You need to calm down. We know he was hurt but recovering when he left Fishman Island. Shanks tried to placate his best friend as he watched him pace angrily. You said it yourself that he's probably just enjoying being with his crew again. We just have to give him a chance to dash. That was before I knew that he fought an army of fishmen and nearly died. He needed an emergency blood transfusion in the middle of the city. And we learn about it from a bloody whiteboard pirate. His broth dash. Oh, I know it's his brother. But that's not why he knew. He knew because he was a Whitebeard. Anchor should have called us to let us know he's okay. Hell, he should have called us the moment they realized there was a problem. How are we supposed to let him sail into more dangerous areas when he can't even pass through peaceful islands without causing chaos? Hey, that's a bit unfair. He didn't cause the chaos, he just seems to stumble into it. Shanks said tiredly. So you think it's okay that he didn't check in? That he has disappeared without a trace? Shanks held up a hand placatingly. No, of course not. I'm upset and concerned too, but Benn, it's Anchor. He doesn't think of things like others. It probably hasn't occurred to him that we would hear about it and be worried. And hell, he probably got distracted by some creature with a lot of legs or wings. Luffy beamed as he rocked on the Sunny's railing. Zoro hovered next to him with a drink in hand. They had just lost sight of Punk Hazard and they were still riding the high of a good fight. Then I bravely shot at the dragon, bringing down the terrible beast. Usopp posed dramatically while Luffy and Chopper cheered. Oi, I brought down the dragon. Zoro said wryly, hand automatically snatching Luffy's vest as he tipped backwards. Well, I bravely shot you up to the dragon so you could bring it down. Usopp amended. But I only left it for you because I wanted to let you get some dragon fighting experience. You know, since I've killed so many dragons already. Wow, you've fought dragons before. That's so cool. Squealed Chopper. An easy battle for the great Captain Usopp. One time I fought 5 dragons and a horde of centaurs all at once. Law groaned from the other side of the deck. Do you guys ever take anything seriously? Doflamingo is on his way to us right now. We need to get enough distance so he can't find us. Don't worry yourself, Law. Nami and Frankie are keeping us on track and the boys would probably slow us down if they tried to help. Beside, what's the worst that could happen? Doflamingo finds us and we get brutally murdered. Robin said calmly. That's exactly what's going to happen if he catches up to us. Our only hope is to keep Caesar out of his reach and force him to resign from the warlords. We have to stick to the plan. Robin laughed. Plans are not really our captain's strong suit. Yeah, I figured that out. And what's with the den? Somebody answer it already. No. Came the loud yell from various straw hats and law froze. There was a moment of silence and then Robin continued calmly. The caller is unaware we are so close to a marine ship. It would be inconvenient to have our conversation overheard. Luffy beamed. Yes, the Marines. Robin is so smart. Not answering is being responsible. Yeah, I don't think that's going to stop the lecture, Captain. Zoro groaned, imagining the reunion with the red hairs and Mihawk. Sees, at least you're just going to get a lecture and coddled. I'm going to be slaughtered. Ugh, I'd rather be slaughtered than grounded. It's boring. Whined Luffy, melting to the ground. We're all going to get slaughtered if you idiots don't take this seriously. Law snapped. Now shut up and let me call Doflamingo. Whitebeard carefully glanced around before sneaking a sip of his drink. What was the world coming to that a man couldn't drink in peace? Thankfully most of the crew were currently in an uproar and not paying attention to him. They were too busy trying to put out the fire that his youngest son had spread since he was unfortunately still in the midst of a panic attack and not able to control his powers. He sighed tiredly, wishing Haruta had been a little more discreet when they had picked up the underground broadcast. But no point bringing it up now, the damage was done. Ace had taken one look at his little brother chained up in a cage as bait and exploded. It hadn't helped that the broadcast had gone dark in the middle of the chaos. He watched as Marco dove into the flames and emerged carrying a struggling Ace in his talons before tossing him in the ocean. Namor immediately retrieved him and tried to comfort the suddenly listless brat as others doused the remaining embers on deck. Ace, my son. Try to calm yourself. That brother of yours is a fighter. If he was successfully beaten, the broadcast would have played it to show off the weapon. Whitebeard boomed, quickly chugging his drink as an annoyed Marco finally noticed. And we will find him. He can't have traveled far from Fishman Island after all. We'll send our ships out to all the nearby islands and locate the Straw Hats. Whitebeard plucked Ace up and settled him on his arm rest, using his Haki to calm and settle his distressed boy. Even then his body trembled, breaking into random flames until the call came that the Sunny had been spotted. Whitebeard immediately gave orders to intercept and caught his son as he leapt off the chair. Pops, let me go on ahead. I need to see him. I need to make sure he is all right. Ace begged as he dangled from Whitebeard's grip. You know I can, Ace. The seas are not safe for you alone. You must remain with the Moby D. Whitebeard said gently but firmly. We will meet with your brother in a day or so. Until then you're going to need to stay by me. Please, Pops. It's been 2 years. I've trained hard and you've already fought off the idiots who thought they could take me for the bounty. No one is still looking for me and you know I can outfight anyone that stumbles upon me. I've given my answer, Ace. You will remain on board. Willingly or not. With that he plopped him on the ground. Ace snarled, stomping away. Stay in sight, Ace. He called after him. Ace let flames race across his shoulders but obediently slumped against a wall within his view, burying his head in his knees. It had been 2 years since he had felt this kind of panic, and even then, excluding Impel Down, it had been mild in comparison. All of the other adventures Luffy had gone through, he had only learned about after the fact. Even when he knew he was facing Crocodile, he hadn't been too concerned. He knew Luffy was strong. Yes, he'd become spoiled over the last couple of years. It had been nice to have monthly check-ins on the Den, to hear about Luffy's new skills and training and know his baby brother was safe on an island with Rayleigh. But now all that he could think of was how close Luffy had come to dying in almost all of his stories, how he had been lying helplessly chained in a cage while people were dying. And he was stuck on a blasted ship too far away to do any good. He missed Stryker and the freedom of flying across the seas under his own power, but it had been destroyed when he was captured and Pops had refused to get a new one since he wasn't supposed to be on his own. Stupid Marines ruining his life. Ace ignored the chaos of his family on deck and stared out at the sea, hoping that his little brother wasn't injured and was safe from danger. Lucky, Yasopp, you have to distract them. If they see this footage, they're going to lose it. Limejuice was pale and shaky. Rockstar had dragged him into the comms room when he saw the broadcast and had begged him to figure something out while he hunted for more information. Thankfully the captain and Benn had been holed up in Shanks' quarters with the Den and had missed the frenzied whispers from the crew. Are you crazy? They'll kill us. We can't keep this from them. Yasopp said, gesturing wildly towards their cabin. I'm not saying we keep it from them forever. Just until we have something more concrete to tell them. Rockstar is trying our sources to learn more or just get an idea of where to sail to, but he needs time. You guys are next in charge. Lucky grimaced and put down his rack of meat. We're not lying to the bosses. But I don't see any reason to interrupt them. If they come out we will tell them together. Lime Juice nodded gratefully and turned to go back to Rockstar. Lime? Work fast. The man gulped and rushed into the room, closing the door firmly. We're all gonna die. Yasop whispered to Lucky, who winced. We just have to trust in the kid. And hope that he does something else to get in the news so we have an update. The two men looked at each other before moving to get a desperately needed drink. Luffy. There's a ship approaching from the starboard. Usopp called out from the crow's nest, causing the two captains to tense. Luffy shot himself over to the railing and stared out to the sea, but it was still too far for him to see anything. Law cursed, resting his hand on his sword and trying to make a plan. Wow! It's huge! Came another call. Really? That's so awesome. I wanna see. Luffy danced around before shooting himself up to join Usopp. Let me see, let me see. Luffy begged, trying to pull away Usopp's goggles. Stop that. I'm trying to figure out who they are. Usopp said as he swatted away his captain's hands. Room, shambles. Usopp swore as his goggles disappeared and a bread roll smacked into his hands. Luffy cheered, grabbing the bread and inhaling it while Usopp grumbled about stupid captains and no respect for belongings. We're doomed. Law muttered. Oh no. Is it Doflamingo? He's found us? I've got Canconerthochipitis. Call for a coup de burst. Frankie. Usopp shouted, cowering back into the mast. Worse. Law said, stone-faced. Worse? What could possibly be worse than a warlord? An emperor? Usopp said with a nervous chuckle. Unfortunately. Wait. There's actually an emperor coming? Shrieked Usopp. Luffy paled slightly and leaned over the crow's nest. Is it the red hair pirates? Asked Zoro as he put down his weights and moved towards Law. No. It's Whitebeard. Law informed them. Luffy sighed in relief and jumped down to the rest of the crew. I've heard his name somewhere. He's an emperor. Snapped Law. He's the protector of Fishman Island. Nami joined in. Which means he's probably upset with us for trying to take over his island. Wailed Usopp. We're going to die. Joined in Chopper, hiding behind a smirking Zoro. He's known as the strongest man in the world. Zoro grinned, fiddling with his swords. And his crew is massive. No, that's not it. Luffy said distractedly. Robin? Ace calls him Pops. Robin said easily. Right. Ace said he tried beat him up for months. Luffy cheered. This fight's going to be fun. Are you insane or just stupid? Law asked. Both. The crew, including Luffy, said simultaneously. Wait, do you think Ace is on that ship? Gasped Luffy suddenly. Well, I think he was. Nami said, laughing, pointing to the sky. They turned to look up and gasped at the sight of Ace hanging from the talons of a flaming blue bird. Eakaxi! Screamed Luffy in excitement. Luffy! Shouted back a relieved Ace. Hey, stop squirming, you are. Marco scolded, as he hovered above the ship. Permission to land? Luffy nodded as he extended his arms to grab at Ace. Thanks. Ace here refused to wait any longer, but Pops insisted I stay with him until the rest get here. You are. Ace, what are you doing here? Luffy asked, ignoring the other man. What am I doing here? I'm checking to make sure you are alive, you idiot. Why aren't you answering your DM and Den? Do you know how scared I was to hear about Fishman Island? And then seeing you trapped in a cage being sacrificed? And then. He trailed off, suddenly noticing Law suspiciously watching him with his hand on his blade. What the hell are you doing on my little brother's ship? He snarled, flames racing down his arms as he moved Luffy behind him, against the mast. Ace. Whined Luffy, trying to move away. That's Tereo. We're friends. We are not friends. Law snapped back and Ace's flames grew wilder. Luffy, that's Trafalgar Law. He's a warlord and can't be trusted. Luffy laughed, ignoring the flames and climbing on Ace's back. Silly Ace, that's why I already asked him if he was going to betray me and he said no. People lie, Luffy. Ace tried to explain as he struggled to untangle Luffy's arms. Luffy looked at Law seriously. Did you lie, Tereo? No, Law said dryly, smirking at the disbelieving look on Ace and Marco's faces. And it's former warlord now. See, Ace. We're friends. So you can't beat him up, Luffy said firmly before hesitating and looking over at Law. Unless Tereo wants to fight? 'Cause fighting Ace is really fun. Maybe next time. Sees, I should kick your butt for the heart attack you gave me. Ace said, annoyed, giving up on his struggle and wrapping his own arms around the little monkey clinging to him. You're lucky the paper let me know you were alive, even though you teamed up with this traitor. Shishishi. I'm fine, Ace. Promise. Gururara. See son. I told you that he would be alright. Now bring that brother over here and introduce us properly. Whitebeard boomed, making the brothers-in-law jump in surprise, not having noticed the giant ship approach. Zoro, standing guard, glanced behind him at Luffy before lowering his swords and stepping out of the way. Zoro, Sanji with me. The rest of you stay with Sunny. Law, be ready. Luffy said decisively before wrapping an arm around his brother and two fighters. You don't give me orders. Law barked, too late as the group shot across ships. They landed on deck and Ace quickly stepped forward, hovering protectively in front of his brother. Pops, this is my little brother Luffy. Lou, this is Emperor Whitebeard. There was a soft sigh of frustration behind him and Ace shot a glance back, freezing when he saw a smiling Zoro and exasperated Sanji, alone behind him. Lou. Ace. You can see forever up here. Luffy's voice rang out from above him and Ace gaped at his brother hanging on the crow's nest. Luffy. DMN it, you can't just run off on someone else's ship. He scolded. Get down here. He turned to his pops embarrassed. Sorry pops, he has trouble focusing sometimes. But this dash. He paled watching as Luffy landed on the armrest of Pop's throne. Your Whitebeard? You don't have a beard. You should be called Mustache, or Old Man. Luffy absent-mindedly started picking his nose as he looked around the deck at all the shocked faces. Whitebeard quickly waved his angry sons off before glaring at the boy in front of him. You insolent tyke. He boomed loudly before breaking into laughter. No wonder Lin has called for your head. Join my crew and fight under my name. No way. Luffy shouted angrily. I'm captain and I'm not joining anyone's crew. I'm going to be king of the pirates. Ace smacked himself in the head. Sees his brother was going to be the death of him. You stupid, reckless brat. You've made enemies with one of the emperors of the sea, and you're well on your way to making an enemy of another. You don't stand a chance on your own. Running will only keep you safe for so long. Whitebeard stood, glaring at the boy next to him. I'm not running away from anybody. I'm going to kick everyone's butts before I'm done, so wait your turn. Whitebeard smirked and spun his Naginata in a whirl of motion before slamming it into the ground. The shockwave knocked several of his sons over and he stared in hidden disbelief at the slight boy standing tall beside him and his two crew members who were casually standing in the middle of the deck. He was impressed that they seemed completely at ease despite being surrounded by his commanders. Don't throw your lives away, boy. Become my son and live under my safety. Didn't help Ace. Came the muffled snort from Sanji and Zoro snickered. Whitebeard stiffened and glared at the two boys who merely pet an eyebrow. Luffy glared. I already have a dad and a pa. I don't need another one. Now I promised Tereo to help him and Ace told me to save you for later, so we will fight next time. With that he turned to go. Whitebeard laughed and smacked his Naginata against the ground again. What makes you think I'm going to just let you leave, brat? I'm sure after a few months with my crew, you will realize you belong with us just like your brother. Luffy tilted his head down, throwing his face into the shade of his hat. Zoro let his hand fall to his swords and Sanji lit up his cigarette. Suddenly Luffy straightened and fury flew over his face. I do what I want. He yelled, and Whitebeard watched in shock as Haki shot across the ship, dropping a concerning amount of his crew. He swung Naginata, intending to knock the brat down a peg, but Luffy blocked the blow with an armament-coated arm, allowing the force to push him back to his crew mates. A blue orb surrounded them and Luffy grinned widely at Whitebeard before doing a small bow. Thank you for loving Ace. Then the trio disappeared with 3 flowers taking their place. Bye Ace. Luffy shouted across the ships. Bye Lou. Ace whispered, ignoring the commotion of his crew mates rushing to retrieve the younger crew. Everyone freezing in confusion when there was a loud shout and the thousand sunny shot into the sky and out of sight. Whitebeard's laugh filled the air as Ace turned to wearily shake one of his fallen brothers awake. So let me get this straight. Nami said, glaring down at her captain who was sprawled across the grass. In the short time we've been reunited, we have managed to PSS off all 4 emperors of the sea and one of the warlords. Luffy hummed agreement and Zoro laughed and spoke up. Probably 2 warlords. Oh yeah. Haki is definitely going to be annoyed. Dad is going to be driving him insane. Luffy giggled, changing his voice to imitate Shanks. But Haki, our kids are out there, alone. What do you mean they are fine? Gasp. You've heard something and didn't tell me. Zoro snorted but willingly scoffed and joined in. Red hair. I know you're basically illiterate, but the paper also had a picture. It clearly shows the boys have successfully crossed into the new world and are holding their own. Now stop calling me and go irritate someone else. Haki, you wound me. Luffy howled. Good. Drawled Zoro before the 2 boys dropped into laughter. Nami shrieked but struggled to hold the grin back. You boys are idiots. You do know that Whitebeard isn't going to just let us go. The old guy? He is just looking to adopt us. But we don't need to worry about that. 'Cause we'll just kick his butt and then have a big party. Careful, Captain. Robin said as she approached. It is dangerous to underestimate Whitebeard and his plans. Many pirate crews have gone up against him and found they were unable to get away. He can outlast most pirates in stubbornness, and his haki is powerful enough to subdue all but the strongest. Sanji grinned as he passed the crew a snack. Have you met our captain, Robin? I don't believe anyone can outlast his stubbornness. Besides a few days with us on his ship, and I guarantee Whitebeard would be begging for us to leave. Sees, that's too true, said Law as he suddenly appeared in front of them. Listen, we are approaching Dressrosa. We have to be ready. Remember to follow the plan. Yeah, plan, Luffy said grinning. Oh boy, said Usopp as he gathered up his things. This is going to go badly. Whitebeard glared across the sea, cursing the empty waters. Where had that brat gone, and how did they get a ship that could fly? Seas, but he wanted the mouthy brat even more now. There were few rookies who were able to stand up in front of him, and even fewer that piqued his interest this much. Besides, it really was safer for the boy to join him. The way he was going, he wasn't going to last long. As cocky as he was, there was no way he could stand up to the likes of Big Mom and Kaido. Not yet, at least. Though from the wave of haki the brat had unleashed, he would admit he had potential. He hadn't felt such a strong blast of haki from someone so young since the little red-haired brat. In fact, now that he was thinking about it, that hat looked awfully familiar, and the boy's mannerisms, no way. He glowered as he pulled out a den, dialing a memorized number, even if it was rarely used. Look, Whitebeard, I'm a little busy at the moment. Is this important? Came the annoyed voice of Shanks. During their discussion 2 years ago, it had been agreed that there should be a line of communication between the two captains. A direct line, between equals, that was used for important messages. No more disrespect and ignoring calls or letting pride get in the way of vital sharing. You lying bastard. You have a son. He boomed. There was silence, and then the den glared threatening. What have you done with him? I swear, Whitebeard, if you've got him locked up on your ship dash. So it's true. The boy is yours. Yes, Luffy is our son. Came the low growl of Benn. And you can stay the hell away from him or you'll deal with us. If you don't want me near him, then you shouldn't let him run wild on the seas. Have you any idea what danger the brat has gotten into? I know you're new to this whole parenting thing, but it takes more than parties and fun times. They need supervision and rules. Guidance. If you won't act like parents, then I will. How dare you insinuate we don't know how to care for our son? Snarled Benn. He's had the best training there is, and he's ready to face the new world. That brat has barely entered the new world and he's already in over his head. He has already made an enemy of Big Mom, and then he sassed off to me. The kid has no understanding of the hierarchy here, no respect, and no concept of picking his battles. Benn gripped his gun and grabbed the Denver. Respect? I'll show you some goddamn respect. He snarled. It will be in the form of a bullet in your conceited butt. And you'll thank me for showing restraint. And if you try to force my son, I'll take dash. Shanks suddenly burst into loud laughter. Benn faltered and looked at his friend confused. Shanks smirked at him and took the snail. You lost him. You tried to take him and he gave you the slip. There was some blustering on the other end, and Benn snorted as he joined Shanks in his laughter. Their ship flies. But when I get close to them again dash, Whitebeard muttered finally. Oh please, said Shanks. I know how you work. You would have got him in front of you so you could give him your big, become my son, speech before knocking him down with your haki. I ought to kick your butt, but seems like Luffy already did. Our boy stood up to you and then left you in the dust. I wouldn't think you would be so confident after seeing that broadcast the other day. Let alone with the most recent news coup. Broadcast? Wait, what was in the news? Shanks asked, confused. Whitebeard snorted. Typical. Too busy drinking with your crew to bother with the news. Your boy has teamed up with the Surgeon of Death and has promised to help him do something. Knowing that double-crosser, the kid is going to be in need of my protection soon enough. Shanks went to ask more, but they heard some shouts in the background and Whitebeard slammed down the snail. Shanks looked at Benn in shock before both men bolted for the door. Where's the paper? Shanks barked, frowning as his crew blanched. Here, Captain. Usopp hesitantly passed it over, wincing as Shanks' haki started sparking as he read. Why wasn't this brought to us immediately? Asked Benn, scanning the article over Shanks' shoulder. The crew awkwardly shifted around, looking at each other before Lucky stepped forward. We were trying to confirm before bothering you. So instead we had to get information from Whitebeard. And what's this about a broadcast? Benn snapped. By now Haki was pressing in on the crew and Yasop reluctantly passed over the den with the footage. We've managed to get a hold of Smoker and he confirmed that Anchor was alive and out of the Marines' reach for the moment. He refused to go into details but he gave us a starting point. They ended up on Punk Hazard where it sounds like Anchor and this law guy saved a bunch of lives and took off with Caesar. The kids apparently kept their destination to themselves but Smoker was shook up about something. The two men watched the broadcast in horror, flinching as the screen went dark. That's why we waited, Captain. We wanted to have more information, proof that he survived, before you could imagine the worst. Yasop said worriedly, hands twisting in his hair from anxiety. Shanks stared at him, face blank for a moment and Yasop stopped breathing. Then the captain nodded and looked away, freeing his lungs as he gasped for oxygen. I understand your reasoning and part of me is grateful but from now on, every bit of information about Anchor comes to me and Benn immediately. Shanks' voice echoed through the ship and the crew hastily nodded agreement, calling out yes sir in unison. Now get me everything we have on this Trafalgar Law and someone find out what Anchor did to PSS off Big Mom. Turns out we may need to intercede and remind Big Mom to stay the hell away from people under my protection. Oh, and figure out where my brat is headed so I can ground him. Sabo was trying not to have a full-blown panic attack. Sees this job was so much harder now that he remembered how much he loved some of the idiots making headlines. He knew that he was crossing a line as he shouted at his team, but how could they not know where Luffy was after watching that cursed broadcast? They were supposed to be the best available at getting information. Koala demanded he walk away and get himself under control but he could see the pity in her face. He reluctantly left the control room and sunk to the floor in the hallway. How did Dragon do this for so long? It was torture to know that Luffy was out there somewhere, doing something reckless and he could do nothing. At least Ace was out there in the new world with him. Ace could help Luffy when necessary. He meanwhile, was stuck in stupid paradise and could do nothing, at least not quickly. He thought he'd at least be able to stay on top of the information and funnel it to Ace or Shanks as needed but here he was, first test and he'd failed. His eyes started to water and he quickly scrunched up his face, ignoring his stupid scar's familiar twinge. He forced himself to push aside his emotions, taking deep breaths and trying desperately to focus himself. He stiffened as he heard familiar footsteps approach him but kept his eyes closed. There was a huff of air and Dragon slid down next to him. They sat quietly for a few minutes before Dragon spoke. Connections are a hindrance in this line of work and a child is always a weakness. There's a reason I stayed away from him all these years. Still, even though I don't know him, it terrifies me every time I see him in the news. I dread seeing him in danger and wish he'd have chosen a peaceful life on Dawn, a life of obscurity. One thing is clear though, my son was made to run free and lead the way. Because he was raised apart, he is strong and capable and he doesn't need someone holding his hand. Sabo ground his teeth and shoved off the wall. He may not need someone holding his hand, but he deserved to have someone watching his back. I know he is strong now, I know he is a survivor but he was a little boy. A kid who just wanted to have a friend, someone who cared about him. He shouldn't have had to beg street rats to be his friends, beg to be wanted by anyone. He deserved a father and he deserved to be his top priority. He ranted, shouting down at Dragon. Dragon stood up slowly. See, your bond with him is making you rash and affecting your judgment. Sabo glared, clenching his fists. I was a wanted man before Luffy was even a thought and by the time his mother told me, it was too late. They weren't going to stop hunting me just because I retired. So tell me, would it have been better for Luffy to be kept locked away in headquarters? To go nowhere without bodyguards? To have my beliefs indoctrinated in him before he had a chance to make his own choices? Yes, your childhood was dangerous but the three of you were free and innocent and I trusted that my dad would keep him as safe as possible. And now he's reached adulthood and is strong enough to face the rulers of the sea. He turned to walk away. I did what I had to do and Luffy can hate me if he likes, so can you. Sabo deflated behind him. Boss, I dash. Sabo! We've got trouble. Koala yelled from the room and Sabo swore, returning to the room. Ace's flames flickered on his body weakly as he looked around the wreckage of the Moby D dash. While the ship was still floating, it was going to take a lot of work to make it New World worthy again. He needed to help but there was so much chaos that he couldn't choose where to start. DMN it. Was he not a commander? He needed to get himself together and show some leadership. A flash of familiar blue caught his eyes and he blinked as he realized that Marco was kneeling next to him. The usually put-together man was a mess, his shirt was torn and his glasses cracked but despite his appearance, there was no hesitation as he barked orders at the surrounding crew. Ace! He murmured, as Ace clumsily pushed himself up. Marco gave a gentle squeeze to his shoulders, pushing him back down carefully and scanning the younger's injuries. Ace, you shouldn't be moving. You're hurt. Ace looked down at himself, slightly surprised to see the giant bruise spreading across his right pec, the gaping wound on his stomach and blood-stained shorts. Huh? He said dazed, reaching up and poking at the wound. He hissed at the pain he suddenly felt shooting through his body and Marco sked loudly, grabbing his hand. Stop that. DMN, how hard did you hit your head? Marco quickly lit his hand with healing flames. No, Ace protested, trying to pull back. Save it. There's a lot of us hurt worse than me. Marco just rolled his eyes, batted his hands away and sunk his flames into Ace's body. Actually there's not. The only ones worse than you are already past my help. It's a miracle you're conscious and I'm not letting you die. I've lost enough family today. Ace blinked as his vision suddenly cleared, the gaping hole scabbed over and his ribs knit together allowing his first full breath. You should. Sheet, Marco. He whispered brokenly. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry. Hey, none of that. Marco said firmly. This isn't on you. Teach did this, not you. But I should have been stronger. I should have stopped him. And Pops he choked, feeling tears slip down his cheeks. Pops made his own choices and he wouldn't regret the outcome. He lived a good long life, and he would be proud he went out saving the rest of his sons. So don't try and take that away from him, Marco said firmly, ignoring his own tears. Ace wanted to argue more but Marco stared him down until he nodded miserably. Good. Now you shouldn't be moving around. My powers can only jumpstart the healing but that wound was deep and could reopen easily. Unfortunately, we are in dire need of some repairs and supplies and I can't bench anyone right now. So stay here and I need you to figure out a safe island that's nearby and get the ship headed there. I've got some men working on urgent repairs so we can start moving but it is going to be slow. We may need to send out some of our small boats for emergency runs or see if we have any allies in the area. His mind already reeling through possible locations, Ace let Marco shift some debris to support his torso and settle him as securely as he could. He forced himself to focus and not look back towards the bow where half the giant figurehead was missing. Still he couldn't stop the flinch as his traitorous brain remembered his family's last moments. Ace had laughed as Luffy's ship shot through the air, torn between pride and fear. Part of him wished that Luffy would stay with him and Pops, where he would be safe and surrounded by strong pirates who would fight for him. The larger part of him knew it would never happen. Luffy was meant to shine, to be the star shooting through the sky that everyone wished on, a guiding light for all looking for freedom. He'd never let himself be hidden behind others. Hell, even Shanks wasn't able to stop a determined Luffy, and the kid idolized him. Pops had barked orders to follow the Sunny before storming into his quarters grumbling, leaving the rest of the conscious crew to care for the ones knocked out by Luffy's Haki. Ace had been working on rousing 3 of his brothers, when he had been swarmed by the other commanders. They were bursting with questions about his little brother, which was surprising because over his years on the crew, Ace had been very detailed about his baby bro, leading to many complaining and hiding when Luffy came up in conversation. Still, Ace was thrilled to talk about his favorite person, and hey, his stories were great even if you'd heard it 3 times already. Aizu. He'd been in the middle of the story where he and Sabo had to pry open a crocodile's mouth to save Luffy when he'd heard the horribly familiar laugh behind them. Zehahaha. I expected it to be a challenge to board, but I see you're doing bedtime stories. Brothers, it's good to be home. The commanders stared in horror at the inky black shadows that were wrapped around the vulnerable members of the crew. Marco's Haki flared with his flames and he stepped forward. Let them go, teach. You are no brother of ours. He spat, hatred in his gaze. One of their more aware brothers screamed in pain as the shadows wrung tighter and Marco froze. That's harsh, Marco. And we used to be so close. What do you want, traitor? Marco asked as they felt Pop's furious approach. Zihahaha, that's more like it. Not so high and mighty anymore, are you, Phoenix? But we weren't looking for you. Actually, this was more taking advantage of an opening. There's a couple of useful fruits among this crew. However, we'd heard rumors of a certain rookie being nearby and the brat has got me curious. Stay the hell away from him. Snarled Ace, throwing flames, but Marco quickly grabbed him and yanked him back. Ah, Commander, didn't you learn from our last little meeting? You can't take me. Maybe he can't, but I can. Stay back, sons. Boomed Pops, stepping between his sons and the intruder. You shouldn't have come back here, teach. Now release my sons. I am not an idiot, Pops. Blackbeard sneered and his crew stepped up beside him, weapons raised as Blackbeard shot out his shadows. The commanders cursed, using Haki-coated limbs to fight back the shadows but unable to prevent the ones that covered the Moby D dash. There was a loud crack and the mast crumbled, Jozu catching it before it could shatter the deck. Whoops! Laughed Blackbeard, and the next crack caused the whole ship to lurch as he ripped a hole in the hull. Namor quickly leaping overboard to check on the damage. Pops! Yelled Ace desperately. Let us help. No, refused Whitebeard as he swung Naginata, slicing through shadows. Get the others out of here. Marco looked torn as he watched the Blackbeard crew converge on Pops, but he reluctantly turned to the commanders. Vista, Blamenko. Clear the stern. Wake the others if you can or move them below deck. Have them try and help Namor fix the hull. Curiel, Kingdu, Aizu get in some of the rowboats and keep some distance. Keep an eye out for anyone in the water. Haruta, Fasa and Atmos take the bow. The rest of us will run interference up here. Make sure they don't turn their attention on our crew and try to keep the ship from being targeted. The next hour had been a blur. They had tried their best to keep the vulnerable members safe, but Blackbeard had known their weaknesses and it killed them to see their brothers fall. At one point Ace found himself entangled in one of the shadows that had crushed his ribs slowly. He refused to stop fighting though, not this time. He thought of Luffy being in this BSTRDS sights and felt a burst of power shoot from him. The shadows around him shattered like glass and he watched the nearby enemy foam at the mouth as he collapsed. He stared in shock for a second and that proved to be enough. Suddenly a shadow looped around his arm, swinging him violently and smashing him to the ground, where he landed straight on a broken board. He choked in pain as the board pierced through his stomach, pinning him in place. He could distantly hear the shouts of his brothers, but Blackbeard's laugh drowned them out. The man grabbing his shoulder and applying weight, forcing him further onto the stake. Well, I may not be able to get the fruits that I planned, but yours will make a nice addition, Commander. Blackbeard leered in his ear. Ace's vision was going black as Teach drew back a Haki-covered blade. There was a swish and a sickening thud and Ace dropped to the ground. Ace desperately blinked, trying to clear his vision and see how he was still alive. Don't touch him. Pop stood over him, and Ace was finally able to see the damage that had accrued on the proud man. His torso was littered with gashes, burns and bullet wounds, but most concerning was the blood pouring from the stump of his right arm. Ace looked down and saw the stake holding him in place had been sliced free and Naginata lay beside him, still held in the fist of the amputated limb. Blackbeard snarled, swinging his blade and stabbing Pops through the chest before getting knocked backwards, the blade remaining buried in Pop's chest. Pops! Gasped Ace, trying to force himself to his feet. Ace, was I a good father? Whitebeard asked, smiling. The best, said Ace, tears pouring down his face. I'm so proud of you. Having you as my son was one of my biggest honors. My children, stay alive and look after each other. That straw hat will shake the earth and you will all be there to see it. The One Piece is real, and it will not belong to you. He sneered at Blackbeard before drawing on his devil fruit powers, shaking the very sea and slicing off the figurehead, separating himself and Blackbeard from the rest of the ship. The crew watched in horror as their Pops disappeared with the traitor, flung away by a giant wave. Marco screamed in rage and pain, turning into his bird form and taking off after them, but his path was blocked by another wave and he was forced to land. The surviving members of Blackbeard's crew fled to their own ship and the cries for aid from his injured brothers forced Marco to turn away from the sea. His father had made his sacrifice and now the care of his family fell to him. He wouldn't let Pops down again. There was a clash of swords as Shanks danced across the deck of Red Force. He ducked a swing from Hongo's quarterstaff that would have concussed him, and caught Snake's blades with Griffin. Lashing out with a sandaled Haki-coated foot, he sent Gab backwards gasping for air. Next he stabbed Griffin down, catching Limejuice's coat and pinning him in place as he tripped Building Snake, sending him crashing into Limejuice's electric staff. He laughed loudly at their curses, turning and catching Monster mid-leap and tossing him into Hongo's face as the poor doctor yelped in alarm at the gnashing teeth. Hongo retaliated by swinging wildly at his captain, trying to buy himself a couple seconds to recenter. Unfortunately, at the same time Shanks suddenly froze, gaze shooting over to the starboard side as his Haki got overwhelmed. Hongo's staff nailed him directly in the gut and Shanks' diaphragm seized, leaving him trying to remember how to draw in oxygen for several seconds. Shanks! Swore Benn, magically appearing at his side and trying to push him to a chair. Shanks waved him off, senses still wheeling, and pointed at Snake and from the wheel to the right. Building Snake nodded, quickly racing up to redirect the ship, and Hongo joined Benn in his hovering. What the hell, Captain? What happened? I'm sorry. Let me see. He demanded, grabbing at his shirt. Oi, buy a guy a drink first. Shanks finally wheezed out, slapping at the pawing hands. I'm fine, you guys. You just took a direct hit, Shanks. I haven't seen that since the last time Mihawk decided to battle you. Now let the doc look at your ribs. Benn ordered. Shanks grimaced but stopped struggling as Benn pushed him onto a chair. You just want to take off my shirt. He winked. Am I that transparent? I want you, I need you, oh baby, Benn said dryly. I knew it, said Shanks, smirking and making kissy noises. Hongo shuddered. Now that's just wrong. Ugh, don't put those bad images in my brain. He finally pulled off Shanks' shirt and winced at the ugly red mark that was clearly visible across his stomach. Sheet Captain. You're not supposed to zone out during brawls. You're lucky I didn't shatter your ribs. This is going to be a hell of a bruise. Shanks flinched as his doctor prodded his stomach carefully. Yeah, well, I don't normally get drowned by waves of panic, grief, and horror. Something bad happened nearby, something really bad. The normally boisterous crew sailed quietly, everyone bracing as their observation Haki got in range of what felt like hundreds of people crying out. Finally they got within view. Shanks stared in horror at the debris floating in front of the Red Force. The once proud Moby D was floating in pieces and he immediately ran over to the ruins. Ace! He shouted, desperation in his voice. Shanks! Thank the seas! Marco called out, approaching from a group of injured crew mates. Where's Ace? What the hell happened? Shanks asked, eyes frantically scanning for his younger brother, panicking as his eyes lit upon the numerous dead. He froze as he finally located him, sprawled on some rubble and then burst into motion. Marco quickly intercepted him, hands out placatingly. He's just sleeping. Hey! He's okay, well I mean he will be okay. He was hurt pretty badly but I jump-started his healing Now he needs rest. Shanks tensed but stopped moving, watching carefully to pick out the faint rise and fall of Ace's chest. What the hell happened? Where's the old man? Marco choked. Teach, he Pops is gone. No, Shanks whispered, shocked. I'm so sorry Marco. I can't even seize. He wiped a hand across his face. The world is a worse place without him. He bowed his head for a moment in respect before clasping Marco's shoulder. What about you? You look like you're about to drop from exhaustion. Sit down. What can we do to help? I can't sit you off. I've got to get everyone to safety and make sure Moby is ready. Besides there's still a lot of people injured and I need to start healing them and then there's Dash. Oi! Let us help. Hongo can take care of the injured, at least make sure they are stable until you are rested. We've got enough supplies to help get everyone fed and Moby to a nearby port for repairs. Let us help. Please. Marco shuddered a bit, feeling some of the responsibility lift off his shoulders and he let his eyes close, leaning on his oldest friend. I don't know what to do Shanks. Pops is gone. Tell me what to do. Shanks sighed. First you and your commanders are going to sit down before you collapse. My men will continue clearing up this mess. Hongo will take over first aid and Lucky will start making some food. The rest can wait till you've recovered. We've got to set a watch, we were stupid cocky. We let Teach get a jump on us and Dash, he let out a whine. I'm on it. I'll get Yasop on lookout and I'll keep my observation up. I promise. Nothing's getting near us without us knowing. But Dash. I promise Marco. I won't let down my guard. I will keep us safe. Shanks straightened and prodded Marco to stand before turning to face his own crew that had just pulled up. Ben. We're gonna be here a while. You know what to do out here. Yes, Chief. Ben said, already directing their equally horrified men. Shanks carefully prodded Marco towards the Red Force, catching him as his legs faltered and supporting him until he forced himself back upright. Ben lingered behind him and he turned to his second. Shanks, we could just give them supplies and get them to a port. Luffy is getting further away. I know but they just lost everything and I owe it to Whitebeard to make sure his family is safe. We will have to trust that Anchor will be okay for the time being. Shanks crossed to the Red Force before calling back. Oh and Ben? Bring Firefly to my cabin. Zoro, where do you think you're going? Luffy yelled as Zoro took off after the bundle of belongings. Get back here. We don't have time to chase your stupid sword and you around the city. Sanji swore moving after him. Shishishi. I like where this is headed. Luffy said starting to move after them just as Frankie snatched him out of the air. Not you Luffy. Frankie scolded. Don't worry Captain. I'll get the stupid moss head. Sanji yelled behind him. Let go Frankie, I want to be a part of this. Luffy squirmed desperately. Ah Frankie, they're gonna have all the fun. Luffy whined. Now I understand. When it's just us guys I have to step up and be the adult. Frankie muttered to himself. Sorry little bro but I just got a super idea. Let's get a little more information from one of these thugs and see what's happening. Ah okay. But catching fairies sounds way more fun. Luffy sighed, letting Frankie usher him into the alley after one of the thieves. Hey! Stupid mean guy. Start talking. What's going on in this town, where's the samurai, what's Smile, and where's the factory? You think I'm going to let a couple of nobodies mess with the young master, then you're bigger idiots than I thought. Spat the man. Frankie's eyes gleamed and he threw a strong right into the wall, barely missing the man's head. That's how you do a super threat pal. Luffy didn't blink as the man collapsed, quivering in fear. Now how about you spit it out and answer everything we asked you? The man hurried to assure them that he really didn't know anything about anything, and Luffy sighed, unfortunately believing the desperate man. Man, what a bummer. Even his stupid minions don't know anything. Frankie adjusted his hat. Sorry Luffy, guess this guy is too low on the ladder to be of use. Hey, where do we find someone who's actually worth something? The man snorted. Good luck finding anyone to beat up in an alleyway today. Everyone important has been called to supervise the Colosseum Games. Practically the entire kingdom is going to be there. Why's that? There's a big event happening there today and all the higher-ups are going to be there. The young master has offered up an amazing prize and everyone wants it. Luffy jumped to his feet. Don't tell me. It's meat. Drool began to leak out of his mouth and he groaned in hunger. The man at his feet blinked in confusion and Frankie smirked. While he did say it was something you'd want, I bet it's more important than lunch. Well, what is it then? Luffy whined, bored of this conversation that didn't seem to be getting them anywhere. Brace yourself. First prize gets a famed devil fruit, one that can make the wielder powerful beyond belief. This fruit was last owned by a famous pirate who was second in command of a famous crew. It has only recently come back in rotation since the owner was hunted down after escaping Impel Down. The winner of the battle gets the main no mi. It allows people to take the appearance of others. Luffy's head shot back around and he stared in horror at the man. What? No way. That's Bonchan's fruit. You're wrong. Yeah, that's it. Bon Clay from the Baroque Works. The idiot got himself captured and sent to Impel Down where he broke out and he was on the run for years. The Marines sent the warlords to hunt down all the convicts and unluckily for him, he was tracked down by the young master. DMN it. Not Bon. Luffy yelled, eyes going dark and steely. Mingo. I'm gonna kick his butt. The man started laughing at Luffy, quickly shot out a fist, knocking the man out. Frankie, I can't let his fruit go to someone else. He's my friend. Well, Captain, I guess you've got a fight to win. Frankie said easily. Shanks stood on the Red Force figurehead, trying to ignore the throbbing headache building in his temples that was making his vision blur. He tensed as he felt Benn approaching, already shaking his head before his overprotective friend could speak. I can't, Benn. I promised Marco. Benn exhaled, flicking his cigarette into the water. You know he wouldn't want you to do this to yourself, Shanks. Let someone else take a shift. No one else's observation is as strong as mine. Shanks said, refusing to turn. We're all capable of standing watch. Yours is too strong. You're drowning in it. You're picking up every single person's pain and misery right now, as well as stretching your haki as far as you can, and you've been doing it for over 12 hours. You are going to collapse. I'm fine, Benn. Shanks insisted, just as his legs buckled under Red Force's jostling. Yeah, and I'm Davy Jones. Benn grunted, catching him and dragging him back down to the main deck. 20 minutes, Shanks. I will take your watch. Lucky has whipped up some easy meals and you will eat before coming back. Oh, and Hongo wanted to see you, so stop by after getting some food. Bean, whined Shanks. Nope. Get moving. Hongo wanted to give you an update on the Firefly. Benn studied him sternly until Shanks gave in, staggering towards the kitchen. Yep, Benn sighed, and Hongo would definitely ground Shanks, but as soon as he got a look at him. Problem solved. Shanks collapsed into a chair, grunting his thanks at Lucky as he placed a bowl in front of him. He battled back some nausea and forced himself to take a couple bites of his food, grimacing slightly before turning to Lucky. How are the Whitebeards? Lucky looked pointedly at his bowl and Shanks sighed, taking another bite. Sees his crew were all mother hens. They've taken quite a beating. We've moved their injured and dead and started repairs. I've brought over meals and Benn has been helping to organize their crew with Jozu and Aizu. He tapped the table, waiting till Shanks took another bite. The Phoenix is still out for the count. He severely depleted his energy, but it seems like his surviving crew mates are stable thanks to his actions. And our crew? Shanks asked as he pushed the empty bowl away. We've all subbed out throughout the day. Yasop is due to go back on watch and sub off Lime. Rockstar is in charge of organizing the Mobi. Bonk Punch is helping Gab with repairs. The rest are filling in where needed. I'm about to sub off to get some sleep now that meals are made, and that just leaves you and Hongo, who have been going non-stop. He looked at his captain disapprovingly. Shanks flushed a bit. I promised Marco to keep watch. Yeah, and we promised to watch your back and keep you alive. Lucky said, turning back to the kitchen and leaving Shanks alone. Shanks sighed, feeling properly scolded. He was a goddamn emperor of the sea, and yet his crew treated him like a child. Sees he loved them. Shanks rubbed his temple for a second before lumbering to his feet. Well, might as well see Hongo and get the next guilt trip over with. At least that man had no leg to stand on. Hey Doc, how's Ace and Marco doing? Marco will recover with rest. I admire his resolve to save his family, but even he has limits to his abilities. Hongo trailed off as he finally looked up at his captain. You bloody idiot. Sit down. He huffed, swinging over to his carefully arranged shelves and yanking out a bottle of pills. Take this. He demanded, passing over a glass and 2 pills. What, Hongo? Shanks yelped as he was forced onto a cot. I'm fine. Your energy is almost as depleted as the stupid chicken over there. Hongo hissed. Okay, that's an exaggeration. Shanks shook him off. Hardly. You look like your brains are ready to melt out of your eyes, and you don't have any to spare. Well, you haven't rested yet either, Shanks said, sticking out his tongue. First of all, there's no one healthy enough and capable of taking over my job. Second, my job is tiring, but straining your Haki is mentally, physically and emotionally draining. Third, I've taken breaks throughout to eat, drink and reset. Sees, I'm surprised Benn let you get away with this sheet for this long. He's not the boss of me, and neither are you, Shanks said petulantly, obediently laying down as Hongo's eyes flashed. Okay, I'm laying down. But I promised Marco nothing would sneak up on us. Do you not trust your crew to be able to stand watch, Captain? Hongo's voice was dangerously calm and Shanks gulped. Of course I do, but no. Either you take a nap or I will inject you with enough sedatives to fell Zunesha. There was a snort and clapping sound from the back. Good to know there's 2 people on board this ship that have some common sense and the ability to wrangle that red-haired menace. Marco! Shanks yelped, jumping to his feet just to have them buckle under him. Hongo stared down at his crumbled form, rolling his eyes. Lot of good you'd be if we were ambushed. Oi, the force hit a wave. Captain, you've been scampering and balancing on a ship your whole life. Drunk more often than not. None of us are buying that you would trip from waves. Hongo sighed, pulling his captain up by the arm and firmly depositing him back on the bed. Now please let me check out my other patient. But Shank. It's okay, you are. I'll just come sit over there and then Red can keep his stupid butt planted. Marco interrupted, gracefully slipping out of the bed and crossing the room. He roughly shoved Shanks over and perched on the edge, fondly ruffling the messy mop of red hair. You know you didn't need to kill yourself for me, you are. I promised you I'd keep watch. That wasn't fair of me to ask of you. I wasn't exactly in a capable mindset and I definitely didn't expect to be unconscious for so long. Yes, well, you also overdid it, Phoenix. Hongo responded, checking his vitals. I'm not sorry about doing it. I lost enough family, I'm not going to lose any more, you are. I understand that, but your brothers also lost their pops, they need you more than ever. You look like the rest has done you well, but Hongo looked sternly at the other man, no using your flames or Haki until you've recuperated more. Hongo finished before looking back at his heavily blinking captain. As for Ace, Shanks' eyes popped open and Marco looked concerned. I don't know the damage he took, but it appears Marco's flames are holding up. His torso is still dangerously fragile, but the wound is holding together. He is still resting in your cabin, Captain, and is going to be on strict bed rest for a while, but as long as he doesn't open it up, I believe he will heal with just some large scarring. Marco sighed in relief. Thank the seas. I was scared that I was too late to save him, especially because he passed out shortly after you are. That BSTRD Blackbeard targeted him, almost killed him before Pop sacrificed himself. Shanks groaned. Sheet, that's going to kill the Firefly. Boy has a guilt complex the size of Elbaf. Suddenly there was a loud commotion on deck, followed by a hesitant knock on the infirmary. Hongo grumbled but opened the door to see Yasop. Sorry to interrupt, but we have incoming. Small ship, I only picked up on 5 people on board. Shanks dragged himself to his feet and shoved past the others, and Hongo glared at Yasop. Great timing, Yas. He was almost out. What, should I have sent them a memo? It's Cap's nap time, come by later? Yasop huffed, following after Shanks. Shanks made it on deck and huffed, leaning against the magically appearing Benn, who looked exasperated. You tricked me. He mumbled through a yawn. Oh, Hongo has an update. JRK. He did. Not my fault you can't hide when you feel like sheet. Benn sighed. Sees, even if this ship is full of innocent people, I'm still kicking their buttes for getting in our way. Shanks snorted. Liar. I thought the sleep-deprived people are the cranky ones. You ever see a parent whose kid gets woken from a nap? Trust me. I get to be the cranky one. You're in but. Shanks rubbed his temples and flared his Haki. 5 people. He mumbled. One feels familiar, but I DMN it. Shanks. Benn hovered concerned, as Shanks grabbed his shoulder to stay on his feet. Sorry, everything's fine. I can't get a read on them. He sagged in defeat. You were right, I'm burnt out. Sabo. Came a weak call and the crew spun around to see Ace leaning on the captain's doorway. Sabo's coming. The crew turned to stare at Shanks. Oh, that's just great. The injured rookie is picking up more than me. Right, I'm done. Ace grinned crookedly. Sorry bro, but that's my twin. I know his energy. Well boys, you heard the kid. We're getting a visit from some revs. Shanks shouted to the crew, sending the men to prepare. Ace, glad to see you awake. You scared the shit out of me, brat. He gently pulled his younger brother into a hug before pulling back and scowling down at him. You shouldn't be up. Hongo said you're to be on bed rest. Ace looked at him firmly. You're one to talk. I think I may be in better shape than you right now, and if you think I'm going to go lay down when Sabo is on his way, you better think again. How about you both sit down before I help Hongo tie you down in a bed? Benn added from behind them, thunking a chair down pointedly. THRSM and Benj? KNKY. Benny Boo, there's a child present. EW. Please stop. Ace shuddered. You're bossy. He added, lowering himself with a groan as Benn pointed unamused. Sees, and Sabo is going to be insufferable. The two men pouted at the table until the other ship came into view and everyone could feel the tension coming from the blonde form on the bow. Ah shit. Is it too late to pretend I'm still unconscious? Ace whimpered, looking back at the captain's room. Oh, yeah. If I've got to deal with your brother, you do too. Shanks gripped his wrist tightly. He's gonna scold and he'll get emotional. Ace whined. Yep, and you're gonna keep his focus. Shanks smirked. There was a flurry of movement and then Sabo was standing in front of them. Ace. Ace looked at his brother and then burst into tears. Shanks snorted and Sabo sighed, pulling him into a rough hug and glaring at Shanks. Everything's gone wrong. Ace mumbled into Sabo's shoulder. Oh, Ace. Not everything is wrong. You're still here. Sabo took a shaky breath. I was so scared when we got the news that Whitebeard had been defeated. I feared the worst. Sees, I would have kicked your butt if you'd gone and done a stupid thing like die. Ha, you couldn't kick my butt even if I was dead. Ace snorted wetly. Wow, you're almost as delusional as Luffy. The tension rippled and the men looked at each other. I failed you guys. All the information I have available with the revolutionaries, and yet I had no idea where he was. Ace shook his head. It's not your fault. I had the little brat on my ship and still let him give us the slip. He was here? Sabo asked in relief and then dawning horror. Yeah, but he was gone before Teach arrived. He was just here long enough for me to confirm he was in one piece, before he mouthed off to Pops and they shook the crew with their Haki. Then he flew off. Ace sniffed back the tears that wanted to fall again. I haven't even been able to get close to him. Shanks said miserably. My anchor is avoiding me. The brat used to cling to me like a barnacle and now he's a teenager. He wailed. Benn, I was supposed to be the cool parent. Why is he ashamed to introduce me to his friends? A real mystery. Benn said dryly. And now Ace is in danger and Luffy is in danger and I'm supposed to go and run a top-secret mission. But how can I do that when you guys need me? Sabo stressed. There was an awkward cough beside them and they turned to look at the nervously hovering Rockstar. So I've got some good news and bad news? Oh sees, spit it out. Shanks said, thunking his head onto the table. Well, with all the chaos of the last day, no one really had time to look at the paper. And well, the good news is I think we know where Luffy went. The bad news, he's going after Doflamingo. Shanks swore as Benn stormed over to the railing. He's not ready for that. Ace looked worriedly between the three older men. Is that bad? Like worse than before? That stuffed peacock is a full-blown psychopath. He thrives on manipulating people and inflicting pain. And his devil fruit is dangerous. He'll not only kill his enemies, he'll kill everyone they know. Oh, and he runs the underground trade in the New World. Benn said bitterly. He knows to stay out of our way and we've kept our distance because he's under Kaido's protection. But if he's touched a single hair on my kid's head, I'll rip his off. Shanks snarled, his eyes glowing blood red. Well, what are we waiting for? We've got to get there now. Ace snapped. Absolutely not. Sabo glared at the others. Look at you right now. Ace, you try and walk too fast and your guts are going to pour out. And you. Sees, I think an East Blue pirate could kick your butt right now. Shanks gasped in outrage. No. None of you are in any shape to help out Luffy right now. Let me go. The Revs are heading there anyways because there's talk of some big competition and we're trying to end his weapon trade. I'll find Luffy and make sure he's okay, before giving him the biggest lecture in the world. You guys get the Moby somewhere safe and make your way after. Seas knows there's going to be some chaos after Luffy is done and he may need help with the aftermath. Kid's right, Shanks. Benn said glumly. We'll be a liability right now and we can't just abandon the Whitebeards. Shanks fought with himself before grunting in agreement. Fine. You get a couple days head start. And once you've got anchor, get the hell out of there. But I'm warning you, Sabo. If you let him get hurt before I get there dash. I've got Luffy. You just make sure Ace here doesn't do anything stupid. Sabo grinned and his annoyed brother. Besides, I'm the subtle brother. I'll get in and get him out before anyone even realizes we're there. Luffy stared in horror as stupid Mingo picked up Toroa's body and smirked at him before flying off. Sees how had everything gone so wrong? He needed to get out of here and help Toroa, but he didn't know how. He was stuck in this building and, Rebecca. She would know a way out. He turned and ran back into the maze. He felt like he was running forever and everything looked the same. Luffy felt himself begin to panic. Who knew what was happening outside right now? He wasn't stupid. He'd known that this was a trap, but they weren't supposed to actually be facing Mingo. Toroa's plan was to take out his factory for something. Luffy wasn't sure what really, but it was going to end with Kaido taking out Mingo. But everything was going wrong and now he was stuck. Luffy felt so relieved when he ran into Rooster and Bellamy. He quickly waved off their questions and got down to business. I need to get out of here. Bellamy, you know the way out. There's no exit. They built this place to keep people in once they enter. There's no escaping the Colosseum. Yaha. You can show me the exit. Weren't you listening? There's no exit. You work for Mingo. So where's the exit? Don't you understand yet? I would never betray Doflamingo. Bellamy yelled, glaring at the others, before deflating and looking away. Luckily for you, I'm heading out and I don't have time to ditch you. But Mr. Luffy, sir. What about the competition? You're going to lose the fruit of your good friend Bon Clay. Bartolomeo asked, purposefully looking at a wall to avoid losing his mind over Mr. Luffy's awesomeness. I know. I hate to leave it, but Bon is already gone and it's just his fruit. Toroa is alive and needs help now. Luffy shook his head. His life is more important. I'll leave the fight to you, Rooster. Oh, Mr. Luffy. I'm not worthy. You're such a good friend and I can't believe you are trusting me. I won't let you down, Mr. Luffy. No one else is getting that fruit. I'm going to get it for you. Sobbed Bartolomeo. Sorry to tell you, but that fruit is not going to Luffy. Came a stern voice behind them. I'm going to be the winner. Luffy ignored the voice. He didn't care what other people thought, he did what he wanted after all. Bartolomeo, however, was enraged. How dare you? Do you know who this is? This is Captain Straw Hat Luffy. The great friend of the heroic Bon Clay who gave his freedom so Mr. Luffy could live free and who Mr. Luffy saved from the depths of Impel Down. No one else deserves to touch that fruit. Luffy straightened as his new friend went flying down the hall. Okay, if this person wanted a fight he would have to make it quick. Listen here, you big JRK. No one hurts my dash. He turned and glared at the person just to freeze when he recognized the scowl of his older brother. Oops. He said sheepishly. Oops? That's all you have to say for yourself. Oops? Oh boy, Luffy, you are lucky it's me and not your dad who caught up to you. Sabo scolded, holding Luffy's shoulders and examining his younger brother carefully. What are you wearing? His lips quirked as he took in Luffy's disguise. Ah, Sabo. I look awesome. Luffy pouted before smiling and jumped up, limbs encircling his brother. I didn't think you'd be here. Sabo sighed, hugging his brother back tightly. Yeah, well, I have some business here, and after speaking with a distraught Shanks and Ace, I promised them that I'd collect you. Distraught? Luffy said, concerned before pulling back. Wait, collect? I can't go, Sabo. I've gotta kick Mingo's butt. Luffy, Sabo started. No. Luffy shouted, shoving himself out of Sabo's arms and backing away. He's got Tereo, and he made Frankie mad and he made Rebecca cry and she bought me food, so I gotta fight. Sabo glared at his defiant younger brother. Luffy, he tried again and Luffy's lips started trembling, tears welling in his eyes. DMN it. He cursed and Luffy sniffed. Don't think I don't see your manipulations, brat. It's not gonna work, C's, Ace is gonna kill me. Fine. Luffy cheered, you're the bestest big brother. He shouted as he bounced happily. Sabo glowed at the praise before shaking his head back into gear. Wait. There's rules. Sabo interrupted, dragging him back in front of him. You've got until I finish up in this Colosseum. I win and get Bon's fruit and then we're leaving. You don't go anywhere alone and you stay under the radar. Don't engage his crew. Just Doflamingo. We're not starting a war here. My team has their own job to do and you can't get in their way. Luffy, I mean it. If you get hurt, I'll be chaining you to Benn's side myself. Uh-huh. Come on, Bellamy, let's go. Wait, Luffy, the rules. Sabo called after them. Do it fast, and don't bother your friends. Oh, and something about try to be sneaking. Luffy yelled behind him. Not try. Lou, and he's gone. Yeah, I'm gonna regret this. Sabo face-palmed and looked at the crying man in front of him. What's the matter with you? He's just too perfect. I can't believe I got to talk to him. The man blinked big eyes at him and Sabo swore stars appeared. And now I get to meet one of his brothers. I'm not worthy of this honor. What was it like growing up beside someone so awesome? Sabo narrowed his eyes at the man, making a mental note for future research to ensure he was safe to be around his little brother. Obviously Luffy deserved all the adoration from everyone, anyone with eyes could see that, but this guy could be deranged, and besides, blind fervor from yet another person was the last thing Luffy needed. Whatever, I don't have time for this. Pull yourself together or get out of the way. Sabo grumbled before pulling out his den and wincing as he called Koala. Hey Koala. I've gotten myself into something and I kind of need your help. You imbecile. This is a stupid plan. What do you think you are doing? Koala shrieked. How do you know what I'm doing? Sabo asked, stunned and feeling a little paranoid. I don't. I just know it's something stupid and reckless. Koala smirked. It always is with you. Oh haha Koala. I'm actually trying to make sure the fruit doesn't fall into the wrong hand since Hack got knocked out of the competition. How'd you manage that? Sabo sighed. I'm taking Luffy's place and letting him go after Doflamingo. He said reluctantly. There was a low whistle on the snail. Wow, your family is going to kill you. Oh, most likely. But I trust Luffy. He's already taken out many strong contenders and proven that he's ready for this. Besides, I'm sending you to watch his back. What? Sabo. I'm already busy babysitting your butt and actually completing our mission, unlike the rest of you who got sidetracked. I'm not leaving you to go follow your baby brother around. Look Koala, I'm fine. Hack's in here somewhere and you know I'm capable of handling this. Besides, I guarantee Luffy will somehow stumble upon the arms. He always does. Sabo, this is a secret underground black market. It's not something you just stumble upon. And you said he's going after Doflamingo. We know very well that prick is lounging in his palace. Just trust me on this Koala. Please. Sabo wheedled. There was a groan. All right, fine. But you owe me and I swear to Davy Jones if you don't get that fruit I'm going to kill you. You're the best Koala. And Luffy is going to keep it on the down low, I promise. Sabo said, hurriedly hanging up before she could come to her senses. Sabo cringed as he looked at the chaos of Dressrosa and the bars that now enclosed it. So apparently Luffy had still not learned subtlety, and the time it took him to get the fruit was enough for Luffy to start a full-on war. DMN, the kid never did anything by halves. Sabo grumbled as his picture flashed for everyone to see and a bounty was placed on his head, the same bounty as on his baby brothers. Ace had better not find out about that or he'd never hear the end of it. Obviously there was something wrong with the bounty set, because this so-called god Usopp worth 5 stars was currently having a meltdown nearby, and DMN at Sabo was more dangerous than Luffy. He heard the nearby crowd of people muttering his name and slowly maneuvered so he was less in the open. OC's Koala was going to straight up murder him, and very violently. He was supposed to be spy with a secret identity, not a public figure. Speaking of Koala, she was approaching at a rapid rate. Sabo paled and backpedaled to Hack. Okay Koala, I admit things have gotten a little out of hand, but ow, I got the fruit? He tried to placate as his best friend smacked him repeatedly. Why do you think I'm using Haki, you reckless, ridiculous, pig-headed man? Sees I'm tempted to tie you up in a bow and hand-deliver you to Ace and Shanks so that they can finish kicking your butt. Sabo paled at the threat and flung his hands up in surrender. I'm sorry. Really sorry. Luffy was supposed to be discreet. Discreet! Shrieked Koala. Your menace of a brother immediately threw himself into a group of soldiers and rampaged through the front door of the palace despite having been lucky enough to find someone who knew how to, and was willing, to sneak him in. Sabo snorted, even as he desperately tried to keep a straight face, and Koala smacked him again. Right, maybe Luffy was more of a distraction so me and Ace could be subtle? Wait, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be watching him. Oh, don't even start with me right now. It is not my fault that while I was keeping a discreet distance they set off Pika, who blocked all the hallways. You're lucky that I was able to catch up to the samurai and follow him to this dockyard. He's alone. Everyone on this cursed island is going to be after him. Sabo panicked, racing off. Wait Sabo. The mission, and he's gone. Koala sighed and Hack chuckled. Does he even realize he's also a target and should lay low? No, but I pity the person who gets between him and his brother right now. Hack said dryly. Besides, we're always cleaning up after him, not sure we'd know what to do with ourselves if he did stay and help. Shanks clasped Marco's shoulder firmly. Now are you sure you are going to be alright? We could wait another day or so if you'd like. Marco smiled warmly at him. Shanks, we owe you more than we could repay, but if I have to hear one more rant about how your son doesn't love you anymore I might actually jump overboard. Shanks gasped in fake affront. Besides, I know it is killing you to be stuck here with us instead of tracking down your offspring. Shanks sheepishly ran his hand through his hair before shrugging. Sure, but you're my family too. Luffy has his brother retrieving him, and as much as I want to be there, you needed me more. And I didn't go through all that work saving your but to leave you in danger now. Sue, he said, drawing out the syllable until Marco scowled at him. Are you sure you don't need any more help? You're basically grounded until you fix the Moby. And what if Teach comes back? He's not going to catch us unaware ever again. Trust me. We have people on watch at all times, and with you taking Ace, he's not likely to bother us. But if he does, well, you've ensured that we've healed enough to give him a hell of a fight. And you're sure that you trust me to take care of Ace. More than anyone else. Marco said confidently with a sad grin. As much as it kills me to admit it, but we aren't Pops. We can't protect him from the masses when they find out he's no longer under Pop's protection. We'd have bounty hunters and the Marines all over us. You, however, can keep him safe while he heals. And you'll help him to track down his little brother so he can see with his own eyes that he's safe. It shook him up to realize Teach still has his eyes on him. Haki flared briefly before Shanks locked it down again. Him and me both. If that slimy BSTRD thinks he's getting anywhere near Anchor, he's mistaken. I will rip him apart with my bare hands if he even tries. Too bad you only have the one. Might make it difficult. Marco said wryly. Ouch, Marco. Not holding back on the punches today. Well, don't worry, cause that's what Benn is for, lending me a hand or two. Shanks winked. But you're sure? For the last time, yes. Marco sighed. Still Shanks hesitated and Marco groaned. Shanks. I swear to Davy Jones, get the hell out of here already. Fine, you pushy fried chicken. Shanks laughed. I'm going. Just remember that if you need it, you can seek refuge in my territory. Marco nodded and Shanks jumped onto the Red Force. The crew started to ready the ship and Shanks leant over the railing. Oh, Marco. One more thing, join my crew. Shanks smiled as Marco let out his first genuine laugh in days. Dream on, you overgrown toddler. Marco shouted back, shooting blue flames after them, to the laughter of the pirates on ship and land. Shanks waited until they sailed out of sight before collapsing against the railing. Well, I'm impressed. You held it together. Benn said as he passed him a drink. You have no idea how close I was to losing it. Shanks said before throwing back the drink. Please tell me Rockstar has gotten through to Sabo or Luffy. Benn grimaced and Shanks cursed, punching the railing hard. DMN it. Sabo should have been in and out by now. What if he was too late? What if Doflamingo has him? Try and breathe, Shanks. We've heard nothing from Dressrosa since the paper went out saying Doflamingo resigning was a misprint. And you know as well as I do that if Anchor was making his move there would be noise about it. He is unable to do anything stealthily. They're probably laying low and trying to figure out a new plan and Sabo hasn't found them. But then why isn't he answering? He had another mission to do there. We knew that he was going to be busy. Benn reminded him. Look, as far as I'm concerned, no news is good news. But even if they were captured, Doflamingo has a god complex. He likes to play with his victims, not just kill them outright. Luffy's a strong kid. He would fight for a long time. Oh sees, that's not helpful. Actually, I might throw up. Shanks gagged, fist clenched tightly. How long till Dressrosa? Still a couple days, Captain. Unfortunately, aiding the Whitebeard pirates took us off course. Shanks ummed. Couldn't be helped. What couldn't be helped? Came a sleepy yawn from behind. Shanks immediately straightened up, all signs of exhaustion and worry hidden behind his easy grin. He looked over at a bleary-eyed Ace who had stumbled out of the infirmary and sked disapprovingly. That Hongo is going to kill you when he finds you out here. You're supposed to be on strict bed rest still. Ace looked around concerned before shrugging. He went to get some sleep, so I should be good for a couple hours. Sides, what's he gonna do besides send me back? Benn raised a brow and Shanks choked on his inhale. Oh sees Benn. I can't believe this, the innocence. He gasped out between coughs. Watch yourself, Sparky. Only a fool doesn't listen to his doctor, and even then he only does it once. Ace snorted. Hongo's not so scary. Shanks paled and stepped behind Benn. I'm not to blame for this, Doc. Ace whirled around in horror and Shanks burst into laughter. OUSCK. Snarled Ace as he turned back. You should have seen your face. Cackled Shanks as Benn smirked. Suddenly there was a loud thunk and Ace froze. Shanks wailed as he held his head, looking at his doctor in betrayal. Why? What did I do? He's the one who's supposed to be in trouble. A glaring Hongo stood behind him, hands still firmly wrapped around his quarterstaff. Well, I can't hit him, he's still injured. Hongo smiled darkly and Ace stuck out his tongue. Yes, Shanks, I'm injured. He taunted. So why did anyone have to be hit? Shanks whined, rubbing his aching head pathetically. For setting a bad example. Hongo said dryly. Shanks pointed at Hongo, with an exaggerated pout. Oi. I was being good. Benn, tell him. Hongo ped his head towards Benn, who nodded. Shockingly true. Chief's been on his best behavior. Besides a minor slip of his conquerors with Marco. Hongo studied Shanks carefully before shrugging. Well then, think of it as a warning for the future. Benn gave a weary sigh and shook his head sadly. You know that won't work. He can't retain things for very long. Better make it a daily warning. Shanks gasped in betrayal. Cruelty. Abuse. Mutiny. There was a loud curse from Bonk Punch, who had overheard. Oh shoot, was that today? I thought it was going down tomorrow. I was going to do the dramatic gunpoint. He said sorrowfully. You dumbass. Yelled Lime from the crow's nest. It was tomorrow. Benn just can't keep a secret. Well, I vote we reschedule the mutiny once we have Anchor back. He'll be a great replacement. Yasopp shouted to cheers from the others, and Shanks grumbled. Cheer up, Captain, Hongo said, patting him on the shoulder. I think we just broke the record on time between mutinies. A whole 9 days this time. Oh well, in that case, drinks all around. Shanks cheered, the crew joining in. Not for you, Captain. You and Ember here are due a checkup and nap. Hongo said firmly, clasping Ace's nape as he tried to sneak off. And since you've proven to be a flight risk, he said, glaring at the young man. This time I'm getting the drags. Seize, Sabo wished he had Ace's ability of bursting into flames. I mean, sure, changing your appearance to a whole other person was super cool for discreet work, but it was not super useful at long-distance fighting. And when you see your little brother racing past bloodthirsty pirates, towards bloodthirsty marines, you really need some long-distance, eye-catching power. Instead, he did the only thing he could do in his mind-blanking panic, scream bloody murder at the top of his lungs and run like a lunatic. Sees he would have to die of the humiliation if Koala ever found out, or worse, Ace. The very thought was beyond mortifying. Well, the best way to hide the loss of his renowned intellect and strategy is by owning it. With that thought, he let his feral past self come out and hooped out his old hunting war cry, raising his pipe and bringing it down hard on the ground. He smirked proudly at the resulting upheaval that knocked Marines back and successfully kept them from chasing after his precious baby brother. Sabo guessed he'd have to be satisfied with keeping the Marines busy. Though he did wish that he could get a hold of that little brat and smuggle him somewhere safe while he handled the threats. Luffy would never allow that though. Even as a small kid, Luffy always threw himself at every enemy, even when he was grossly outmatched, refusing to let his brothers stand in front. He had to admit Luffy had come a long way, and he was impressed watching Luffy ride by on a bull with several of his competitors obviously aiding him. Sees if the revolution could only bottle Luffy's natural charisma, their numbers would skyrocket. He was brought back to his senses when Fujitora spoke up, wanting him to let the Marines through. Sabo laughed darkly. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, I refuse to let a Marine pass. And as a big brother, I will do everything I can to keep the Marines away and the Allies safe. He hefted his pipe and let his hat shade his eyes, shifting his weight to the ball of his feet so that he was ready to react. The Marines muttered angrily, but Bastille ordered them back. This man is the second in command of the revolutionaries. He's beyond your capabilities. I'll deal with him myself. Sabo laughed, jumping into action and smashing Bastille's blade into pieces with his bare hands. He dodged the Marine's sloppy blow, slapping a hand across his cheek and gripping onto his mask with a violent smile. I can crush your skull as easily as an egg, you know. I'm out of your league. Apparently watching their superior collapse to the ground was too much for the Marines as they broke rank and converged on Sabo. Sabo gracefully moved into action, dropping Marines all around and ignoring the few blows that made it through his spinning pipe's defenses. He may not have distance fighting, but his armament Haki was rock solid and covered his body like dragon scales. Instead, he focused on smacking as many of the Marines as he could. It took a while, but it seemed like someone had finally clued into his actions as Fujitora called his men back. Stop! He ate the main Nomi fruit. Don't let him touch your face. Fall back. He ordered. Sabo smirked. He was too late for a lot of the Marines, and Sabo had made a great start to his identity collection. Who knows? Maybe one of these low-level grunts would actually be a somebody one day and he would have a useful face. Sabo's smirk fell and he tensed as Fujitora stupidly brought down a meteor to slow him down. Seriously? They were in the middle of a busy, crowded city. Was he trying to get everyone killed? He glared at the man in disdain. At least Sabo had a younger brother-shaped reason to throw intelligence away, but the Admiral had no such excuse. Why help him? Revolutionaries don't side with pirates and you're taking a big risk getting in the way. Fujitora mused as he stepped forward. Luffy is my little brother and if he ever needs help, I will be there for him. I don't care if it's stupid or dangerous. I'd watch the world and everyone in it burn for him. I'd abandon my revolution duties because he is my first priority. Sabo vowed. And if I fail, Ace will be there to finish it because Luffy will be the king of the pirates. With that, Sabo jumped forward and started battling Fujitora. Nami stared at the ringing den, fingers nervously tapping a quick rhythm on the table. She swallowed hard when it finally stopped, waiting with bated breath, only to whimper when it immediately started up again. Maybe we should just answer it, Sanji said tentatively from the doorway, hating to see a beautiful woman in so much distress. And tell him what? We left his son to face a dangerous warlord without half his crew or an escape route on the orders of another creepy warlord. Nami snapped. Maybe you don't remember, but he's a FING emperor of the SEA and has a giant Luffy-shaped pressure point. And based on the den calls from the last 2 years, he is not going to handle that news well. Sees, he'll kill us all. Sanji winced. I wouldn't phrase it like that. Besides, Law may have told us to run, but Luffy told us not to come back. We have a child on board and the only leverage we have in this whole debacle. Leaving was the best thing we could do. Sees, how does he do this? Nami stood up, angrily stalking over to the fridge and pulling out a drink. We were going to cross over and meet up with a powerful ally, and next thing I know, we are fleeing an angry warlord, with 3 emperors angrily chasing us and on our way to PSS off the 4th. I agreed to one island and that was under protest. It's a talent of our captain, that's for sure. But at every step I don't really see an alternative. Were we going to ignore a distress call? Ignore kids in danger? Sanji sighed, pulling roughly at his hair. No, of course not, but we shouldn't have let Law drag us into his drama. Nami insisted. We didn't owe him anything. Sanji nodded. Yeah, but you know Luffy. Once he decides he's helping someone, there's no changing his mind. Nami drooped. We should have answered the den in the beginning. The longer we ignore it, the worse it gets. The den began another loud round of rings and the door opened to reveal a tear-stained Chopper, followed by Brook. Nami, I can't take it anymore, wailed Chopper as he clung to her leg. I can hear it ringing everywhere on the ship and my brain is gonna explode. Mine too, Nami. Or at least it would, but I don't have a brain. Yo-ho-ho, skull joke, Brook said, throwing himself at her and trying to bury his head in her chest. Oh, get off, Nami yelled, smacking him back. Okay, fine, Sanji will answer, she decided, pushing the den across the table. What? Why me? Asked Sanji, backing up in horror. You wouldn't want me to get yelled at, would you? Nami said, batting her eyes. Besides, it's so attractive to see you take charge. Sanji squealed, hearts beat in his eyes as he beamed. Of course, Nami dear. No one should ever yell at a beautiful lady such as you. I'll be happy to remind that JRK that ladies should be praised and worshipped by men. Nami rolled her eyes at the gagging Chopper, who snickered. Then they quickly backed up, ducking behind a protesting Brook. Don't use me as a shield. I want to live. Brook squawked, flailing in their grasp until Nami smacked him on the head. You're already dead, besides it's not like he can actually attack you through the Denver. Now, shush and stop moving, before Sanji answers. Sanji took a deep breath and picked up the snail. Hello? He said faintly. There was a second of silence and then the den erupted into a cacophony of yells. Sanji blanched and slammed the snail back down. It instantly started back up again and Nami snorted. What did you do that for? I didn't expect it to be so loud. Sanji defended himself, flushing slightly. Right. Well, maybe we should wait for Zoro to answer. He's not scared of some yelling, she said, looking at her flawless nails. I'm just as brave as that stupid moss head. I was just startled. He cast a glare at the sniggering Brook and plucked up the snail once more. If you hang up this line again for anything less than imminent death, I swear on Davy Jones, I will ground you all on one of my most boring islands with Haki, Rayleigh, Benn and Garp to watch you. Do you understand? Came the ice-cold voice of Shanks through the phone and Sanji felt his neck hairs stand on end. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. He blurted out, grabbing onto a fleeing Chopper desperately. Good. Now who is this and where is my son? Sanji, sir. And he's Hesnathir. He rushed out, eyes clenching shut for the blowback. He's not there. Came the response, well, go and get him. I can't. He's not on the ship. There was dead silence and Sanji swallowed loudly. And where exactly is he? Sanji stared desperately at Nami, who groaned and kicked him in the leg, gesturing to the snail. We left him in Dressrosa. We followed orders and created a distraction by beating a tactical retreat with the high-profile hostage while Captain Luffy snuck in under the radar. Shanks stared at the den in horror, unable to even voice his rage. What? But he gave up finding the right words and just shrieked. Thankfully Ace didn't have that problem. You left him alone. And to sneak. Are you insane? Do you even know my brother? He's incapable of being subtle and you just abandoned him. You're supposed to have his back. I trusted you idiots to watch over him. It's not our fault. We wanted to come back and our shitty captain told us not to. He has Mosshead watching his back and Frankie. Please tell me Nami is with him. Shanks said, finally getting his voice. What? Why would you want me there? Do you want me to get killed? We barely survived fighting off that creepy Giala witch. Shanks gave a pained groan. You left them there with no common sense? Nami sniffed. There's Robin and Usopp. There was a small sigh of relief. Though it's not like it makes a difference. Luffy does what he wants and the rest of us just follow behind in the chaos. You two are supposed to be resting, came the stern voice of Benn behind them and Shanks jumped, shoving the snail behind him as he twirled around. Benn gave a sigh of long suffering. Shanks, I've obviously seen it. Seen what? Shanks blinked innocently. Benn stalked forward and plucked up the snail, smacking Shanks in the process. If you wanted to avoid detection, I advise not screaming at the top of your lungs. He said disapprovingly. Nami, since I'm sure these idiots didn't bother to ask. How long have you been separated and where is the meeting place? We were going to. Whined Shanks, rubbing his head. I got distracted by our son being in imminent danger. Our son is always in imminent danger. Yelling at the kids who can't tell you anything is not helping. Save it for when we get a hold of Anchor. He exhaled his smoke and glared at his captain. Maybe by then you'll actually be able to find words. Now, Nami. The Den winced a bit before Nami spoke. We split this morning but our last contact was a few hours ago. Luffy had joined a Colosseum battle for a devil fruit and Frankie was asking to go to war instead of staying in the background. See! Shanks shouted as Ace burst into flames and Benn crushed his cigarette. I'm never overreacting. In fact I'm underreacting. That's not a thing. Benn muttered. Where is the meeting spot? He snapped again into the snail. We're heading to Zo. We've got a Vivre card for the Heart Pirates. Nami said softly. Zo, said Shanks relieved. That's good. They're reclusive but fair and I've got some friends there. Tell Nico and Inuarashi that I know you and they'll watch out for you. You kids stay there until we arrive. We're on our way to Dressrosa now, and if all goes to plan, Sabo will already have Anchor safely in hand. We'll escort the rest of your crew back to you and then we'll all have a discussion. The kids all shivered at the emphasis on those two words. Benn cleared his throat and glared until they spoke up in understanding. Good. And just to be clear, next time this line rings, you answer. I don't care what else is happening, you answer. Benn waited till they agreed before hanging up and turning his glare on Shanks. Shanks gulped, eyes shooting around the room and away from his irate first mate. Look away Ace, don't look him in the eye. Ace whimpered. Too late. He wilted under the disapproving gaze. I'm sorry. I was gonna rest. It's Shanks' fault. He snuck in the snail. There was an outraged gasp and Shanks shoved Ace gently. You're as bad as Blue. I was framed. I found the snail on my bed and Ace said it wouldn't hurt to try a few more times. Nah. I said we should rest like the doctor ordered and then he called and it was too loud to fall asleep. Ace insisted, poking Shanks in the side. Lies. You little rat. Shanks said, wrapping his arm in a choke hold. JRK. Ace squawked, struggling against his hold ineffectually. Beach. Ace bit down hard on his arm and Shanks growled. Honestly Shanks, you're supposed to be an adult. Benn gave a long-suffering sigh and stepped over to the two brothers, hockey-coated fingers pinching ears and pulling the squealing duo apart. Rayleigh was right. That move works great. He drawled and Shanks paled. Hey, don't be taking any lessons from Pa. He's a crazy old man. He protested. Vehemently and Benn smirked, releasing Ace and twisting a little more, pulling Shanks over to a bed and finally releasing him. Maybe I'll mention that to him next time we talk. He loves to hear about you. Oh, no that's not necessary. I mean Shanks sighed in defeat, slumping onto the bed. What do you want in exchange for never mentioning any of this to Pa? That's better. How about you listen to Hongo's orders and Rayleigh will never know you called him crazy and old. A pouting Shanks flashed his best wounded look. Blackmail is beneath you Ben. And I don't like you working with my Pa. It's cheating. Well the man knows what he's doing. He raised you after all. Yeah he raised me, is that really the glowing recommendation you think it is? Shanks asked and Ben hesitated. Well the damage is done and you're trained to his methods already. No point mixing it up on you now. He decided as Shanks gave up and lay down. Ace meanwhile had burrowed himself into the bed and was hoping the first mate had forgotten about him. Sees he was as scary as Marco with that disapproving glare. Was it a requirement for a first mate to master that look? 'Cause Deuce had also been an expert at making him rethink his plans with just a glance. He peeked out of his nest and caught Benn's eye before letting out a eep of surprise and pulling the blanket back over his head. Yep, no problems over here. He was going to sleep. Right, now I don't want to hear any more from either of you. In fact, I intend to make the most of this lovely stretch of quiet time to finish my book. Interrupt me at your own peril. Benn warned, before plopping down on Hongo's chair and propping his feet on Shanks' bed. Both patients froze, realizing he wasn't leaving, and Benn cleared his throat in warning. Immediately both of them snapped their eyes closed and Benn allowed himself a small grin of satisfaction. It only took a few minutes for snores to pick up in the room and Benn let his book close on his lap. His mind raced with the news they had received from their son's navigator. Luffy had joined a Colosseum battle. Benn felt cold at the very thought. People died in that ring, even smart fighters could be taken out by sheer numbers. What in the world possessed him? Luffy liked a good fight, but he wasn't bloodthirsty. He sighed, making a mental note to check in with Rockstar later. He remembered him mentioning something about the competition before the world went to chaos. Maybe he'd know why Luffy would join a fight when he was already set to battle Doflamingo. And Zo. Shanks was relieved that was their destination, but Benn had his concerns. Yes, the minks are unlikely to attack without cause and the kids would be safe there with Shanks' friends. But Zo was almost impossible to locate without a Vivre card. If they didn't get a hold of Luffy in time, the kids would slip out of their reach yet again. Or worst case, the kids had already been caught by Doflamingo. C's knows Luffy would never be able to blend in and the warlord wouldn't let a challenge go unanswered. Even after 2 years of training, Luffy would be at a disadvantage. Doflamingo was surrounded by strong, loyal pirates who fought dirty, and his own sadistic cunning coupled with his manipulative devil fruit power made him a dangerous adversary. Especially since half of Luffy's crew was gone and he was missing one of his strongest fighters. And here they were, days away from Dressrosa and unable to do anything but hope for the best. C's helped them all if they were too late and something happened to their kid. Shanks would tear apart the world and paint the seas red in his rage, and Benn would be right there beside him. There would be nothing left when they were through. For the sake of all the innocents, he prayed that Sabo had retrieved Luffy and had just been unable to reach them. Brook watched as Nami collapsed into her chair bonelessly, yo-ho-ho bone joke, and Sanji went through a disturbing amount of cigarettes. It had been about 10 minutes since they hung up the snail, and the only one who had made any movement was Chopper, who had transformed into guard point to escape Sanji's grip and fled the room. Brook suddenly remembered that his crew, as capable as they were still barely out of their teens, if that. The parental scolding still had an immediate effect on their mood, and the absence of their captain was obvious in their inability to move on. Perhaps a nice cup of tea to calm the nerves. He mumbled to himself. It was strange. Despite his older age and experience as a pirate captain, he had never really taken a lead in this crew, preferring to stay in the background and just enjoy the chaos of being with people again. But maybe a little prodding was needed just to get the younger kids back in the game. He busied himself making the tea, humming quietly to himself before lightly placing it before the others. Yo-ho-ho, so that was Emperor Shanks and First Mate Benn Beckman? Wonder why they have Ace with them? No matter. How lucky for Luffy to have so many people who love him and want to keep him safe. Sanji sighed, putting out his cigarette and tension loosening. Yeah, Luffy is lucky. It's good for him to have people that care. C's knows that Luffy is a danger magnet and needs to have more people watching his back. He may feel differently when they finally catch up to him. Nami said with a snort. He's going to get the lecture of a lifetime, and you know what? The JRK deserves it for the nightmare he's put me through. Hopefully by the time we are all united the worst of the scolding is over. His fathers sound just terrifying. Even hearing them on the snail made my bones shake. Yo-ho-ho, Brook took a sip of his tea thoughtfully. Yes, our poor captain is not going to be having the best time. I shall have to create an epic song to fill his long hours of grounding and raise his spirits. He'd like that. Sanji said, taking a gulp of his tea. He instantly choked and broke into harsh coughing. Seize Brook, what did you put in this? He wheezed. Just a dash of rum, or two. You know it's so hard to see cause I don't have any eyes. Scold joke, yo-ho-ho-ho. Sanji put the cup down gently. That is more than a dash, you idiot. He quickly stood up, making his way to the counter to find a way to fix that monstrosity. Though he did take a second to kick Brook, after he put down his cup, he wasn't going to spill a drink. He wasn't an animal. Nami's eyes brightened and she happily picked up the previously ignored glass. Oh Nami dear. Don't worry, I'll fix you up a proper cup. Nami took a big gulp and grinned. Don't worry about it Sanji, I'm good. Sabo was losing his mind. All he wanted to do was catch up to Luffy and make sure his back was covered, but every time he started his way, he'd run into some other problem. Like a mother and child trapped in a burning building, or poor slaves still trapped in the Colosseum. He couldn't bring himself to just leave them to die, though every part of himself ached to leave the chaos behind and join his brother on top of the palace. Finally he finished clearing a path for the fighters and he took a second to breathe. Looking around he took in the chaos of Dressrosa. There were people hogtied and sobbing in gratitude, demolished, burning buildings and groups of marines racing around catching anyone attacking. Finally an actually useful task, rather than harassing his poor innocent brother. His snail rung and he quickly checked it, sighing in relief at Koala's familiar likeness. Yo! Yo! Seriously? Koala snapped into the snail. You said you were just going to grab your brother. So where the hell are you and why am I doing our job alone? Yeah, about that. I got a little delayed helping some people. Got a little delayed? This is a big deal, Sabo. We've located the supply chain for all the weapons coming into the war zones. And we learned about dozens of our members who got turned into toys and forced to SLV away. This news needs to get to Dragon and this whole country has become a war zone. It's crazy in here, get moving. Ah Koala, you don't need me around. You're good at getting things done and you've got hack. There's a lot of people in need up here. Look, Luffy may be in danger. He's fight dash. I'll be right there. Sabo turned off the snail halfway through Koala's indignant scream and bolted towards the center of the chaos. The only place he would ever expect to find Luffy. He was nearing the center when something flew above him and he slid to a halt. He looked up in a mixture of horror and amazement, as a round Luffy went skyrocketing through the air after the bloody mess of pink feathers. His brother looked ridiculous but at the same time inspiring and intimidating. He could hardly believe it was happening as he watched Doflamingo lose ground. In fact, Sabo had to admit this was the first time he could actually see his sweet little Luffy as a serious threat. Now he had always believed Luffy would be king of the pirates one day, but now he realized it was going to be sooner than he could have ever dreamed. His brother was a blood-curdling monster. He'd never felt more proud, or more terrified. Scratch that, now he'd never felt more terrified. The world around his brother turned into waves of string and danger was coming at him from every angle. Sabo cursed and started running again, trying to track their fight. There was no way Luffy would be able to keep up this fight for long. Luffy's Haki was not limitless, and the sheer amount of power he was using in this form was astonishing. Sabo gave a shout of joy watching Luffy smash Doflamingo into the ground and gear up for a final hit. His gaze so fixed on Luffy that he yelped in shock when his foot caught something and he flipped over the ruins of a small wall. He lay on his back wheezing, eyes glued to Luffy who had frozen in the air before he suddenly deflated, dropping hard into the ground. Sabo clawed over the ruins and stumbled back into motion watching as Doflamingo slowly stood and Luffy struggled to regain his feet, only to collapse again. Sabo would seriously kill for Ace's flames in this exact moment. Someone approached Luffy and Sabo pushed himself even harder, praying it was an ally. Sabo gasped in relief as Luffy was thrown over a shoulder and a crowd of men blocked Doflamingo's path. Seriously, Luffy's abilities to unite people was a true blessing. Another threat approached but this time Sabo was close enough to stop the BSTRD himself. Sabo dove forward, kicking the blasted Blackbeard pirate flying backwards and slamming his pipe against the man's throat as he grasped the man's face. He bared his teeth in a snarl as he looked at Burgess who had tried to take out his exhausted brother. Didn't any of these scum want to try for a fair fight? Where was their honor? You're the 3-star criminal, glared Burgess. I'm Sabo from the Revolutionary Army. Straw Hat Luffy is my brother. Sabo warned him as his blood boiled. What do you want with him? You're not the first person to say that to me. Burgess answered smirking. You mean Ace? I'm sure he did. We're all brothers. Probably shouldn't remind me that your crew betrayed him and tried to send him to his death, might make me a bit irrational. Just know from now on we will both be watching Luffy's back. Remember that. I don't care about your relationships. I have no quarrel with you or the revolutionaries. No quarrel with me? Are you sure? Sabo snarked, changing his face into Burgess for a second before reverting back to his own smug grin. Burgess let out a snarl and Sabo grinned sharply. Hey Luffy, I thought we had an agreement. Under the radar, no starting a war? You trying to have your dad murder me? Luffy grimaced and let out a quiet oops, making Sabo sigh. Too late now. You fought well but let me handle this one for you. Doflamingo is on his way and you're going to need everything you have left for that. Burgess will keep me busy. Luffy smiled shakily, sorry Sabo, but don't worry the others are buying me some time. And you got Bonn's fruit. I wouldn't let anyone else have it. Bonn was my friend too. He'd be happy. Luffy mumbled, head drooping more. Get him out of here. And remember Luffy. You promised not to get injured and I'm holding you to that one. Sabo warned and let the man carrying him quickly move off as Sabo caught Burgess' sneak attack. After that he let his rage take over. This man tried to hurt Luffy. This man helped attack Ace and sold him to the Marines. This man tried to have both his brothers killed. This man was in for an intense beat down. Sabo had beaten Burgess into the dirt when suddenly the bars of the birdcage started to disappear and he heard the announcement that Luffy had defeated Doflamingo. His heart felt like it was going to burst in pride and he started to walk away, leaving Burgess on the ground. What did that piece of sheet matter anyways? He needed to find Luffy ASAP. But Burgess refused to stop. You just gonna walk away and leave me here? You're just as weak as your brother. You know what he said, after he got his butt kicked by my captain and knew he was heading to be executed? Don't tell my brother. He begged us. What a naive dumbass he was. Thinking he stood a chance against Captain Blackbeard. Sabo's mind blanked and he found himself gripping the man's head in his dragon claw, rage pulsating off of him. Shut your mouth. Don't you talk about him. He snarled, thinking of how close he came to never seeing Ace again because of this man and his friends. Yeah, and he never talked about you. It was all about Luffy. You weren't on his mind when he was about to die and you weren't there to save him like Red Hair was. And you call yourself his family. You failed him. Burgess sneered before swinging his hidden dagger at Sabo. Sabo screamed in rage, smashing his pipe down with all his force and sending the defeated man flying down the road. I would have let you drag yourself off but you hurt Ace. He spat and stalked off to find his baby brother and make sure that he wasn't hurt in any way. Zoro was exhausted. He had spent the entire day running around, following a crazy little fairy, fighting monsters that literally moved mountains and then used up the last of his strength trying to buy Luffy more time, fighting to push back the bars chopping up the island. Still he had no time to rest. Because even while he'd pushed back against the barrier, he kept his observation up and focused on his captain. He had seen Luffy flying through the sky, he had seen him being knocked around and getting back up. He had seen him collapsing in exhaustion. His battle had been even more grueling than Zoro's. So even though they had won, he was standing watch. Luffy had fought with everything he had today and now he was getting some much-deserved rest, so it fell upon Zoro to stand guard and make sure the crew was safe. He ignored the rest of the crew's attempts to lure him into sleep. Instead he planted himself on the floor beside his sleeping captain. He listened to the familiar sound of his crew around him, Luffy snores and mumbles for meat, Usopp's teeth grinding, Robin flipping through her book and Frankie tinkering. The noise was slightly off, missing the sound of Sunny creaking, waves smashing, Chopper's little huffs. He missed the faint hum of Brook babbling song lyrics, Nami's pen scratching and even the shitty love cooks flirting and jeers. He shook his head and forced himself to focus on what was there. The rest of the crew was fine. Sanji would watch after them. He had no doubt that his friend the shitty cook would have handled Big Mom's ship and Nami would have been able to get the Sunny out of there and to Zoe. Yes, they were fine and his hands were full here. After all, there was still an army of Marines between them and the sea. Just because the Admiral seemed like a cool guy didn't mean they couldn't suddenly decide to come after them. They were pretty highly wanted by the Marines after all. Zoro smirked to himself, wondering how much higher his bounty would climb after this and loving the fact that the stupid love cooks wouldn't. He had to admit that he was impressed that the blind guy had broadcasted himself prostrate before the citizens, apologizing for allowing Doflamingo to destroy their kingdom and giving credit to pirates for saving them while the Marines stood by. That would not make him popular with the higher-ups. Not that the Straw Hats cared about the credit. They were pirates. They fought because they wanted to, because their friends were hurting. They were no heroes. Actually, this was bad. Normally by the time the news got out about their exploits, they were already long gone. Now, they had people after them, enemies and angry parents and brothers, and their exact location was broadcasted to the world. And talking about angry brothers, Zoro winced as he felt Sabo approaching. Luffy had mentioned that Sabo was around earlier and that he'd been sent by Shanks, but the commotion of the day had driven that concern out of his mind. Now Zoro was remembering all the times Sabo had lectured them and how very creative the blonde got with his punishments. Zoro braced himself. With Luffy out for the count, it fell to him to placate the older boy and he'd need to find a way to convince him not to drag them back to the Red Force. The door swung open and Zoro leapt to his feet as Sabo walked in. Sabo held up a finger to tell him to wait and turned to look at Luffy. The younger boy was wrapped in bandages and twitching in his sleep and Sabo softly pulled up the blankets. "Is he okay?" he voiced carefully to Robin. Robin smiled warmly at the man she'd bonded with over the years. "He'll be okay with some rest. He's been knocked around a bit, but you know Luffy, he bounces back quickly. He did use a concerning amount of his energy which he needs time to replenish. We'll let him sleep for a few days and make sure he gets enough food to jumpstart his healing." Sabo winced. Yeah, about that, you've got maybe one day before the rest of the fam gets here. Any chance he could be less dead looking? 'Cause I'd like to not be killed by Ace when I hand him over. We're not hanging around. Zoro spoke up and Sabo stared at him, raising a brow. Zoro gulped a bit before straightening up. The rest of our crew needs us and we have plans. We don't have time to be coddled and lectured. Sabo crossed his arms and stepped towards him. Who says you get a say? Me and my friends can keep you guys here without your cooperation. Zoro forced himself to stand strong, for Luffy. Maybe. We're all pretty worn down and Luffy is out. But we can make it very difficult. Besides, do you really want to be here when they arrive and find out that you had the opportunity to get Luffy out of here before the country went to shit and chose to let him go after Doflamingo alone? He wasn't supposed to be alone. And he was supposed to keep it low-key. Sabo grumbled before slugging Zoro in the arm. A-hole, trying to blackmail me? Do you really think I want them chasing after me? I'd rather get it over with. Zoro grinned. Do you really think they're going to chase after you when Luffy is still on the loose? And by the time they do manage to catch us, think of how many other things are going to have happened to distract them. Why they might not even remember you were involved by then. Sabo studied him shrewdly. You've gotten more devious. Perona was a bad influence on you. With that he dug in his bag and threw a bottle of sake at him. Let's say I went along with you, how do you plan on getting an unconscious Luffy out of here with the Marines guarding the port? Oh, that's a tricky one. Usopp sat up. This is Sabo? I thought he was supposed to be the smart one. Oi! Gosh, if only there was some way to lure away the Marines. Didn't someone just get themselves a devil fruit? Sabo looked at all the smirking faces and groaned. Oh, this is gonna SCK. Garp was moodily drinking at the bar, mourning the loss of Whitebeard. Old Eddie was a good man and had always been good for a little scuffle. He'd missed the man and based off his contact with the remaining Whitebeard pirates, he owed the man for sacrificing himself to save his grandkid. Sees it would have been nice to get an update from Ace himself, but none of his kids had ever been great at communication, no idea where that came from. He glanced up when Bogard burst into the room. Okay, maybe he didn't burst, Bogard was always too refined for that, but the way he walked half a second faster than usual was a clear indicator of an urgent matter. He quickly waved away the younger Marines with him and accepted the snail. He watched as the video panned over a destroyed city, taking a sip of his drink at the loss that was shown. He froze when it zoomed in on one of their newest admirals who was bowing flat on the ground with his men beside him. He actually spit out his drink when the man proclaimed that the destruction of Dressrosa was the fault of the Marines, the ones who gave Doflamingo a free pass as a warlord and allowed him to destroy an entire kingdom. Sees, he's going to be drawn and quartered for this. He muttered. Keep watching, sir. Bogard replied and Garp tensed. It was hard to imagine what could be more urgent than this, but he knew it had to come down to his grandsons. He gaped at the video when Fujitora announced that Straw Hat Luffy defeated Doflamingo and freed Dressrosa. Little Lou did that? He won against Doffy? Bogard nodded solemnly. Wahaha. That little punk. Chip off the old block. Can you imagine? Little Luffy taking down that conceited prick. Wish I could have seen that. Sir, I'll remind you that we're in public. Bogard said, but his eyes glinted at the thought. Ah, screw the public. That's my grandson. I need to call Senny. This is going to drive him crazy. Garp turned to the bar. Drinks for everyone. Buggy squawked, splitting his torso as Crocodile swiped his hook at him. I already paid you all I have. Yeah, well, my price has gone up. Up? I'm already paying you more than you deserve. You can't just decide to increase the price without any warning. Tough luck, clown. Now that the Straw Hat Brat took out Joker, the flow of goods is ruined. The price for everything is going up. Crocodile growled. That brat? Don't even mention him to me. Some of my best employees just quit because of him. That little runt just sails up and destroys the whole status quo. Doesn't even care about how his actions affect anybody else. Buggy flailed. Do you know what Red told me a few months ago? Apparently Paraley was so impressed with his grasp of Haki that he finished teaching him months ahead of schedule. Rayleigh. That man made us run drills until Shanks cried and then kept going. I still have nightmares about that training. Shut up, clown. I don't care about your sordid history or relationships. All I want is my money. So figure out your trade routes and get me my berry before I sell you to make up my loss. Crocodile snarled, disappearing in a cloud of sand. Someone's just a little grumpy that my nephew is kick butt. Buggy mumbled to himself before cackling. Oh, Red is going to be losing his freaking mind. Luffy just set off everybody involved in the arms market. Well, it serves the flashy JRK right. All those years I had to worry about that stupid idiot doing stupid shit. Karma. Buggy snorted to himself again and hit replay on the broadcast. My hawk. Zoro's in the paper. Mihawk's gaze shot up from the fireplace that he'd been staring into for the last hour. Oh, that is so not cute. There's so much blood. Perona called as she floated into the room. Blood? Mihawk internally freaked but forced his face to stay tranquil. Oh, and how is my pupil doing? He mused, gesturing for the paper. Perona continued to float back and forth muttering "use" and "gross" as she read through the article. "DMN, give me that." Mihawk finally snapped, snatching the paper from her. His eyes immediately found the picture and he relaxed, realizing that the before-mentioned blood was covering the familiar pink feathers of Doflamingo's stupid coat. He quickly scanned the article, eyes picking out the parts about his key pupil. Well, Zoro took out Pika? That is an impressive feat. It would have required exquisite blade work and impenetrable Haki. Not to mention some quick thinking. He read the article again slower, smirking as he took in Luffy's contribution. Finally, someone's taken out that peacock. Seas knows he deserves it. Suddenly he stood up and gracefully stalked away with Perona quick to follow. Where are you going? I wanted to keep that. I'm calling that red-haired nuisance so that I can brag about my student. You know he's gonna just talk about Luffy? Mihawk. Perona called after him before sighing. You've reached the Red Force. If this is about an ally in need of assistance, stay on the line. If it's about Luffy, hang up and call again. If it is about anything else, hang up and go away. Droned the snail sitting on the deck of the ship, and Shanks half paid attention, sulking as he fiddled with his breakfast. Benn had already forcibly returned him to the table once after he had made Yasopp cry, furious that the man had stopped him from air-walking to Dressrosa despite it being a day's sail away. The Den stopped for a second before restarting, and Shanks lunged to his feet, tripping over his cape and toppling to the ground. He pushed himself up, cursing as he hit his head on the table and half-crawled to the snail. He reached up to grab it and dash. This is Benn. Scowled in outrage when his traitorous first mate plucked it from his hand. Luffy! He yelled, trying to peer over Benn's shoulder as the older man swatted him away. Gimme it, Benn. I'm the captain. I want to talk to my anchor. Wow, and he's supposed to be in charge. Horo. Perona, what did I say about interrupting my calls? Mihawk scolded and Shanks deflated. It's just you, Haki. I thought it was anchor. Shanks hummed, collapsing back to the ground. Perona was right, that's just pathetic red hair. And your Den said about Luffy, not his Luffy. You've got news about Luffy? You've heard from him. Shanks said excitedly, pulling himself back up. No. But what, ugh? Shanks spluttered. You're the worst. Benn rolled his eyes and kicked his captain away from his legs. Mihawk. What are you calling about? Did you see today's news coup? Benn snorted. Shanks took 5 copies, read it, cried, read it again, ripped it, and ordered Lime to make a frame so he could hang it on the wall. Then he cried again. Right now he's torn between praising the kid and grounding him for life. Only 5 copies? I underestimated him. That's all the bird had on him. The entire crew has been ordered to find more once we reach Dressrosa, after we tie anchor to the captain anyways. You still haven't reached Dressrosa? It's been a whole night since the boys took down that disgrace. Do you have any idea the number of Marines heading there this moment? You're supposed to be taking care of them. Can I kill him? I want to kill him. Shanks grumbled from the ground. Next time, Captain. Benn assured. Promises. Mihawk drawled. You know it's not like I haven't tried to get to them. Unlike you. Hiding on your stupid island. Who just spent 2 years training one of those pups so that they could actually take down the New World strongholds. I did. While you and your crew lazed around drinking. Why you dash? Boys. You both care about the kids and you both have a role to play. Now get to the point. Benn interrupted. Fine. Shanks huffed. We'll get there by morning. Sabo is supposed to be there with his revolutionaries, so hopefully they've collected the crew and are hiding them until we make it. Now what's your news? That my bow trainee just mastered his armament Haki in a battle against Pika and apparently devised a battle plan that all the other fighters followed, despite the fact that many of them are rulers and leaders of their own. Mihawk smirked. Well, anchor dash. Fought a pink chicken? Took down Doffel dash. Ah yes, dramatically fought the pink chicken. Took down one of the warlords, you know, one of your equals. Ha! Equals? Yes, equals. Sniffed Shanks. And it's not even his first. Wow, maybe warlord status is not that impressive after all. Not since they named Buggy one anyways. Mihawk agreed. Still, I'd like to congratulate the brats for ridding the world of that nuisance and caution them on the enemies they've made. Still not answering their den? No. My boy hates me. Moped Shanks. Or he's just embarrassed by how uncool you are. Unlike Zoro, who couldn't wait to introduce me to his friends. Did they call you? No, you already said that. Shanks ummed before straightening in distress. Cease, why am I wasting time talking to you? What if they tried to call but I missed it? Stop hogging the den Haki. He slammed it down and stared at the snail. Law's skin prickled and he resolutely kept his eyes closed, refusing to give away any tension. Cease, the monster that haunted him his whole childhood was gone, defeated, and yet, he still couldn't relax. Ever since Luffy's sea-cursed brother stepped into the cottage, he'd felt hunted, like some helpless prey in the face of an apex predator. He wasn't a weak little kid anymore. Oh, screw it. He stood up and stalked out the door, glaring at the blonde who was innocently gazing at Luffy. He furtively glanced around to make sure no one was around before making a room and shambling himself onto the roof because despite what the others thought, he was a doctor and well aware of his own limits. He grit his teeth at the strain of doing what should be an easy swap, but whatever, he made it. Gradually the noise in the cottage died down and Law debated sneaking back in when a patch of light illuminated the yard and Luffy stepped out. Law watched as he glanced around, eyes latching onto him and the wide grin that spread across his face. Taroa. Why you up there? I was worried that you left. Luffy yelled and Law hesitated for a second before shambling him up beside him. Shishishi, thanks Taroa. I'm surprised you're up. The crew was pretty positive that you'd be out for a while. They worry too much. I don't blame them after our last 2 adventures. And it's only going to get worse. Shishishi, that what makes it fun. And will your family agree? Sounds like some people are trying really hard to get a hold of you. That's why we gotta keep moving. Luffy beamed. Maybe you should go with your family and stay safe till this blows over? No way. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. I don't need my dad to save us. Right. So should we discuss our next steps? Law raised a brow and smirked. Luffy's grin dropped. Okay. You got me. When did you realize? He asked. Law snorted. When you didn't shoot yourself onto the roof immediately. Sabo sighed. Yeah, hard to fake that. So want to just cut the sheet and get right into this? Just the way I like it. Sabo smiled sharply. What are you doing with my little brother? When did you meet him and how long have you been planning on using him? We're allies planning on changing the status quo together. First time was in Sabaody, but we didn't formally meet until Punk Hazard earlier this week, and I started thinking about working with him in Sabaody when I watched him punch a celestial dragon and not die. Though it was only a possible option until we ran into each other. I didn't actively look for him over these 2 years. But you are using him. Sabo said venomously. I was. And he's using me too. That's how allies work. That's not how Luffy works. Law tensed, feeling the rage emanating from the man next to him. Yes, that's become evident, but you have to admit that's unusual. You almost got him killed for your personal vendetta. I was willing to die for my revenge, and at the time I didn't care if he did too. Though that's changed now. You're lucky he's going to be okay. You have no idea the hell that will find you if that changes. In fact, I'd advise you to make keeping him alive your top priority, or it will be your last moments. Law looked at him seriously. I was expecting you to tell me to stay the hell away from him. Sabo snorted. Yeah, I wish I could, but that wouldn't do any good. Luffy has chosen you, and once that happens, you're in it forever. Though Ace will try. He's always been the stubborn hothead. Well, I don't want to have the second in command of the revolutionaries and Whitebeard pirates after me and my crew, so I'll be honest that Luffy is in no danger from me. Sabo hesitated a second before grinning evilly, and Law felt a strange premonition that he was missing something important. Good. See to it that your future plans don't involve my brother severely outnumbered and alone. In my defense, your brother destroyed my plan immediately after we arrived. We weren't meant to fight Doflamingo or revolutionize the country. And when I realized we were screwed, I told him to leave. Luffy doesn't leave people behind. Ever. Even if they don't deserve it. Luffy will always show up and fight till the end for his people. Plan for that, Trafalgar D. Water Law. Sabo warned, jumping gracefully back to the ground and returning to his brother's side. Sabo looked at his brother's crew wearily. You sure I can't convince you guys just to lay low and wait till everyone gets here? The captain's made his choice, we're doing this on our own for as long as we can. Zoro said firmly. Besides, we don't lay low. Sabo snorted softly. Yeah, you're definitely Luffy's crew. He ran a hand through his hair, shaking off how strange it felt without his gentle waves. Right, remember the plan? Zoro nodded, but Sabo looked to Robin. I'm going to go cause some chaos on the north side of the city. You guys wait till the Marines are deployed and then quietly head to the south side. Koala will meet you there with a ship. That's super and all, but what about you? There's going to be a lot of Marines after you, and we've got your back up. Frankie questioned from where he was lounging. Don't worry about me. I'm trained to disappear, and now I've got a bunch of faces. Sabo grinned, flicking through different faces before settling back on Luffy's. "Oh, and before I go, take this and keep it on you. I've already got a piece." He passed Robin a piece of paper and she smiled. "A Vivre card? I'm not sure Luffy is going to like that." "Tough," Sabo said firmly. "If I'm going to let him sneak off again, I need some reassurance that I can locate him if he needs me." "Huh. You can't fool the great Usopp?" Usopp stood quickly, hands flying through the air in elaborate flourishes before pointing at the older boy accusingly. "You're going to sell us out. You're going to use it as a bribe when the others catch up to you." "Of course. Trust me, after they learn about how this goes down, it's the only way I'll get out of that situation alive." "Ah. Sabotage, betrayal, dastardly tactics. You'll never take Captain Usopp and his crew alive," yelled Usopp. "Why would we keep it? We could just ditch it anywhere," Zoro said scornfully. Sabo raised a brow and let his gaze turn hard. "You wouldn't dare. Or I'll order all of the army to tail you and prevent any dangerous activities, and when I get my hands on you, I'll use your precious sword to shove the new card dashed." Robin shivered. "Sabo, please refrain from threats and that expression with Luffy's face. It's disturbing." Luffy shot up in bed, eyes wide. "We gotta go. Oh, we need to go now." "Don't worry, Captain. You beat Doflamingo and we're all safe. We're about to head out. We've got a plan," Robin said calmly. "We're just waiting for the signal, and Kairos was telling us why it was a good idea to lie about his relation to his daughter." "No, wait, what?" Luffy blinked and his gaze hardened. "Why would you do a stupid thing like that? Rebecca is awesome. I know that. But she is better off being seen as a princess than tied to a criminal like me. I've already failed her enough." Kairos insisted, and Luffy's body got darker as he listened to the man argue. "Is that what Rebecca thinks? Or are you just abandoning her?" he said darkly and shoved past the one-legged man. "Wait, Luffy. Where are you going?" "We're supposed to sneak to the south," Usopp yelled. "We can't go south," Luffy said firmly to his crew. "But the plan," Sabo said, "and there's an admiral the other way." Luff dash. "Can't you feel it? They're coming." "Who's coming? The Marines?" Usopp said, panicking, looking around wildly. "I've got can't see thermarinositis." "Not the Marines. Then who?" "Oh no. You don't mean?" Usopp froze, horrified, as Luffy nodded grimly. "So that's why your brother was so adamant about us going south?" Robin mused. "Ada what?" Zoro questioned before waving off Robin's response. "That, but was trying to give us up and buy himself time. If we get caught, I'm selling that BSTRD out." "Whoa, that's a super sneaky move. I'm impressed." "You mean that he betrayed us? Who did he sell us out to?" "Seize, I knew we shouldn't trust some revolutionary." Law snapped, shoving past the crew to Luffy's side. "Huh? Oh yes, Sabo was always sneaky. He helped us do what we want, but he'll also try and direct us towards them. Play both teams. Sides. It's play both sides." "Well, what shall we do, Captain? We don't have a ship." Robin questioned, tensing at the sound of running footsteps. Luffy turned smiling as Bartolomeo approached. "Oh, Mr. Luffy, sir. You're awake and already moving. I'm so happy to see you," he sobbed, eyes closed. Luffy shrugged, confused, but ignored it. This guy was crazy. "Hey, Rooster. You have a ship? We'll go with you." "Oh my. He's speaking to me and wants to see my ship. This is the best day of my life." Yeah, man. Pull yourself together." Zoro grumbled as there was a loud boom in the distance. "That's the signal that Sabo has started his distraction. We have to move. I was just going to tell you that the Marines are on their way. But don't worry. We have a plan. The other gladiators have spread out to cause distraction and clear the way to the eastern port," Barty said hurriedly, looking away from his heroes. "Well, that's lucky," Robin said with a grin. Law gave a sigh of disbelief. "How is it that everything just falls into place for you idiots? Seriously, how are you not dead yet?" "Shishishishi, Taroa's weird. You guys go with Rooster and get ready. I'll catch up," Luffy said, shooting himself away as the rest of the group yelled after him. He had a princess to see. Shanks hovered at the helm of the Force, watching the horizon for the first sign of land. "Captain? Do you want to take the wheel and let me do something else?" Snake asked. "Nope, you're my navigator and I need you here and getting us to Dressrosa by the fastest route," Shanks answered absent-mindedly. "Then how about giving me a bit of space? I can't breathe, Cap." Snake begged, pressed up against the wheel and unable to step back without tripping over his captain. "Oh, right, sorry." Shanks huffed, backing up a whole step. "Gee, thanks." Snake rolled his eyes. Suddenly Shanks stiffened before bolting for the stairs. "Ben. I sense him. He's so close now," he screamed, throwing himself at his first mate, who grunted, catching him before he face-planted. But I'm picking up another strong presence, not malicious but their intent is to fight. We're going to be there soon, Shanks. We'll make it in time and he's not going to be able to get away from us when we're this close. Benn said calmly, while his hands fisted in anxiety. You know most pirates take a break after a big fight. Why do we have the kid that immediately starts the next battle? Just lucky, I guess. Benn took a deep breath. Hongo said Ace will be out for the next few hours. He was said that the brat opened his wound in his fit. Shanks winced thinking about Ace's panic at seeing the last news about Luffy. Hongo had been forced to sedate him when the kid lost control of his flames. The doctor had decided it was safest to keep him under until his wound scabbed over again. At least we won't have to worry about him if there is a fight. Shanks hummed quietly. Probably should make sure he's got some sea stone on him when we tell him. We don't want you to lose your eyebrows again. Benn scowled and shoved his smirking friend. Captain? Are we aiming for the port? Interrupted Snake as he yelled down from the wheel. No, they're off towards the east side. There's hundreds of people moving that direction. Shanks called back, closing his eyes and fully immersing himself in his observation haki. He tried to pick out who was there but there was so much chaos that it was impossible to separate. The only thing he knew for sure was that the familiar signature of Luffy and Zoro were definitely in the middle of it. The crew waited with bated breath as Dressrosa finally came into view, letting out a cheer of excitement. The cheer quickly died down when the sky filled with debris. Holy shit! Came the strangled gasp from Yasopp in the crow's nest as Shanks gripped the railing so hard, wood splintered. What the hell is that man thinking? He's just going to throw a whole city on top of the port? That can't be a safe method just to catch some pirates. Benn swore. The debris continued to float while Shanks desperately cast his haki out. He can't use it. He finally muttered. There's too many people there. Benn let out a small sigh before grabbing Shanks roughly. What are you still doing here? Get over there and stop this. Shanks gasped. Oh right. He went to run before catching himself and windmilling, crashing into the railing. Wait. He's on that ship. He yelled pointing to the ship that was fleeing the port. Go Shanks. There's nobody to shield them out there. Benn yelled. Yasopp, plant a tracker on that ship. Shanks yelled, taking off in the air. Yasopp smirked down at Benn. I've already tagged them 3 times, just in case. Benn sighed, rubbing a hand roughly over his face. Idiot tries to airwalk a full day away but island's in sight and he's just watching the danger. Lucky snorted. Anchor has a way of destroying his few brain cells, that's for sure. They continued sailing to the port, watching as Haki split the sky and debris shattered. Yasopp watching the ship quickly sailing away and monitoring his tracers to ensure they were working. As they docked, half the crew jumped off and went to back up their captain who was working out some of his panic in a brutal duel with Fujitoro. Benn slowing in surprise as he identified ex-Fleet Admiral Sengoku nearby. Benn tensed, hand flying to his gun as he maintained eye contact. While he was confident in his ability to hold his own against the man, the fight wouldn't be easy or without risks. Sengoku looked back evenly before waving his hand dismissively. Seize, now we've got a bloody emperor involved. Every time I think this sheet show become camp more of a disaster. Don't mind me. I'm retired. This isn't my zoo anymore. Almost makes you feel bad for Akainu. Nothing would make me feel bad for that dog. Benn said evenly and Sengoku laughed. If you're retired, what are you doing here? If you don't mind me asking. Just enjoying my vacation. He said dryly. I mean you chose a lovely place to visit. I can see the appeal. It's not the location so much as the people. Sengoku drawled. Benn's hand tightened on the gun. No, not your kid. Straw Hat is a problem for sure but it's no longer my job to deal with him. And what makes you think Straw Hat is any concern of ours? Benn growled. I mean beside your captain screaming out, that's my kid. I'll eviscerate you if you dare touch one straw-covered hair on his head. Benn grit his teeth in disbelief while Sengoku smiled knowingly. I've been stuck listening to Garp blather on about that brat and how the two of you corrupted him, ruining his dreams of making him a strong marine. Benn winced in commiseration before tensing. So 2 years ago, you knew? That your captain demolished Impel Down for Straw Hat Luffy? Yes, I suspected. Despite that idiot brother of his running his mouth. Now they're stuck with that a clown as a warlord. Sengoku snorted. Benn bit back a grin, relaxing as he watched Shanks dodge a piece of meteor with a smirk. Huh? Guess you aren't as stupid as we thought. So not Luffy? Surgeon of Death then. Sengoku snapped his mouth closed and glared and Benn nodded in confirmation. He'd get Rockstar on that after tracking down Luffy. Right, well enjoy your retirement then. He backed away slowly, giving a loud shout. Shanks, stop fooling around. Shanks grumbled, but did a quick barrage of blows, knocking the admiral back and gave 3 short whistles to recall the crew. Now we've got a little business with the people on that ship. I'd advise you Marines to occupy yourself with more pressing matters. Any follow and I'll see it as a declaration of war. He warned with wide grin. Now come on boys, we got a ship to catch and an anchor to haul away. Shanks did a mocking salute as his crew cheered loudly. Captain, we're coming up on the ship. Yasopp called as Shanks paced the deck. What? No, that can't be right. Shanks muttered, hand pulling at his hair. He glared at the distant ship and Benn sighed as he stepped over. What's wrong? We're close to getting a hold of our little monster. You should be thrilled. Benn questioned quietly. Shanks exhaled shakily. I can't sense him. I should be able to feel him. Benn tensed, focusing on his own observation which he'd relaxed, knowing that Shanks could extend further than him anyways. He ground his teeth tightly when he also failed to feel their anchor but forced himself to relax. You know the kid is able to suppress himself almost completely. It would be easy to miss him in the numbers on that ship. But why would he? He wasn't suppressed earlier, I felt him clearly. Shanks asked, gazing fixedly at the ship. Benn huffed, grasping Shanks' shoulder and turning him to face him. Captain, I hate to tell you this, but he may just be hiding from you. You certainly weren't shy about announcing your presence back there. But why would that make you think he's hiding from me? Shanks, that must have crossed your mind by now. Benn said in exasperation. I knew he was avoiding me but not actively hiding. Shanks wailed. What's the difference? One is just convenient and one is with intent. Shanks cried, sinking to his knees. Benn cooed at him obnoxiously. Ah, Captain. Your baby grew up and doesn't think he needs you anymore. Of course he needs me, jackass. He's managed to PSS off literally all of the strong forces in the world. Exactly, he needs us. He's a teenager, Shanks. They all think they are capable of anything. We're not special. All parents face the time when their kids rebel and think they can do everything alone. Our kid is just taking it to an extreme. We've just got to either get a hold of him and force him to listen or be there when it all blows up. Ideally the first option. Benn hoisted Shanks to his feet. So man up, Captain, and let's go search that ship, top to bottom, for our missing anchor. And what if we're too late? There's a lot of powerful energies on that ship. What if they took out a strong competitor when he was weakened? Shanks whispered his worst fear. What if we failed and he's gone forever? Then we eviscerate everyone on the ship and continue painting the world red until we join him, Benn said coldly. But I'm not counting our kid out. He got on that boat willingly and he can judge who to trust. Besides, even at the end of his rope, Luffy would take more than a few out with him. The souls on that ship aren't suffering. They didn't face our kid in a fight. They're relaxed. Shanks grinned shakily but sharp in return. Well then let's go wake them up bit. Shaki looks across the bar at her grinning partner. It was nice to see the old man smiling and laughing again. He gave another loud snort as he turned the page of the news and plucked up a bounty poster. Ha! Look at these. My grandbabies are all moving up in the world. Little Zoro at 320 million berry. And Robin 130 million berry. The rest of his crew went up too. He beamed and Shaki smiled fondly. What's our future pirate king at now? She prompted and he proudly handed her the last poster. She gave a little whistle. 500 million berry. He's going to be ecstatic. Taught him everything he knows. Rayleigh exclaimed, taking a sip of his drink. Shockingly, it was just coffee. Ever since he came back from that island his drinking was way down. Maybe I should stop by and see him. Oh no, you don't. You are not leaving me to handle your son's panicked calls. Besides, the kid is proving quite hard to catch. Rayleigh smirked. Serves little Red right, boy was a right terror growing up. He sighed, thinking back to those days with Roger and their sons before shaking his head firmly. Right, did I tell you about how Luffy invented his Gear 4? Shaki nodded along as her husband retold her stories from the island, soaking up his happiness. Shanks stood ominously quiet as he waited for his crew to finish checking the ship. His Haki had already knocked out the majority of the crew, but Benn and Lucky had rounded up the conscious and now they knelt at his feet. Benn stood casually behind him, spinning his knife through his hands. Yasopp and Lime stepped onto deck, shaking their heads at his questioning look. Right. Where's Monkey D. Luffy? Shanks asked coldly. No one spoke and Shanks snarled as he drew Griffin, swinging it through the air and embedding it in front of the shaking form in front of him. Maybe I wasn't being clear. I ask a question and you guys give me answers. If you don't answer fast enough or if I don't like your answers, well, let's just say I add incentive. Now I'll ask one more time. Where's Monkey D. Luffy? Never heard of him. One of the men said, glaring defiantly. Ben. Shanks ordered and Ben grinned, and the man screamed, Benn's knife magically finding a home in his shoulder despite no one seeing him move. Did that jog your memory, or shall we try something more permanent? Shanks asked, Griffin hovering threateningly over the man's shoulder and his Haki pressing down hard for several seconds. Now where is Monkey D. Luffy? Several men gasped for air, and Shanks groaned when his chosen victim fell unconscious. Oops, he said sheepishly, kicking at the useless body before moving down to the next pirate who was almost flat on the ground. Same question. He asked, using a foot to tip up his head to make eye contact. He's not here and I don't know where he was heading. Spat the long-armed man through grit teeth. But he was on this ship. Shanks mused as he stared down. Suddenly he tossed Griffin back to Benn and his now free hand shot out. He smirked as he squeezed his fist around the struggling tiny body. That wasn't very nice. He scolded, shaking the form until he dropped the tiny sword that had been stabbed in his hand. We will never tell you where they went. We are loyal sons and we would die for him. We won't ever let you hurt him. Shrieked the miniature male, thrashing uselessly in his grip. Shanks froze, before slowly turning his head to Benn. Ben? Did he just dash? Benn exhaled his smoke slowly before grinning. He's got a fleet. The kid has a DMN fleet. Shanks laughed loudly and turned back to the kneeling men. No way. You all pledged loyalty to Luffy? The blonde at his feet bristled, fighting his Haki to flip his long hair back. I know. It's hard to believe that someone as amazing as me, loved by everyone, would bother to follow someone so unbelievably boorish but dash. Hey, I was talking. He shouted in offense as he noticed that Shanks had already walked off to his crew. Ah shit, Ben, do you think he's gonna be angry about what's his name over there? Shanks whined. Probably, but Luffy'll forgive you at some point. Ben said. Me? It's your knife. Shanks paused for a second. Yeah, it's your knife that hurt his ally. I've done nothing but throw some Haki. So maybe you will be in trouble. What? You're the one doing all the threatening and giving orders. Our son Dash. Your son? You're Luffy's parents. Why didn't you say so? A little voice squeaked and the two men looked down at the little guy still clenched in Shanks' fist. Sheet. Shanks muttered. Forgot about you. The little guy beamed up at him. I'm Leo and I'm the captain of the Tontada Pirates. Are you trying to find Luffy cause you want to throw him a party for saving Dressrosa? A party? A god DMN party. Shanks muttered incredulous before Ben elbowed him harshly. Yes. We are very proud of him and want to celebrate, but we also want to make sure he is healing after his battle. We're worried. Ben said smoothly, plucking Leo from Shanks' grip and holding him on his open palm. Well, that's understandable. He fought a mighty battle and suffered some crushing blows. But the mighty Usoland and his friends persevered. They saved the people of Dressrosa and my fellow Tontadas and freed us from a life of slavery. Usoland? Mouthed Yasopp and Lucky just shrugged. Right. So Leo, we were supposed to meet up with Luffy in Dressrosa, but obviously you guys had to leave in a hurry and we got delayed by the Marines. So where did he go when he left this ship? I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you that. Leo hesitated and Ben fought back a grimace. Of course, we wouldn't want you to upset Luffy. But we already know he is heading to Zou to meet up with the rest of his crew. But since they left in such a hurry, they failed to let us know how they were going to get there. Ben prompted, carefully maintaining his friendly inquisitive expression. Leo laughed. That does sound like Luffy, and we were in a rush to avoid the Marines. I guess if you already know about Zou, that it is okay to tell you that he went with Bartolomeo and his crew. Shanks turned and jumped back over to the force, his crew following, and Ben nodded at Leo. Thank you for your aid, Captain Leo. Now we would appreciate if you kept our relationship quiet. Luffy prefers it remain a secret and we would hate for our ties to be used against either of us. Of course, Luffy's dad. Your secret is safe with me. Leo said, racing back to the group. What were you talking about? Ben heard one of the men ask. Luffy's dads wanted to know where they went. Leo chirped and Ben gave a mental facepalm before following his captain back to their ship. Well, you better hope that the other captains here think Leo was tricked, and that the Marines who overheard your proclamations don't spread the news, or Luffy is going to be more than upset with you. He said wearily. Dahaha. If he doesn't like it being broadcasted, then he shouldn't have run off. It's turning out to be the only way I can protect the brat. Now who did we have researching this Bardo guy? And I want updates on all the captains of his new fleet. Usopp looked down from the crow's nest and located Luffy, who was resting on the figurehead of the ship. He shook his head to clear the weird image of Luffy sitting on a giant Luffy before whistling for his captain. Luffy stretched up his arms and shot up beside him. There's no sign of pursuit, Luffy. I think we gave them the slip. Luffy beamed. That's a relief. It's hard to suppress our presence from Dad for long. But we're adventuring. And I'm not ready to listen to Pa's lectures while Dad squishes me. Yeah, and I'm not ready to meet my dad again either. Usopp agreed. Though now that I'm thinking it through, that means we're gonna face Kaido without your father's help. And now I'm thinking that I'm an idiot and should have been waving my arms and making you drag me away, kicking and screaming. Too late, said Zoro behind them, and Usopp jumped with a shriek. I've told you not to do that, Usopp said, smacking Zoro's shoulder. The older man smirked. Well, one of these days you'll remember to keep your haki working. Won't get stronger if you don't use it. Usopp grumbled. Not everyone wants to work out their muscles all the time, you smelly jock. Ouch, words hurt Usopp. Zoro replied with mock offense. Yes, so does one of my special Tabasco star attacks. Zoro's grin got bigger. You managed to hit me with one of them and I'll deserve it, but unlike you, I'm always aware of my surroundings. Oh, just you wait, Zoro. No one can dodge one of the amazing Captain Usopp's special attacks. Shishishi. You guys are funny. How much longer do you think it is to get to Sanji? I'm hungry. I feel like I haven't eaten in days. It's been 4 hours, Luffy. Zoro sighed, but gestured Luffy to follow and started for the kitchen. Come on then, I'm sure we can find something in here. Zoro, Robin called as they passed her. I was looking at the paper and I remembered that I was supposed to remind you about the date yesterday. Zoro blanched and looked at her. Wait, that was yesterday? Robin nodded serenely, taking a sip of tea. Then why didn't you say something? I'm dead. He snarled, looking around the empty deck and trying to find someone who belonged on this monstrosity of a ship. I didn't even get a paper yesterday since we were all rather worn down. Oi! You, with the braid. Yeah, I need your Denver. Zoro said, storming towards a cowering and awed pirate. You're in trouble, sang Perona as she answered the snail. Oh, shut up, Rona. Just give him the snail. Zoro groaned. Well, that's not very nice. Horo. Nothing to say to the person who could run interference for you? Zoro sighed, rubbing his temples. Fine. How are you, Perona? Are you enjoying having the castle to yourself? Ah, it's been great. I redecorated the library and Mihawk made me those special spicy cookies. Wow, that's so great. Now give the DMN snail to Mihawk. Ugh. You are still so uncute. Perona scowled. I made your room into my doll's playhouse, she added, sticking out her tongue. Why, you little witch? Snarled Zoro, I'm going to kick your butt. Roronoa. Snapped Mihawk, and Zoro winced as Perona giggled away distantly. She started it. Zoro mumbled and Mihawk glared through the snail. Sorry, he added. Right. You're late. I thought we agreed you would call yesterday. It's not my fault. Robin didn't remind me. And why is it her job to keep your schedule? Are you not capable of watching the dates? Perhaps I should get you a calendar. Mihawk drawled. No, it won't happen again. Zoro promised. It better not. I'd hate to have to make my way to the new world. You don't need to do that. I'll do better. Good. Now tell me about the fight with Pika. Zoro glumly hung up the snail and looked at Luffy. Well, you heard him. Luffy stuck out his bottom lip and let his eyes drift away. Luffy. Mihawk says we have to. Don't wanna. Luffy whined. Zoro snorted. Don't care. You're not getting Mihawk after us. We've got enough on our tail. Luffy sighed dramatically and melted into his seat, looking wistfully at the ocean. Fine. Zoro rolled his eyes, passing the snail over and stalking off to join the rest of the pirates sleeping on the deck. Luffy procrastinated for a bit before he finally dialed the familiar number. You've reached the Red Force. If this is about an ally in need of assistance, stay on the line. If it's about Luffy, hang up and call again. If it is about anything else, hang up and go away. Luffy snorted but hung up and tried again. Red Force. Came a frazzled yell and Luffy grinned. Bonk. Were you sleeping? Anchor? Is that you? Shishishi. Yep. Where the hell are you? Captain has been losing his mind. I don't know where I am. I beat up Mingo and then some Marines, and then had a party. Now I'm on a Luffy boat. A Luffy boat? Wait, what dash? Yeah. It's so cool. And weird. Bonk blinked and then jolted upright. What am I doing? Don't move, I'm getting the bosses. He barked into the line before bolting to the deck. Captain. It's Anchor. He yelled, and Luffy cringed. Bonk. You don't gotta yell. Luffy whined. Luffy. Ace? Luffy. I'm gonna kill you. Ace screamed. I'm gonna kill him first. Shanks yelled over him and Luffy winced as he listened to a brawl for the snail on the other side of the line. Suddenly Luffy's nose started to twitch and drool filled his mouth. He looked at the ocean where he located a large hunk of meat. Enough. Snapped Benn. Monkey D. Luffy. There was dead silence on the end and Benn's eyes narrowed dangerously. Luffy, if you don't answer me right now there will be hell to pay. The trio strained to hear anything besides the sound of waves, and then suddenly they heard a shout from Mr. Luffy, followed by screams. Shanks swore as the sounds of violence grew, and Benn carefully grasped his shoulder, trying to keep him grounded before his haki flared. Ace grabbed the snail and yelled loudly. "Zoro! I heard you, pick up the DMN snail." The snail slowly morphed into Zoro's familiar visage, and there was an awkward pause before he spoke. Hey guys. Did you get a chance to talk to Luffy?" "No we didn't," screamed Shanks. "What the hell was that, and where the hell is he?" Well, we're sort of under attack and it looks like Luffy has been captured." "Sheet, gotta go," Zoro said hurriedly, hanging up the snail and bolting to intercept a cannonball that exploded into some sort of sticky goop. Zoro looked at the remaining crew members and swore. "Well, I don't think that call helped in the way Mihawk thought it would." Usopp paled. Shanks heard that. "Oh sees, we're beyond dead. Goddamn Luffy, he did this on purpose to avoid his call." Zoro snarled, trying to pull himself free. "Let's go get that idiot so that we aren't murdered." Shanks was dying. He had to be dying. There's no way someone could survive their heart beating this fast. It had to be a sign that it was about to stop. He could see Benn's face wavering in front of him, mouth moving, but the ringing in his ears blocked out all other noise. Black spots started to fill his vision, and then there was a burning in his cheek and his lungs spasmed, desperately skiing in oxygen. He blinked in shock, and then gasped in outrage. "You slapped me?" he accused his friend, who snorted and shook his head, tilting it to point at Ace. "You slapped me. Full-on beach slapped." Ace smirked. "Learned that from Sabo. A-hole got a lot of pleasure out of it when I'd spiral. I get it now." "Oh just you wait, brat. I'm gonna get you when you least expect it." "Right. Back on the subject of our kid who apparently just got kidnapped and the other brat who hung up on us," Benn said dryly. "Oh yeah, we gotta kick that kid's butt. That brat hung up on us," Shanks said, feeling the panic start to fade behind the anger. "He hung up on me. I finally get a call from my boy and then he disappears and they hang up on me. We are going to make Zoro regret that, believe me, but I'm sure Luffy is fine. We know all the players in the area and no one is near the strength of Doflamingo. If Anchor can handle him, he can face whoever has him now." "That's true," Shanks sighed. "I still don't like it. It only takes one small slip and even the strongest can be brought down. Hell, I should know." His hand twitched unconsciously towards his stump before he forced himself to still. "I don't want him to experience something and have to carry those scars with him forever." Ace scoffed. "Luffy doesn't care about scars. He would probably think they were cool. He wouldn't let anything slow him down for too long. Man, you should have seen how fast he rebounded after that bear tried to slice him open or those wannabe pirates beat him with dashed." Benn lightly cuffed him. "Maybe let's not relive Luffy's near misses right now." "Right. Sorry," Ace said sheepishly as a shaking Shanks paled beside him. "I don't know what to do, Benn. What about if I claim him officially?" Shanks asked. Benn sighed wearily. "I don't know, Shanks. Would your name scare off some enemies? Sure, the smarter, weaker pirates. But it would also draw a target on him for people after you, especially since he's not in our territory. Do we want to give your enemies an easier target?" Shanks drew his hand roughly through his red locks and groaned. "You're right. Seize knows what Kaido or Big Mom would do with that information, and Luffy isn't ready for those battles." Nami was freaking the F out. Here they were told that Zo would be a secure place to meet up with the Heart Pirates, but since they've gotten here, nothing has gone according to plan. It was horrible to see the destruction of the city and people, but now Sanji had gone and abandoned them for some dumb reason. What the hell was she supposed to do? While Chopper and Brook could hold their own in a fight, none of them were the monsters needed for this kind of business. Especially since they were busy trying to help the minks and watch Momo at the same time. Sanji was their fighter and Sanji had gone without a fight. All she could do was hold the rest of the crew together, stay calm for Chopper and wait for Luffy to arrive. Oh, and pray that the stupid snail never rang. Sees, she has suffered enough in her life, right? The world owed her a break. She had enough on her plate without having to handle angry parents. Especially Emperor-level parents. Not that Shanks was the scary one. That man turned out to be a pushover, at least where Luffy is concerned. No, the one you had to watch out for was Benn. Nami shuddered at the thought of having to tell him that Zo was not safe and that the crew had split up even more. No, it would probably be better to ignore the snail and just pretend she was out when they called. At least the battle was over. The enemy had left and Chopper had treated all the minks who had been poisoned. Now they were called heroes, and the minks turned out to be some of the nicest folk they'd run into. Though it did get a bit annoying when she was trying to do something and they just wanted to gar-chew. Still, Wanda was kick butt and Carrot was the sweetest thing, and all the other were so welcoming. It infuriated Nami to know that someone came in and hurt these people for something they didn't even have. She knew what it was like. To be small and helpless against a stronger enemy. To watch the ones you cared about die at the hands of larger, more ruthless pirates who came and took over an island just because they like causing pain and misery. Nobody deserved that. Nobody deserved to have their homes destroyed, families tortured and killed, all for some horrible interloper who had no business being there. If Luffy hadn't already decided to take out Kaido, Nami would have been tempted to send him there herself, Emperor of the Sea Beat Med. Nobody should get away with hurting innocents. Hell, if she ever met this Jack Bstrd, she'd give him a few jolts of lightning up his butt. No monster fighters needed. Nami blanched at her own thoughts. See, she was losing her goddamn mind. She'd obviously been spending too much time with the idiots on her crew. Where was Usopp when she needed a good dose of, dare she even think it, reality? Sabo F'd up. Sees, he had F'd up so bad. But in his defense, he had been worried about Luffy, and then he had to tell Koala and Hack all about how amazing Luffy was, and rehash his epic battle. Okay, screw it, he had been distracted and then gone and distracted the other 2 senior members on board, but DMN there had been other agents on board who could have noticed that there was a god DMN stowaway on their FING ship. He cursed, fists tightening, and shook his head roughly. No, it was his fault. He was the second in command, he was the one who had failed to stop Burgess, and now he was the one who had let a Blackbeard pirate infiltrate their base and raid their weapons stash. Dragon never should have trusted him, never have promoted him. Are you done pouting yet? Sabo winced, turning to face a glaring Koala. You realize there is nothing we can do about what happened. It's over. The only thing we can do now is move forward and help everyone settle into our new home. You're too vital to the army to be hiding out here. I should have murdered that little rat in Dressrosa. Sabo seethed before yelping as Koala smacked him hard. Ouch. Okay, fine, I'm sorry. Just dash. Koala groaned. I didn't want to have to do this, but you've left me no choice. This is on you. She warned before pulling a den out of her pocket. Sabo watched in pain and acceptance, knowing she was calling Dragon to fire and punish him as he so rightly deserved. Hey Ember. The gentleman is in need of some scorching. She said as soon as the den was picked up, and Sabo stared horrified at his friend. He turned to bolt, but Koala snatched the tail of his coat and yanked him back. He gulped as she glared at him threateningly, shoving the snail into his face. Hey there, brother. Came the overly friendly voice of Ace, and Sabo shivered, recognizing the imminent threat. Brother. Sabo said cautiously. Been a while since we spoke. One would almost think you've been dodging my calls. Who, me? No, I've just been real busy over here. I'm sure. Now would you like the pep talk or the butt kicking first? Any way we could skip both and just pretend we did it? Believe me, I know I F'd up. Nope. Ace said, popping the P loudly. Pep talk it is. Now what is it that you're always nattering on about to me? Not everything that goes wrong is on you. What happened wasn't your fault. You are not to blame. He was on my ship. My ship. There is no acceptable excuse to not have noticed an enemy in the hold. Ace laughed. You are many things, brother, but omnipotent isn't one of them. DMN it, Ace, I'm responsible for these people's lives. I can't be dropping the ball. Shanks' sources were pretty clear about the fact that somebody drew the majority of the Marine forces north and had a pretty explosive fight. I'm pretty sure even you can't fight a whole battalion without depleting your energy levels. Besides, you were on a ship with a bunch of people who have been trained to suppress their presence and blanket your ship in secrecy. No one was picking up on this guy. But I was distracting the others by talking dash. You did the best you could. Trust me, I know what it's like to be the one everyone's focused on when our enemies attack. It SEKS. But we can't always be on our guard, and we can't shut ourselves off from others. We work in crews and teams because we can't do everything ourselves. Sabo huffed. It's not fair to use my own words against me. Ace laughed. They're annoying as hell, right? Unfortunately, they are right. Well, I've always been the smart one of the 3 of us. And I've always been the better looking. Can't win them all. Ace smirked and Sabo snorted. Keep telling yourself that. Oh please, have you seen my abs? Yes, unfortunately for my eyes, you seem to be allergic to clothes. Well, it would be a crime to cover up this much awesomeness. Koala nodded sagely and Sabo gagged. Well, as nice as this was, I've got things to do, so. Don't you dare. Ace interrupted, voice like steel. We're now moving on to the butt-kicking portion of our call. Sabo sighed. Fine. Let's get this over with. There was a deep breath, and then Ace burst into a loud tirade that had Sabo wincing. Selfish, son of a beach, marine kissing, a-hole. Marine kissing. Do you know how many Marines I beat up? You heard me. You're scum, Sabo. Oh, I'm the sneaky brother, I'll get Luffy before anyone knows we're there. You rat Bstrd. Do you know what Doflamingo had? The danger that this fruit could do in the hands of our enemies? Hack got disqualified and taking Luffy's place was the only thing I could do. Yeah, not a problem that you took his spot in the death battles. Problem is that you let him join a death battle in the first place. Your pal Hack managed to get there before the contest started, which means you were there before Luffy fought at all, you prick. And then you let him go after Doflamingo. Why didn't you tie him up and send him off with your powerful friends? I was going to. But then his eyes got all big and he got all sad and you folded faster than wet cardboard in a rainstorm. Yeah, well, what else was I supposed to do? And he said I was the bestest big brother, so there. Only because you spoil him. I've always got to be the bad guy because you let him do whatever he wants. DMN it Sabo, we're supposed to be a team. You know, the mature ones who stop Luffy from doing stupid shit. Ace snarled into the snail. I can't believe you let him run off alone after someone like Doflamingo. Oh right, 'cause I'm an idiot. He wasn't alone, he had Zoro and a samurai with him. Oh, and I sent Koala to watch their backs. How was I supposed to know that he'd lose them? You're dead when I see you again, you know that right? Ah, come on, Ace. I kept him alive. Sabo whined. He is okay, isn't he? How the hell would we know? We haven't been able to get a hold of the little a-hole 'cause you helped him get away. Wait, what? Sabo froze. No. I mean, I know they didn't go meet Koala at the ship I sent them to, but you guys were right behind them. It shouldn't have taken you long to catch up to him even though he left from the wrong DMN port. What did you do? Me? I was drugged in a DMN hospital bed 'cause Hongo is an overbearing, smothering a-hole. Wait, Hongo drugged you? DMN it Ace, are you okay? Are you allowed to be up? Allowed? Ace huffed. I'm a pirate and a grown-up. No one needs to allow me to do shit. Port gas deek Ace. Do I need to call Benn to make sure you aren't doing something stupid? I told you, I'm fine. Sabo growled and Ace rolled his eyes. I'm sitting on my stupid bed in the infirmary and talking on the snail with you. No strenuous movement and no Haki as per the good doctor's orders. Now stop changing the DMN subject. Fine, back on subject, how could you lose Luffy again? You were both in range of my Haki on Dressrosa. There's no way they could have outrun you. Oh well, apparently you failed to trick the god DMN Admiral with your little stunt and we had to stop him from dropping a city on top of Luffy. By the time we caught up to his fleet, the little sheet had snuck off with someone called Bartolomeo. Sabo stiffened. No. Ah sheet, Ace. That guy will encourage all of Luffy's choices. He thinks Luffy is a genius. Ace choked loudly. Oh sees. We're doomed. Zoro kept his face expressionless and kept his gaze fixed on his captain. As much as he wanted to curse and stab something, he refused to let his crew mate see anything besides his usual stoic self. Sees, they had just been reunited. It just wasn't fair. Every time he thinks they're finally home, everyone's safe where he can watch over them, they have to split apart again. Curse that shitty love cook. Why'd he have to run off? Why didn't he just wait till they were back? Hasn't Luffy shown that he will handle whatever comes up and that he doesn't care about their history, he just cares about them? Zoro has always known that the stupid waiter was shifty and hiding something, but he didn't like to pry, trusting his crew to talk when things became a problem. And once again the crew chose to handle things the hard way. Every part of him told him to stay with Luffy, his captain. But orders were orders and Zoro wouldn't argue. He would lead his half of the crew on to Wano and wait for his captain there. And next time he saw Sanji, he'd be sure to take out this annoyance on the idiot. At least the shitty cook could handle it. And he would see that idiot again, because Luffy said so and there was no denying their captain. He made eye contact with Nami, subtly tilting his head towards Luffy, and she nodded determinedly. With Zoro gone, it would fall to her to make sure Luffy stayed focused and most importantly stayed alive. He trusted her to be able to handle Luffy, and to stand firm beside their captain, no matter what happened. He roughly knocked Chopper's hat around before smiling at him and patting his head. He let his hand linger over his swords and pointedly nodded at Brook, who copied the motion, before motioning the others off. Then Zoro turned to Luffy. Are you even sure he doesn't want to do this? Maybe that idiot skirt chaser wants to get married? Zoro drawled, only half joking. Luffy laughed, brushing off the insinuation that his cook would ever actually choose to leave his crew. Don't worry, Zoro. I'm sure it will all be fine. Zoro sighed, accepting that Luffy's mind was made up. Well hell, he'd known they were going to have to face all the emperors eventually, why not do two at a time and get it done? Because who were they kidding? Luffy did not do sneaky. Whatever, it didn't matter. They were strong, and they were ready. And with Law as their ally they could face whoever they needed to. He wouldn't let them fall, not ever again. And Seize knows that Luffy would stand strong whatever came his way. Zoro just hated that this part had to be started with them separate, again. At least Luffy wouldn't be alone this time. He'd have some of his crew to support him, and Zoro, well, Zoro would do what needed to be done. I'll round up every last samurai the land of Wano has to offer, he vowed. Luffy nodded in acceptance before smiling mischievously at his friend. Zoro smirked, knowing where this was going, and watched as his captain shot his arms around his entire group and threw them backwards over the cliff. Their screams echoed through the air, and Zoro shook his head fondly. It really was funny when it wasn't him. Garp pushed away from his desk with a grunt. Why was there always so much paperwork involved in everything? You see a pirate, you fight a fun pirate or beat up a bad one, and then you get some food. No need for any of this. Why were you in North Blue? Why didn't you arrest the pirate? Why do we need to pay for repairs for an entire village? Normally he would pass this junk off to Bogard, but the world leaders were still mad at him for Luffy's escape at Dressrosa, or maybe because he'd been seen having a few celebratory drinks after learning one grandson had claimed a dangerous fruit and another had gained a fleet. Whatever. They had sent Bogard off on another mission and insisted he work his way through this stupid never-ending pile of reports. Garp started digging through his desk, pulling open different drawers and rummaging through the mess. He grinned as he finally managed to dig out an emergency case of cookies and gleefully tossed his head back to inhale the bag, only to curse loudly as his head bonked off one of the open drawers. He slammed the drawer closed, cursing again as the precarious pile of reports collapsed from the force. He bent to scoop them back up and froze as his gaze landed on a picture showing a familiar face. Tears of pride welled in his eyes at the sight of little Lou wearing marine garbs. Wait, that was wrong. He quickly grabbed that file and scanned it quickly. Vice Admiral Prodi. He'd just spoken to him about that young upstart who was giving him a hard time. He snorted as he read that Luffy had once again infiltrated a base with his crew. That boy was incorrigible. Luffy fought off 3 of the young upcoming Marines, apparently with little trouble. Apparently they needed some tough training if they couldn't even slow down Luffy. Shame, apparently Akiji had failed to pass on Garp's training methods. That wouldn't do at all. He absent-mindedly started planning a trip to the New World as he kept reading. Garp shot up when he read that Luffy had overpowered Prodi and his bazooka. Even he found Prodi a fun opponent. Little Luffy had gotten even stronger over the last couple of years. Bwahaha, maybe it was time to do a little family reunion? Seize knows those boys were all due for a fist of love. Especially Sabo, who he hadn't seen since he was a boy. How dare that boy become a revolutionary? Yes, he would start planning a trip just as soon as the levee was over and he wasn't required to babysit some royals. Garp happily kicked away the rest of the files and yanked out some scissors, carefully cutting out the image of a grinning Luffy wearing marine whites and pinning it to his wall. He'd have to remember to get copies made up. One for Makino, Dayton, Senny, and of course Luffy's brothers and that red-haired, grandkid stealing menace. Maybe they'd see how good Luffy looked and finally become good, strong Marines like him. Sanji was stuck in a nightmare, only this time there was no waking up to escape it. I'm not the same weak little boy. I'm an adult and I have a plan, he reminded himself, but it was hard to convince himself as stared at his fat SPRM donor. He stood tall, refusing to back away as Judge moved to attack him. He was a straw hat pirate, one of the monster trio, and he was stronger and better than this a-hole. He watched Judge fly through the air, his move so obviously telegraphed that it barely required any effort to dodge his attacks. Sanji coated a leg with Haki, catching a blow from his sword, and stared at the man who abused him, defiantly refusing any connection with him or his family. It was hard to believe this was the same man who haunted his childhood. Sanji ignored the blade tossed to him and waited for Judge's next move. I refuse to use that. My hands are precious and I won't risk them fighting. These hands are only used to cook for my crew and friends. He snarled. Judge snarled back as he activated his boots and took off into the air. Sanji smirked, activating his flaming leg in return and preparing to meet the next attack. Though apparently he had gotten a bit cocky, since Judge managed to grab his leg and flip him hard. He grunted as he smashed into the ground and then bit his tongue when the a-hole kicked him hard in the chin, sending him flying into a wall. Sanji gasped, trembling, and thought back to all the years before when Judge had tortured him and disowned him. He forced himself to stand back up, as his body screamed in protest. He was a straw hat pirate, he was a monster. He would not stay down in front of this a-hole. He summoned the last of his strength and his leg burst into flames once more. He threw himself at Judge only to stumble as the BSTRD used his own men to block his attack. There was a grunt and Sanji fell back in horror as his father stabbed through one of the soldiers, and into Sanji. Just enough that the electric jolt blasted into him, throwing him back and causing his muscles to spasm. Sanji lay in a heap and remembered just why this soulless man haunted his dreams. He reluctantly allowed Reiju to help him to his feet as the crowds dispersed, and she gestured for him to follow. He grit his teeth, stumbling behind her and refusing to ask her to slow down. He didn't need any help, especially from someone in this cursed family. Reiju pushed him into a chair and turned to pull out a first aid kit. Sanji dejectedly buried his head in his hands before roughly yanking at his hair. Seize, how could he be related to that repulsive monster, sacrificing his own men? It was despicable. You've gotten strong. Sanji. Reiju began to speak, knocking his hands away so she could treat his wounds. Just leave me alone. I'm just here to get through this stupid tea party and leave. I'm not getting married. You act like you have a choice. Judge snapped, stalking into the room, and Reiju's face instantly went blank. You will be getting married and you will not bring more shame to our family name. You repulse me. I thought you couldn't possibly get worse, but you somehow have. I won't bring shame to your family name because I am not a Vinsmoke. You aren't my family. You are a stranger. Unfortunately for the both of us, we are father and son, though I do not see you as a true son. This arrangement with Big Mom will guarantee that we will be able to conquer the North Blue once again, and she insists on a marriage. I did not want to sacrifice one of my actual sons, but you will finally have a purpose and use to me. Sanji went to spit back more insults when he felt something click around his wrists. He froze and looked at his sister, who gazed back emotionlessly. He felt his stomach begin to turn and he stared at the gold bands around his wrists with dread. You said your hands were important to you. Stupid boy. You should know better than to reveal your weaknesses to your enemies. I believe you've seen the SLV collars in your travels. These cuffs are the same technology. If you try to escape or remove them, they will explode and your hands will be gone. Judge said viciously with a smirk. This marriage will happen, no matter what you want. He added before gesturing for Reiju to follow him out and nodding to the guards who took up position outside the door. Sanji waited till the door shut before racing to the nearest garbage and emptying his stomach. He had been wrong. He didn't have anything under control. He was still the terrified little boy with no rights and no safety. Sanji was stuck in a nightmare and there was no waking up. Shanks stared down at the map before huffing in annoyance and pacing the room. No matter how much he looked at it, there was no way to find a place to intercept Luffy without knowing where exactly Zoe was when they left. At least they knew where they were heading, and there was only one way into Wano. He just needed to grab his kid and crew before he manages to invade Kaido's territory. No problem. Everything would be fine. Yep, this time he would get his hands on Anchor, and then there was no way he was letting go again. Idiot kid, trying to go fight an emperor. Just a couple more days till Wano and he. His inner monologue was interrupted by the sound of the den ringing, and he gently smoothed the map that he had scrunched up. Sorry, Snake, and he picked up the snail. A Vinsmoke. You didn't tell me that. How am I supposed to organize their enemies and danger levels when I don't have all the information? Is there anything else you failed to mention? Shanks gaped at the screeching snail in his hands as Buggy's voice screeched through the room. Blue. He finally managed to interrupt the tirade. I have no idea what you're talking about. The chef. Your flashy brat's perverted chef. He's a sea-cursed Vinsmoke. Shanks paled. No. There's no way. Buggy laughed hysterically. You didn't know? Of course you didn't know. Didn't you bother to do any research on your kid's friends? You big flashy idiot. Of course I did. Hissed Shanks. I have extensive background on everyone in his crew. And you're wrong. His chef was from the East Blue. He's Redleg's kid. Grew up in the Baratai. You must have him confused. You never wondered why he's a dead ringer for the other Vinsmoke monsters? See Shanks, he even has the stupid eyebrows. Shanks hesitated for a moment before sinking into his chair. I haven't actually met the kid, you know? And his bounty poster is a joke. But hey, you met him. Why didn't you know? That's not the point. You should have known. You're the one who's all obsessed with the brat. Buggy screeched and Shanks winced at the pitch. I'm not the only one. You're the one who's trying to organize their enemies list. Added Shanks logically, making sure to hold the snail as far from him as possible. He bit back his smile at the resulting curses that went on an impressive length of time. This is the last time I try to help your flashy butt and keep your idiotic offspring alive. Do you even care that he's going up against an emperor? Do you really think I'd let him go up against an emperor? I am en route to intercept him. Trust me, that brat may have spent 2 years training with Pa, but he is going to need to prove his skill with us before we let him out of our sights again. Buggy exhaled heavily. Oh, thank the seas. The thought of him going up against Germa and Big Mom was terrifying. Wait, what dash? Not terrifying for me. Obviously. I could care less about that brat. But since I risked my flashy life to keep him alive, it would be nice if he didn't immediately try and die. Buggy hurriedly added on. Shanks' vision started to blacken and the room spun as he tried to gasp in some oxygen. Big Mom? He managed to sputter before his legs gave out. The only sound he could hear was his own ragged gasps. Shanks couldn't tell how much time had passed before he became aware again, but he was no longer alone in the room. Hongo was squatting beside him, palm on his chest, and Shanks stared blankly at his lips, trying to make out the words the doctor was uttering among the ringing in his ears. He winced as he noticed Hongo's bloody lip, but the doctor nudged him back as he tried to sit up. His hearing finally started to come back, and he almost wished it hadn't, as Buggy's voice had reached a new octave and Benn's gruff voice was yelling right back. Benn yelling was never a good sign. "Ben," he croaked, holding out his hand for the den. Benn looked relieved that he was speaking, so probably another bad sign for his mental state. "Blue? What did you mean by big? Mom? Red? What the flashy F was that? Blue? Please?" There was a second of quiet and the Buggy spoke, finally dropping his theatric voice. "Big Mom has sent out invitations to the wedding of her daughter Pudding and the third son of the Vinsmoke family, Sanji. Based off your son's past history, he will not just let one of his crew go." Shanks closed his eyes and forced himself to inhale. "And you're sure? It's his Sanji." "I'm sorry, Shanks. It's him." There was a moment of hesitation. "I'm going to assume that means you aren't en route to intercept him." Shanks gave a broken laugh. "No, because apparently my kid plans to defeat me by giving me a heart attack and save himself a fight. They were planning on going after Kaido, so I'm on the outskirts of Wano. I've been sailing in the wrong DMN direction because my kid started sheet with 2 emperors." Buggy choked. "Oh, your kid's insane." "Okay, Zoro, remember, everything is fine. The minks threw a big party and we forgot to bring the snail up with us, and Luffy is exploring. That's it. Don't say anything else," Usopp said firmly as the Wano group stared nervously at the ringing den. "I got it, enough already. Why don't you answer it if you think I'm gonna mess it up?" Zoro huffed, batting away the restraining hands. "Oh no, I've got den allergies. Yep, if I talk on one of them I could die." "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." Law grumbled from the doorway where he was lounging. Robin smiled. "You're lucky Chopper didn't hear that one. He'd be outraged he wasn't informed earlier." "Oh, enough already. Just answer it." Law snapped. "You've got Zoro," he drawled as he finally picked up the snail. "I thought I told you guys to answer whenever this line rings. What the hell have you been doing?" Ben's stern voice snapped. There was fighting and then partying and then triage and then lately I've been drinking." Usopp flailed so hard that he fell over and Zoro smirked. "Fighting? Triage? Who got hurt?" Ben asked concerned. "Giant elephant. But we got it all patched up before we left." "Dude!" screeched Usopp from the ground. "You left? You were told to stay at Zo until we got to you." Zoro snorted. "Oh please, you already knew we didn't stay there. You're calling because you wanted confirmation on where we are going." "Oh, I already know where you're going, you absolute idiots. Do you really think we wouldn't hear about Sanji's upcoming wedding? Big Mom is not someone to mess around with. If you had actually talked with us we could have helped retrieve your chef before he reached her territory. Now it will be trickier. We're on our way, so you'll have to meet us en route." Ben lectured. "No way. We don't have time to wait for you. We're getting back our stupid waiter whatever the cost," Zoro said determinedly as Usopp fainted at his feet. "You can't just take Big Mom on face to face. She is out of your league and you will lose. She's not like Shanks or Whitebeard. You challenge her, you join or you die. The only way you survive this is with us as backup." "Who said anything about face to face?" "Zoro, I swear to Davy Jones, if you so much as put one foot on her island's dash." "Relax, old man. We aren't trying to start a war with her, not yet. We just want our crew member back. I promise. We will not approach her island," Zoro drawled. Ben paused in surprise at the easy agreement. "Good, Zoro. Now put Luffy on the snail. He's exploring right now, sorry," Zoro said before hanging up and ignoring the instant ringing. "Well, I think that went well. You're gonna be murdered," Usopp whimpered from under the table. "Then I'm gonna be murdered just for being here. They're gonna track us down and kill us." Zoro laughed. "Sounds like it's a Luffy problem right now. Just you wait till it's your dad tracking you down," Usopp insisted. "You won't think it's so funny then." "He's not my dad. He's just my sensei," Zoro insisted before paling in dread. "You don't think they'll tell him, do you? 'Cause technically I didn't lie. We will not be entering her territory. They said nothing about Kaido's territory, and it's not my fault if they assume Luffy was part of the group. What are you scared of some parents? Pathetic. Come on, we're going up against Emperor soon. What are your parents going to do? Ground you? Timeout? You're pirates. Grow up." Law chuckled dryly before walking away. Usopp winced, making eye contact with Zoro. Obviously he's never received a lecture from Mihawk or Ben. "Think we can say he kidnapped us?" Nami stared in horror as her captain, her friend, was smashed into the ground without lifting a finger in defense. It was a horrible reminder of that bar on Jaya where Luffy had refused to fight back while he was beaten, worse because this time it was Sanji, their Sanji, who was doing the attacking. And just like back then, she didn't understand. Luffy was strong, he was a fighter, and as powerful as Sanji was, Luffy could kick his butt, he just wouldn't. She screamed at them both, begging them to stop, begging them to just talk, but for the first time ever, Sanji ignored her request. She hadn't felt this useless since she was working for Arlong. There was nothing she could do to stop what was happening in front of her. No way she could protect her captain. Seize, if only Zoro had come with her, or instead of her. He wouldn't sit back and watch this happen. Even if Luffy asked him to, Zoro would not allow. No, he would. If Luffy asked, Zoro would watch, noting every blow, and then he would force Sanji to do the same to him. Nami shuddered at the thought of Zoro's silent fury, eyes promising murder even as he stepped into every blow until he matched his captain. No, it was better that Zoro was far away from here, and hopefully he would remain unaware of the carnage she was being forced to witness. Finally, Luffy was down and not getting back up. Nami felt sick, as she roughly wiped the tears from her face, and Sanji just turned around and walked away. Rage filled her. No way in hell does he get to do this and then just walk away without even a second glance. She didn't care what his reasoning was, didn't care if he had no other choice. He hurt Luffy. He hurt Luffy, and now he was going to look at him and see what he did. He was going to look her in the eye and know that this act would never be forgotten, never be forgiven, and any trust she had in him was gone. Nami called after him, quickly stepping into his space and slapping him as hard as she could across the face. "I'm sorry we ever came to save you." She spat acidly, glaring into his face and feeling a sense of triumph when she caught the flicker of pain in his eyes. With that, she turned her back on him and went back to her captain. Luffy was still lying in the grass, but she watched as he began to twitch and wake up. She tried to hush him and stop his frantic movements, but Luffy pushed her away. He shakily stood up and stared after the carriage that was carrying Sanji away. She fought back her tears as she watched him yell after them, refusing to accept that Sanji was leaving them, insisting that he knew Sanji was the one hurting despite the fact that Luffy was covered in his own blood. She wanted to scream as he vowed to not move from that spot, to not eat anything that wasn't provided by his cook. She knew he meant it. She knew what Luffy's vows meant, and she wanted to shake him hard and make him see Sanji was past their reach. Staying here wasn't an option, but her captain collapsed back to the ground and Nami settled down next to him. She wouldn't stay for Sanji, but Luffy? For Luffy, Nami would sit in the open, in an enemy's territory, and face whatever came their way. What comes their way is a whole FING army. Nami begged, she pleaded, she bargained, but Luffy was adamant. He was not moving from his spot. "We can come back once they're gone, Luffy. I promise, but we can't take all of them by ourselves. Please." She begged as Luffy told her to run and hide, but eventually they were getting too close and she had to move if she wanted to survive. Kingbaum carried her off and Nami sobbed in her helplessness. But then she thought of Zoro, of how he had trusted her to keep Luffy safe while he was in Wano. She thought of how Zoro would never run off and leave Luffy to face impossible odds. And she thought of Luffy, the smiling boy who she had betrayed and tried to chase off and who had followed her into her own hell regardless. The boy who had faced her biggest nightmare and beat it into the ground just because she had asked him to. And she ordered Kingbaum to turn back. Yes, they were going to lose, but they would lose together. And they did. She watched Luffy take out countless enemies, but even he was eventually overrun and she was dragged along behind their foes, defiant and unbroken and absolutely refusing to regret returning to her captain's side. Marco was tired. He felt like he hadn't stopped moving ever since the loss of Pops. After Shanks had left them, the work hadn't ended. First he had organized the remainder of his crew, sorting out guard duty, hunters, repair, and those still in need of medical care. Then there was the whole funeral arrangements for the family members who had been lost. The number of their dead was crushing, but he had refused to let any of his siblings go without a proper farewell, not to mention Pops. And then after all that, came the scavengers. The scum who learned of Pops' passing and decided to strike while they were down. The ones who thought they were weak without Pops. Well, they learned. Their crew had no sympathy for those that tried to use others' misfortune, and they had slaughtered countless crews. They had been members of the Whitebeard crew for a reason after all. Still, the battles took their toll and they were in dire need of rest, but then came the reports from the islands under Whitebeard's protection. Pops had always been overgenerous with his aid, and the truth of the matter was that there was no way for the surviving crew to cover everyone. Marco had summoned the rest of the commanders to have a tactical discussion, choosing which locations needed them, which islands could survive on their own, or which ones would be able to get protection from other emperors. He had felt like the worst kind of person, knowing that some people would be killed because of his choices, but if they tried to save everyone they would lose more. But just because they couldn't protect everyone didn't mean their involvement ended. As 1st Division commander, it was Marco's job to personally contact their reps on all the islands and inform them of what was happening. It was a grueling process. Some of their smaller islands would probably pass under the radar, but he made sure that people on the islands were informed and offered an escorted transport to another location if they wished. He offered to negotiate protection with other emperors for the more at-risk islands and laughed so hard he fell over when more than a few requested he ask the Straw Hats. Then came the hardest part. He split up his family. Not forever. He refused to believe that it was forever, but they needed to show a strong presence on the islands they wanted to keep. They would need to defend and prove they were capable of stopping any that came after them. And it killed Marco to sit back, but he was a doctor first and foremost. So despite wanting to go protect their friends, he went with his injured family and headed to Sphinx Island. They'd finally made it and got settled in, and Marco was relieved that the worst off of his brothers were no longer in critical condition. Now he just had to ensure they didn't exacerbate their wounds and maintain defense around the village. Thankfully, Sphinx had been one of Pop's most well-kept secrets, and Marco was fairly confident Teach had never heard of its existence. Still, he wouldn't lower his guard. Never again would he be caught unaware. Speaking of, he was picking up on a familiar presence, but one he couldn't quite place. Someone from his past, and someone who was a friend. Still a day away, which hopefully would give him a chance to place exactly who was approaching their most guarded base and prepare his greeting. Law tossed back and forth in his bed before giving up and using his powers to summon one of his many medical textbooks. He had hoped that he would finally be able to sleep better now that he was back on his own sub, safely underwater and surrounded by the familiar creaking of metal. Unfortunately, his brain still refused to stop churning and sleep continued to elude him. Maybe it was stress? After all, he was about to enter an emperor's territory, which honestly wasn't something he ever expected. He always assumed he would die facing Doflamingo, taking that a-hole down with himself. He spent years planning everything for that moment, but he had never planned beyond that. Which made sense because Doflamingo would have killed him. No one could have predicted the chaos of that stupid Straw Hat. Seize, that stupid but brat with his big smile and his, arg, stupidity, Law cursed silently, tossing his book. When he had first seen that idiot, he had been impressed with his strength and nerve, thinking of how he could use that to his advantage and how easily he could manipulate the obviously brain-dead captain. Then the a-hole had disappeared for years, with whispered tales of how he had broken into Impel Down, just to be saved by that clown and Emperor Shanks. He had worried that he had been killed, that he would have to plan a new distraction for his plan, when he had suddenly and unexpectedly run into his crew on Punk Hazard of all places. He had been prepared to argue his case, plan upon plan on how to use Luffy's pride, his arrogance, his cruelty, his ambition, or whatever worked, but in the end it was all for nothing. Straw Hat merely studied him intently for a moment. A moment that felt like it lasted forever. A glance that felt like it saw straight to the core of him. Then he had agreed immediately to his alliance. It was aggravating. Well, more fool him. Law would take every bit of the other captain's strength and abilities and leave him out to dry as soon as his use was over. Yes, it was despicable, but they were pirates. They were supposed to backstab and manipulate, and if it helped to rid the world of Doflamingo, wouldn't it all be worth it? Then he'd been forced to live on the Thousand Sunny with the crew. He couldn't believe that they were real. It had to be a ruse that they were all in on. No pirate crew could be this carefree and childish. But they never dropped it. They never changed, and they never excluded him as much as he wished they would sometimes. Then came the battle for Dressrosa, and he saw the true lengths that the Straw Hats would go to for someone they chose. Even when they realized the lengths he was willing to go to, when they learned he was never planning on making it to Kaido, they still stood up and continued to fight. They defeated his monster and continued to welcome him in their group without any reprisal. It was infuriating how quickly he had become dependent on that grinning maniac. He shouldn't be this concerned about a different captain, and Seize knows that Luffy had proven that he was more capable than he was. And all with that impossibly wide grin on his face, no matter what he went through. That wide grin, Seize, Korra would have loved the idiot. And Luffy would have loved him. Both stupidly optimistic and forgiving. Both with a childish sense of humor and a belief in doing whatever they had to for the ones they cared about. Luffy would have laughed his head off at Korra's silent fart joke, and Law could very easily imagine Luffy burning down hospitals that refused to treat someone. And, oh shit. He'd gone and befriended a guy just like his faff, Korra. Law shrieked into his pillow and debated getting drunk. Unfortunately, they were entering Wano in the morning and he knew better than to get hungover. So instead he grumpily summoned a room and swapped his book with a startled Beepo. Thankfully his crew was used to his abilities and Beepo's side as he let Law cuddle up to his side. Well, now that he understood his attachment, he would be able to rebuild his walls and keep his distance. He would not allow this bond to get stronger. But, Law silently vowed, this time he would ensure that his idiot survived the battle. Jinbe smiled as he committed an act of war against an emperor. Good riddance, he thought to himself as he sent Opera flying across the room. Then he took in the sight in front of him, Nami sagging in her bindings, sniffling in relief, and Luffy spun tightly and straining forward. I need to get out and warn Sanji. Luffy roared, still struggling but thankfully unspinning before he could actually rip his hands off. Luffy, please, begged Nami. Stop and wait. I'm sure Jinbe is going to help us out of here, arms intact. Arms inta, yes of course. Luffy, do not be so hasty. There is no reason for you to injure yourself. I am here to provide aid. Thank the seas. Nami exhaled heavily. Right, I'll set the fire, and when your binds burn, you two jump out. Jinbe said cheerfully. Great, you'll burn them, burn the binds. Nami shrieked. Are you crazy? We will burn. Do it. Luffy ordered, face hard, and Jinbe grinned, shooting a flame at their book. A moment later Luffy and Nami shot out of the flames and Jinbe made sure to douse them with a burst of water. Sanji! Yelled Luffy, immediately jumping to his feet and making for the door, but Jinbe grasped his shirt collar, quickly stopping him. Wait, Luffy. You have to listen first. There are things at work that you don't understand. I don't care. Sanji is in trouble. I've got to warn him. Jinbe shook him roughly. Luffy. I'm here because the balance of the world has been destroyed and it is now more dangerous than ever to make Big Mom your enemy. With the death of Whitebeard and rise of the Blackbeard pirates, the new world has been thrown into chaos, and Big Mom is trying to use her daughter's marriage to one of my crew as a way of gaining control of Fishman Island. I don't Kardash, Luffy said, struggling to get down, but Nami slapped a hand on his mouth. Wait, did you say Whitebeard is dead? We just saw him. Yes. To everyone's misfortune, Emperor Whitebeard was struck down in a battle on the Moby D Dash. He died protecting his children, and Blackbeard has officially gained the title of Emperor after claiming part of his territory. And you Dash, he said, shaking Luffy once again. Did you not promise my people your protection? Did you not swear to us that your flag would warn the world that we were your friends? But now you would let Big Mom claim our country without a fight? He glared down at the suddenly still boy. Huh? But you guys said that Ace's captain was keeping you safe. That you would keep my flag as a symbol of our friendship, but your loyalty was to Ace's pops. Luffy protested. You idiot. Nami snapped, hitting Luffy hard. He just said that Whitebeard died. Weren't you listening? Wait, that's Ace's pops? The old guy with the banana mustache. But I wanted to fight him. Ace said he was super strong. DMN it. Do you have any sense of timing, you idiot? Nami sighed. Sorry, Jinbe. I know that you were close to him. Hold on. Ace's ship was attacked. Is Ace okay? Luffy shot a hand to his hat, desperately digging in the ribbon until he pulled out Ace's Vivre card. He sighed in relief as he took in the mostly full paper. Phew, I was worried there. Yes, Ace is fine. He's been sailing with your fathers while he heals up, and they track you down. Jinbe added. That's good. Dad and Pa will watch out for him. Sides, if they're together, that's one less person to avoid. Shishishi. Luffy laughed and Nami groaned. Then Luffy went cold. Blackbeard, eh? Guess I'll have to kick his butt then. Luffy. You are not ready to face that man. And you have more pressing enemies at the moment. Big Mom is Dash. Sanji. Luffy suddenly shot upwards and raced out of the room, ignoring the shouts of Nami and Jinbe behind him. Akainu felt his magma bubbling underneath his skin as he stared at his most wanted board. He had torn down all but 3 posters. 3 men that deserved to die in the name of absolute justice. 2 of them should have died years ago, before they had a chance to grow and spread the poison of piracy. They definitely should have died when the one was in chains, at their mercy, but the weak men in charge at the time wasted their chance just to put on a production. If he had been in charge then, their still beating hearts would have been ripped out of their chests the second they landed in their grasp. Their corpses would have hung on the gates as a warning to all who foolishly believed in freedom and revolution. Then there would have just been one. The so-called leader of the revolutionaries. God's what he would give to be the one to shove his fist through that scum's chest. To burn the very heart out of the fools who followed him. But no. All 3 of the criminals were allowed to grow and spread like a cancer. Under the protection of one of their own. And he wasn't allowed to do anything to the traitor because somehow he still had the favor of the world leaders. The magma burst through and Akainu snarled as the wanted poster withered away. Garp. Apparently just thinking of the man was enough to summon him, and Akainu bit down hard on his cigar as the man burst into his office, without knocking as always. He looked at the rapidly disappearing poster and burst into laughter. Those little brats still giving you trouble, Akainu. Garp laughed, plopping down in Akainu's chair. What do you want? He snarled in return. Want? I wouldn't say no to a snack. But I'm here for orders, boss. Garp said sarcastically, saluting. I was told you wanted to personally give me my charge for the levelry. Right. Akainu grumbled before turning and digging in a locked cabinet. If it was up to me you would be nowhere near Marie Geos, but apparently we need to parade the hero of the Marines around since your grandsons are still running rampant through the seas. He spat at the floor in disgust before throwing a file on the desk. You're tasked with guarding the fish people and ensuring they make it to the levelry. Your weak underlings are also given an escort role. These routes are top secret, so make sure you don't leave those lying around. And Garp, if you slip up, the smallest mistake, I'll personally ensure you never get to make another. Now get the hell out. Garp stood up slowly and smirked. Strong words for someone who can't even catch little Lou. You're a joke, a dog. A pathetic fall guy who is too dumb to see that he's just a puppet for the people actually in charge, and when things go wrong, they will kill him without hesitation. I used to worry about you running into my family, but now you're too late. They're all strong, capable fighters with a family that will fight by their side while you stand alone, blinded by your own puffed-up ideals. Akainu let out a roar of rage and jumped forward as the door behind him burst open. There was a second of silence as he looked at the man standing in the doorway before his cigar fell out of his mouth. No! He snarled, turning back to see a smirking Sabo give him a middle finger salute and jump out the window, file tucked under his arm. Akainu rushed to the window, preparing to follow when a strong arm shoved him to the side and he crushed into the wall. Oi, you little brat! Get back here! Garp called out the window. I owe you 10 years worth of fists of love, DMN it. Akainu blinked dazedly as a faint cry of, "Try it you shitty Gramps," was heard, and then Garp cursed before breaking into loud raucous laughter, jumping out the window. There was more of them? How many children did that traitor raise? He bubbled angrily before a freezing sensation shot down his back. Oh shit, he just lost all their routes, data and schedules for the levelry. He was F'd. Chopper sighed in relief as the dirt, sweat and grime of the last few days washed away. Hard to believe they'd only been here a couple of days. But surprisingly they were all okay, and Sanji and Luffy were on their way to meet them. They'd all be back together and then they could face anything that came their way. He gave a little jump of excitement and rushed out to wait for his friends to appear. Finally Luffy and Sanji arrived, and Chopper threw himself at Sanji in relief. Sanji! I can't believe you're here. I was so worried, you big stupid head. Why'd you go without saying bye? Don't you ever do that again, do you hear me? Oh, are you okay? You don't have any injuries, do you? He struggled to get down and started pulling at the chef's shirt. Sanji snorted and shoved his little hooves away. I'm fine, Chopper. You shouldn't worry about me. Luffy was the one who fought an army. Not to mention got beaten to a pulp by you. Nami whispered acidly to him as she stalked by to give Luffy a hug. Thankfully Chopper was clueless, already panicking as he looked at Luffy's bruised and bloody form. Luffy! Oh no! Look at you! Does anything feel broken? And what did you do to your hands? I need bandages and meds, and where do I even start? Chopper yelled, pacing around and prodding at different injuries. Shishishi, don't worry, Chopper. I know you'll fix everything. You're the best doctor after all. Chopper giggled, hiding behind Nami. Your compliments don't make me happy, you big JRK. Now what hurts? I'm all good, Chopper. All I need is a glass of milk and I'll be good as new. That's not how that works, Luffy. Nami said, smacking him surprisingly lightly. Chopper, he overate, then was knocked unconscious, then he got beat up some more, then he tried to rip his hands off, and then he starved himself. Oh, and probably got beat up some more after he ran off and left me and Jinbe. Sanji paled, falling back against a wall and trying to breathe normally as Luffy pouted at Nami in betrayal, and Chopper wailed. Chopper ignored Nami whispering something to Sanji and quickly changed forms, dragging a complaining Luffy into the shower room and shoving him onto a chair. Chopper frantically examined Luffy, mentally keeping track of how much bandages and things he needed before he grumbled. I've gotta get my bag. You get clean and wait for me. Sanji, help him. Doctor's orders. He snapped before racing from the room. Sanji awkwardly hovered by the doorway before stepping forward and helping Luffy into the water. What did Nami mean about you trying to rip off your own hands? He eventually whispered. Luffy studied him for a minute through the steam before grinning. My hands were keeping me trapped and I needed to get to you, he said easily, and Sanji's stomach dropped. But your hands? They're just hands. Luffy shrugged. If it let me save you, I'd give up all my limbs. Sanji turned away, blinking back tears. Why did all the important people in his life not understand he wasn't worth their sacrifices? He was poison. You can't do that, Luffy. You need your hands. I need you more. You're my chef. Luffy said firmly, stretching a hand to grasp Sanji's shoulder and turn him back to face him. Sanji is my family and Sanji is worth saving. I'm captain and I say so. Now no more arguing. But I just told you I hated you and I hurt you. Sanji protested weakly. 'Cause Sanji is stupid. But I know you were hurting more than I was. Besides, Sanji was lying. Now I said no more arguing. It's done. Now we need to go kick Big Mom's butt and save your family. Sanji let the tears roll as Luffy grinned. Yes, Captain. He choked out as Chopper came racing back in with his first aid kit. Katakuri lounged on his enemy's ship, forcing his body to stay relaxed even though his mind was spinning. He was worried, an emotion he didn't feel often. Between his observation Haki, his family's strength and their legendary ruthlessness, it had been decades since he had actually had any real fears. Well, fears that didn't involve his mother anyways, since it was practically impossible to predict when she would have an episode or when she'd decide one of her kids was a failure. He caught himself grinding his teeth and was annoyingly grateful that his mouth was always covered. He needed to show his family that he wasn't concerned. These little sheets had gotten lucky, that's the only reason they had managed to escape from the wedding. They had been caught and helpless until the tower crumbled. There was nothing special about them. Though it was impressive that they had taken him by surprise. But that was simply because he had never predicted anyone would be suicidal enough to destroy Big Mom's cake. Those idiots had set off something that no one could control and Seize knows how many of his family would die in the resulting disaster. Well, he would ensure that they would die for their actions, even if it wouldn't save his own family from their mother. Finally he foresaw the arrival of some of the crew but he didn't bother to move. He could see Perospero would handle them fine, after they managed to take out an impressive amount of their low-ranking members. They should really look into improving their grunts, it was embarrassing. No, he was waiting for the real problem, this young straw hat-wearing boy. The brat who had the audacity to not only attack Big Mom in her territory but had destroyed two things that Big Mom cherished. Only his death would have a chance of appeasing Big Mom now. He was actually shocked to see the enemy make it out of the seducing woods. The forest alone was normally impossible to escape, and that was before you added a furious Big Mom chasing them. Still, he would ensure that they made it no farther. As he expected, his family were quickly able to disarm the rookies and Katakuri side. There was so much damage caused by something so minuscule. Suddenly he froze, horrified as he saw his big brother blow up in a giant explosion that knocked his mother back. There was no way Perospero could have been taken down, there was no way. The little mink attacked him and he absent-mindedly dodged her, pinning her to the ground, mind still focused on the smoke cloud on shore, trying to read what was happening down below. This moment of distraction cost him, or maybe it was his arrogance. Either way, the rookie captain managed to get a grasp of him. He wasn't concerned, at least until he saw the brat get a hold of Bruley and suddenly they were flying through the mirror. He grimaced to himself. Sees what a stupid mistake. Now he was going to have to find a way to catch up. But wait, he stilled as the kid stared at him unflinchingly as he smashed the mirror behind him, locking himself in the mirror with him. Now that was impressive. Katakuri grinned, feeling the stirring of respect for the rookie, finally starting to see what made this brat a captain worth following. Roronoa. It seems like you can, in fact, keep track of time. Good. Mihawk drawled, his hand unclenching carefully from his wine glass as he confirmed the brat was alive. I already apologized for last time. You don't need to keep nagging about it. Zoro replied, with what he refused to admit was a touch of a whine in his voice. Nagging? I do not nag. Mihawk stared at the snail in offense. Yes you do. Roronoa, your footwork is sloppy. Roronoa, your Haki is weak. Roronoa, you're gonna get lost if you go alone. Roronoa, you need to eat something to soak up that alcohol. Zoro snarked, copying Mihawk's drawl. Careful, Roronoa. I'd hate to have to track you down and knock that sass out of you. Zoro snorted. Haven't you heard from Shanks? It's harder to track us down than you think. Mihawk glared, allowing a touch of steel to enter his voice. It's much easier when one is in possession of a certain person's Vivre card. There was a moment of silence, and he studied the blushing snail in front of him. Right? Forgot about that. Indeed. Mihawk let the syllables drag out slowly. He kept quiet about the fact that the solid piece of paper in front of him was the only reason he hadn't completely panicked about the week-long absence of news on his pupil's crew. Be careful, boy, or I might have to join that red-haired idiot and ensure he finally gets his hands on that captain of yours. Wouldn't do him much good at the moment. Zoro muttered, but he bit back the snide comment that he wanted to say. Mihawk tensed again. And why is that? Are you not with your captain? Zoro winced. Not exactly. Luffy had some matters to handle and I went to lay some groundwork. Alone? Did he want you to get lost? I'm not alone. Zoro groused. I've got half the crew and I found my way to Wano perfectly fine by the way. Mihawk felt the blood drain from his face. Wano? You're in Wano? His low voice rising in octave and volume. Gotta go. Zoro yelped. Don't you dare. Mihawk snapped quickly and Zoro froze, snail halfway to hanging up. Wano, so you are going after Kaido. He took a deep breath, mind flashing through all the facts he knew about the Emperor and his crew. Oh sees, his kid was going to go up against King as well as a crew of thousands. And Luffy is away gathering the rest of his fleet to help, right? Mihawk graciously ignored the eye roll. We don't need them. Luffy didn't even want the stupid fleet. Idiots insisted, but we aren't going to let them get in the way of our fights. Idiots. They were going to fight 20,000 to 10. Mihawk pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled slowly before picking back up his wine glass. He wished it was something stronger than wine for this conversation. Obviously we wouldn't want to have that. In fact we should just add in Big Mom and make it a real fight. Exactly. See, you get it. Zoro beamed. And I'm going to get so much practice while dash. He's actually getting big MOM. Are you insane? Mihawk shrieked, wine glass shattering in his fist, and Zoro awkwardly trailed off. No? Pissed Usopp? Mihawk ground his teeth as he listened to a quick whispered conversation between Zoro and the sniper who was floundering desperately. Roronoa Zoro. Stop trying to hide behind your crew members and pick up the DMN snail. He waited a moment until the snail blinked up at him sheepishly. Now tell me everything since our last discussion and don't leave a single thing out or I'll track you down and drag you back to this island by your stupid earrings. He bared his teeth evilly at the loud gulp. Garp scowled at the assembled troops on board, Bogard hovering behind his shoulder. I don't trust it. Sir, we've checked and double-checked. We're as confident as we can be. Bogard sighed, repeating himself again. We need to get moving. There's no rookies? No unexpected add-ons? Garp questioned and Bogard almost broke his blank expression to roll his eyes as he confirmed, again. And everyone on board answered the code question correctly? Garp. We are going to lose the tide. We are leaving. Bogard finally snapped, letting his irritation blend into his voice. Fine. Grumbled Garp, crossing his arms and glaring at the nervous Marines below. That little blonde brat was always the sneakiest of the three though. And sees no, he's only got worse under Dragon's teaching. He slammed his fist through the railing in annoyance and the shipwrights winced. I don't know where I went wrong with those brats. Maybe I should have made them do more intense training, but I was too soft on them. The next kids I'll make sure to start them off right. Make them proper Marines. I'm going to my room, tell the cook I want a snack. He turned and stomped off. Sees hopefully no one else was stupid enough to entrust Garp with more children. Bogard studied the Marines below before hollering out orders to raise anchor. The crew instantly jumping to their tasks, organized and precise from working together for ages. Not a single cog out of place. He gestured to a cadet to inform the cook and then settled in for a long stint of supervising. Bogard's lip twitched upward slightly. Gramps was getting old. Sabo wouldn't lie. He did feel bad about tricking poor Bogard, but it had been easy to use Garp's face to send the man on a wild goose chase in the South Blue, stressing the importance of no contact. At least he had told the revs in charge of distracting him to keep it exciting but minimize destruction. The man really could use a couple months of Garp-free vacation time. What really surprised him was how easy it had been to trick Gramps. Now that he could remember his childhood, he recalled the terror of Garp's training in the woods. The scary old man seemed to always know every move they made. Now of course Sabo knew that the BSTRD had cheated and used Haki to track them and to shield himself from their best attacks. Dirty rotten cheater. It was nice to know that he had grown strong enough to trick him now. Even while he was on his guard. But it seemed that Bogard was his weak spot and he never even thought about testing him. Not that it would matter. Sabo had spent enough time with his shitty Gramps second in command to learn how to mimic him, and though Garp didn't seem to remember, he had pounded Marine codes and drills into all of his grandsons' heads. Even Luffy could quote the proper replies while half asleep. They all just refused to do it since it was much more fun to reply with a wise-ass remark and run. Sabo kept his gaze focused on the cadets while his mind went over the next steps of his plan. 1. Remain undercover till Marie Geos. 2. Learn some secrets. 3. Break some sheet. 4. Find Kuma if he can. 5. Burn it behind him as he escaped. 6. Laugh evilly as the dragon's world crumbles. See Koala, he totally knew how to make a plan. He was responsible and not reckless at all, thank you very much. Though talking about reckless, Sabo pulled out the little piece of paper that he kept on him at all times. He winced as he took in the charred chunk that remained. "Seize Luffy, if you die, I'm going to kill you, and then I'll be killed by Ace." He carefully ran a finger over the card before putting it safely back in his pocket. Luffy would be fine. He always was. There was nothing he could do to help him in this moment, but if he did his job at the Levelry, it would keep the world government busy and too focused on the revs to bother with a pirate nuisance. Yep, he needed to cause some chaos. Good thing that was something he and Ace perfected at a young age. They had made it. They had actually made it. Sanji stared out at the sea, shocked that there was no enemy in sight. In fact, it was peaceful. The black hole that had lived in his chest all his life finally disappearing. He was free. Never again would he consider himself part of that cursed family. Never again would he allow himself to be seen as the reject. He was Blackleg Sanji, son of Redleg Zeph and cook of the Straw Hat Pirates, member of the Monster Trio and left wing of the future Pirate King. He lit up a cigarette and took a deep inhale. He had no idea why he was so loved by Luffy, but he wouldn't doubt his place anymore. His loyalties would never be questioned again. How could he not give everything he has to a man who took all his failures and insecurities and called them his best features? A man who didn't even seem to understand that they were his flaws. He turned around and took in the deck of the Sunny, the deck of his home. Brooke was playing a gentle tune, background noise for a heartbroken carrot while she told stories about Pedro. A tearful Chopper was berating Luffy and struggling to hold the captain down while he checked his wounds. There was one in his side that really seemed to cause him concern. Luffy was twisting around and moving with the music, ignoring Chopper's ranting, and Nami was standing stiffly by the wheel, ensuring that they continued to make good time. That was it. 5 members of his family and friends who managed to invade an enemy's territory, cause massive disruptions and destruction and then escape, despite being wildly outnumbered and unprepared. And they did all of it, just for him. And how did he repay them? By beating his captain unconscious. Luffy had already forgotten and moved on, but he could feel Nami's glare whenever her eyes fell on him. He hated that she was mad at him. He'd tried to grovel, he'd asked her to knock him around in return, but she had refused. She told him she wasn't helping him get over his guilt that quickly, and he could suffer in his guilt forever in her opinion, or if he wanted, Zoro would probably be thrilled to take it out on his face. Sanji wasn't stupid though. He knew Luffy would refuse to allow it and Zoro would respect that. He wished Luffy would just kick his. Sanji is being stupid again. Sanji jumped, choking on his smoke at the sudden appearance of Luffy by his side. Sanji made some stupid choices, but he made them because he cares. It's my fault that you didn't feel like you could tell me or trust me to help you. But I will always come for you and you aren't allowed to feel bad about that. I'm the captain. It's my job to protect my crew, and now you know, we can handle things together. So next time Sanji will tell me before he does stupid things. Luffy said firmly. Sanji took a watery breath, not bothering to wipe off the falling tears. Yes, Captain. Next time I'll talk to you first. And I promise that dash. Sanji. I don't want your promises. Now can you stop pouting and come join us? Luffy said, his voice dropping to a whine. Sanji nodded, silently promising never to lay a foot on Luffy again. How about I whip up some food for everyone? You deserve a delicious meaty dinner. Really? I'm sure we could all use an actual meal after the sugar we've ingested. Big Mom has no knowledge of a balanced diet. It's a wonder they don't all have cavities and diabetes. Sanji grumbled, thinking back to the horrible tea party with singing food. He shuddered in distaste as Luffy cheered about food. Sanji walked off to the kitchen, glad to be home and of use to his captain, his best friend, his sunshine. He pushed open the door and froze in horror. That little piece of sheet, that stupid moronic a-hole. He was going to murder him. Luffy watched as Sanji walked away, relieved that the aura of guilt and pain was starting to lessen. He hated when his family was hurting. He would just have to keep watching and make sure he chased away the sadness before it caused his cook to do more stupid things. Good thing Papa Ray had taught him how to understand the auras he had always sort of sensed. He grinned widely and shot up to the crow's nest, where he pulled out the little emergency den that Papa Ray had insisted he keep. Apparently it was smart to have a backup in case their main snail got sick. Luffy had wisely kept this one's number to just his crew, not needing to listen to 2 snails ringing constantly. Now why would a brat like you be calling on old man like me? Drawled Rayleigh. Shishishi. Guess what? I figured out what you said about seeing my opponent's moves. It took a long time, but then it was easy and I dodged a million attacks. It was so awesome. Oh really? Rayleigh asked, surprised. Yep. It was a fun fight. It took me a while to get it, but then it was easy. I'm impressed. Just don't be too upset if it takes you a bit longer to actually extend it more than a couple milliseconds. After all, it took your dad years to advance his observation. It takes time and practice. Very few manage to get even the brief glance you've achieved. Luffy happily swayed to himself. Oh, I know. I'm gonna get as much practice as I can. We were fighting for ages cause I wanted to figure out why my Haki wasn't working properly on him. It's cause he was seeing in the future and then forming his body around my attacks. Isn't that too cool? Rayleigh stared at the snail, jaw dropped. Wait, Katakuri? You went head to head with Katakuri? Big Mom's first mate? Aha. I got it eventually and he finally got tired. But I'm gonna come back again and keep playing with him cause he is super strong. Even after he stabbed himself. Why'd he stab himself? Rayleigh dared to question. Oh, he got upset that he stabbed me after his sister secretly poisoned me. He said it wasn't fair even though I told him we were pirates and we don't have to fight fair. Rayleigh took a deep breath in and reminded himself that the brat was talking to him and obviously survived. You were stabbed and poisoned? Have you gotten that treated yet? He asked sternly. Shishishi. Don't worry, Papa. Chopper stayed with me instead of joining the Wano team. He bandaged me up and told me not to move around too much. Oh good, I like that little guy. And you're listening to his orders, Rig Dash. You're dead. Rayleigh trailed off at the sudden scream in the distance. Where are you? I'm gonna kick your head in. Luffy? Is there a problem? He asked concerned. Luffy laughed, eyes full of mischief. Nope. Sanji just saw his kitchen. There was more cursing and threats, getting louder as the cook approached. And seeing his kitchen warrants you, getting a foot so far up your but you can taste it, why? Shishishi, while he was gone someone had to make lunch and no one else wanted to. Rayleigh shuddered as he remembered the one and only time he made Luffy make a meal during their 2 years together. Nope, lock away the memory and pretend it never happened, he reminded himself desperately. There was a loud bang and then Sanji's self-satisfied voice. Found you, you shitty captain. What the hell did you do to my kitchen? Followed by a rapid stream of thuds and yelps. Gotta go, Papa Ray. I'll call you after I take down Kaido. Luffy yelped and the line went dead. Rayleigh shook his head. That kid was a riot. He hoped Sanji didn't kill the boy, though Rayleigh could only imagine the horror scene that was his kitchen. Sees, Luffy deserved it if that cook of his killed him. But forget that nightmare. He'd rather focus on the non-life devastating moments like little Luffy had faced down Katakuri. Rayleigh wanted to spread the news to everybody that his grandson took down the first mate of an emperor at the young age of bless Shanks for stumbling on that little boy all those years ago. When Shanks had first told him about the kid he sacrificed an arm for, Rayleigh had been furious. His kid was so young and had so much potential, thrown away for some little brat out in the middle of nowhere. It had actually led to one of the worst fights the two had had since Rayleigh had dragged his drunken and depressed but back into Red's life. He couldn't understand how Red could believe so fully in a measly 7-year-old kid that he'd bet everything on him. But now Rayleigh got it. Luffy was just bursting with some bright light. His whole spirit called out for joy and freedom and an absolute refusal to darken. It was a quality that rarely appeared, and Rayleigh wasn't afraid to admit that Luffy's light made even Rogers look dim. Yes, that kid was born to be Pirate King, and he was so glad that he got to share even a small part of it. He was excited to hear from his grandson again after he took down Kaio's sheet. Rayleigh used to think Red deserved the panic of raising Luffy, karma for all the stunts he pulled as a kid, but even Red hadn't been this reckless. He'd waited till he was well in his 20s before he began his big moves. Oh sees, Luffy was going after Kaido and he had just fought Lin second. Luffy was going after Kaido now. His son was going to be a disaster. This is a disaster. Yasopp whispered to a grim-faced Lime who nodded, eyes scanning the debris in front of them. You don't really think Anchor could have done all this, do you? I mean, the kid's always been a destructive monster, but he's never been callous with lives. Snake cut in from behind. And this was a rampage. Shut up, you idiots. Hissed Hongo, carefully gesturing to the two fathers stalking ahead. Chief's gonna blow. It's not Chief we have to worry about. Lucky warned, fingers fiddling with his holstered pistol. Benn's got that look. They all eyed the first mate warily. His face was blank but his eyes were hard and he was exuding pure murder. Yasopp gulped and hastily glanced away. Yep, disaster. He muttered again. We're gonna start a war. DMN. Whispered Lime, slowing to a stop and looking incredulously at the ruin of Big Mom's chateau. Looks like the kid already did. Shanks' Haki flared and they all winced at the power. Knock knock, anyone home? He called out. It took a few minutes but eventually Katakuri appeared with some of his siblings behind him. This is our territory, Red Hair. Why are you here? He asked, tense in the presence of a man who cancelled out his observation Haki. Shanks studied the man, curious at the bruises and swelling on the normally pristine man. We're looking for a certain rookie that I hear was on his way here, Straw Hat Luffy. There is no one of that crew here. Katakuri said firmly. Now get lost before we make you. Shanks grinned sharply. We all know that you aren't capable of making me do anything, Katie. Hell, even your mom would have a hard time slowing me down, especially if I'm in a mood. And let me tell you, bud, I have been in a mood lately. So why don't you run back home or wherever your family is squatting and tell your mom that I'm here and I demand an audience, or I'll forget about the politics and drag her out myself. Katakuri bristled at the insult, but he knew that he couldn't actually take Shanks if the man got serious. I already told you that there are no straw hats here and the captain isn't available. There was a sudden thud and Katakuri snarled as he looked at his newly unconscious brother, lump forming on his head from being cold-cocked. Benn raised an eyebrow, already holding his rifle flush against another sibling's head and a dangerous glint on his face. His siblings rustled, hands drifting to weapons, and Katakuri quietly signaled his family to stand down. I'm out of patience, brat. We know straw hats were here, so start talking or I start killing instead of knocking out. Benn said coldly. He came, we fought, he left. Like I said, they aren't here anymore. Katakuri glowered but spoke as Benn ped his gun. And I don't know where they were heading. He lied, not wanting to think of Redhair taking out the little Spitfire. Why don't I believe you? Asked Benn, shooting quickly and bringing another 2 men down in pain and causing Katakuri to hiss in rage. Meanwhile, Yasopp was having a whispered conversation into a mini Denden. A cap, Benn. He squeaked. They glanced at him and he cleared his throat loudly. They're gone. Rockstar just called. The news coup came. And? Snapped Benn when he didn't continue. Yasopp jolted. He beat Big Mom, stopped the wedding and escaped with his crew. That's a lie. Snarled Katakuri, stepping forward before Benn pointed his gun at him. He glared but stepped back again. Luffy? Luffy took down Big Mom? Shanks exclaimed incredulous. They're calling him the 5th Emperor. Whispered Yasopp. Oh, for FS sake. The kid did not face Big Mom. He fled from her and it was only luck that he managed that. I'll admit that he surprised us and managed to cause quite a bit of damage and turmoil, but Big Mom is the one who Katakuri trailed off with a grimace. She went on one of her rampages then. Shanks said, kicking some debris. Yes, fine. Straw Hat Luffy destroyed her wedding cake and then she went into a food craving. Which explains how he managed to escape. The majority of my siblings were busy handling that. Majority but not all. Fact is, Luffy managed to escape from your territory after pissing off an emperor's crew. Shanks smirked. And where exactly were you, Katakuri? As first mate with your captain incapacitated, you would have been in charge of the attack. Benn added. Katakuri straightened, looking him in the eyes. I faced the captain. He proved to be a worthy foe and our battle proved to be an impressive display of resilience and innovation. He has a lot of potential, and he escaped me, but I am not Big Mom. Big Mom has gone to make Straw Hat Luffy pay for his hubris and then Morgan will regret his report. Lin's gone after DMN it. Shanks snarled, turning and stomping away. Where did they go? Benn demanded, ignoring his retreating crew. Katakuri studied him for a moment before laughing bitterly. There was mention of Kaido, so if you wanted to take him on, you're too late. You better hope we're not. Benn said softly. Or we will be back and your island won't survive. Then he turned and stalked after his family. Yasopp winced as he helped get the force ready to sail, catching parts of Benn's angry muttering. Tie the little brat down, anchor, challenging emperors. Teach him a lesson. Be lucky if he sees freedom again. Disappears without a word dash. Yep, he did not want to be in Anchor's shoes when Benn got a hold of him. He glanced at Shanks, who was angrily sharpening Griffin on the deck, and mentally wished Anchor luck. Thank the seas, Usopp was a careful and logical child who didn't want to drive his poor dad to an early grave. A Luffy? Nami called as she walked into the kitchen. Why is your dad threatening your life in the papers? Huh? Luffy mumbled, in the process of emptying 2 plates into his mouth. Dad? He said, spitting crumbs everywhere. Nami shrieked and Sanji immediately kicked him hard. You swine. Mind your manners around a beautiful woman. Nami shot him a withering glare before shoving the paper in Luffy's face. Straw Hat Luffy, dead man walking? It is hard to believe that things could be worse for this reckless rookie, after his actions on Whole Cake Island infuriated Emperor Charlotte Lin. The young captain failed in his assassination of the Emperor but caused tremendous damage to her territory before fleeing with the aid of First Son of the Sea Jinbe. But this young rookie has also antagonized Emperor Red Hair Shanks in some mysterious way. The Emperor has been tracking the infamous crew across the Grand Line and was overheard demanding to know the rookie's whereabouts, threatening to use the Devil Fruit Captain as an anchor for his ship. The Emperor claims he will teach this rookie a lesson and vows that the supernova will never see his freedom again. What did this young pirate do to find himself on the bad side of the usually laid-back Emperor? Will Emperors Big Mom and Kaido destroy the rookie before Red Hair can make his move? How did Straw Hat Luffy manage to declare war with multiple long-standing emperors? Is Straw Hat Luffy ready to be crowned an emperor of the sea, or has this kid bitten off more than even he can chew? We will keep you informed as events unfold. One thing is sure, this rookie is not afraid of stirring the pot, and we can't wait to see what he does next. Luffy snorted, a puzzled frown as he read the paper. What do they mean more than I can chew? I can chew anything. Are they going to give me food? Is that what's in the pot? Nami groaned in exasperation, yanking the paper back. Oh, never mind. Of course you'd focus on that and not the fact that your father is stalking us. Sanji leaned back against the counter and inhaled his cigarette. We already knew he was after us, it doesn't seem to be working for him. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I agree. It does feel foolish to worry about the one emperor who does not want us dead. Brook added. I'd rather fight than get grounded, Luffy, melting off the bench dramatically. Dad once grounded me to Kino's bar for a whole week. It was awful. A week? You must have committed a horrible crime. Carrot said awestruck. Nah-uh. I was just trying out my pirate ship. He got mad at you for that? Nami asked suspiciously. What happened to it? Luffy grinned. The mud washed off in the water and the logs didn't stay together. Pa said that if he hadn't walked by I would have drowned. Mud? You thought mud would hold it together? Shouted Nami. Luffy shrugged. Mud is sticky. And I wasn't good with knots. But Dad said I wasn't allowed to be by the water alone cause it was dangerous, and then I had to stay inside forever. So I waited till they went off on an adventure before my next attempt. You get caught? Sanji asked, pointing a spoon threateningly at him. Luffy sighed mournfully and nodded. The mayor was a tattletale. But I didn't sink. I paddled my barrel almost out of the bay. He smiled thinking back. Dad got really angry when I told him that I was gonna paddle to find Usopp and prove we could be pirates too. You were going to paddle to Syrup Village in a barrel? Repeated Nami, deadpan. I didn't know it was gonna be that far. Usopp kept saying it was so close and that his son was super cool. Luffy pouted. Anyways, Dad said I only proved that I had no understanding of the sea and that I couldn't be trusted alone. Some things never change. Sanji said, fighting back a grin. You learn your lesson that time? Yeah. He made me stay within reach of an adult for 2 weeks. And not my reach, theirs. He had the whole village help and I had to do chores for everyone, and Pa made me study maps of the East Blue and go over all the supplies they get before every trip. Oh, so you do know about required logistics for traveling, you just choose to ignore it. Sanji said, rolling his eyes. Yeah, it was boring. That's why I have you guys. Luffy smirked. Yo-ho-ho, even I can see it's a miracle he survived till now and I don't have eyes. Brook said, shaking his head. Yeah, I'm starting to sympathize with his fathers. Whispered Chopper. Luffy's fathers were not happy. Shanks was somewhat sheepishly using his observation haki while Benn glared at him from the table. Okay, I admit it, I should have known that Morgans was hanging around, but Ben, I've got other things on my mind. Ben snorted. I should tell your father on you. With everything that's going on, your haki should be on top form. You should not be missing strangers close enough to eavesdrop. Okay, first of all, if he's close enough to eavesdrop, then everyone on the crew should have noticed him. Second of all, I was a little occupied keeping Katie's observation blocked and making sure they didn't make a move on us. And lastly, Morgans isn't a stranger. Well, he sure as hell isn't crew. You're just lucky that he couldn't hear everything, because if he had published our relationship with Anchor, the kid would have thrown a fit. Has to actually be present to throw a fit. Shanks muttered, eyes sparkling. Hey, what did we dash? No, Ben interrupted firmly. We are not putting it out there just because you want Luffy to find you. We promised him that we would keep it quiet. It's bad enough you blabbed it in front of Sengoku and Luffy's fleet. Shanks grumbled but didn't press it, waving a hand at Ace as he stepped on deck. Ace glared back, sending a brief flame at him which he absent-mindedly knocked aside. You drag me again and I'm gonna burn this ship down. C's knows there's enough alcohol on board that it would only take a spark. Shanks rolled his eyes. Don't be so dramatic, brat. I didn't trust you to stay on the ship by yourself and my men were too busy to babysit. I wasn't about to let you rampage through another emperor's territory. That's enough to start a war. I'm not part of your crew. You don't get to decide my actions. And those assholes tried to hurt my brother, so I have every right to go light a fire under their buttes. Ace growled, fists clenched. Shanks flared his haki for a second, making Ace inhale sharply. You're my little brother and according to your logic, I'm allowed to do what it takes to keep you safe. That's different. Luffy needs someone to watch out for him. I can take care of myself. Oh, of course you can. I've just had to save you from an execution, and a shipwreck so far, bud. Shanks snapped before grimacing guiltily and wiping a hand down his face. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. But Ace, you are still young and as strong as you are, you can't fight the whole world. You've got to remember you no longer have your pops to back you. He gently pulled the younger kid over to sit beside him. Now as a big brother, I get to protect you even when you hate it. Besides, it turns out Anchor kicked butt there and I'm pretty sure he made some friends. He wouldn't have thanked you for stirring things up when Big Mom wasn't even around. Of course he made friends. Who wouldn't love that stupid smiling idiot? Ace sighed. Benn snorted. Just all the powerful psychopaths who want to kill him. The brat has a knack for pissing off some of the worst members of the world even as he makes allies with the other half. He's a good judge of character. Kid always could see to the heart of people. Though I wish he wasn't quite so quick to forgive people who hurt him. Shanks grumbled. Well, don't look at me. Ace said, rolling his eyes. He was like that before I met him. In fact, I'm pretty sure he picked that little trait up from you, Mister. It doesn't matter what you do to me. Try and teach the kid one lesson and this is what happens. Shanks swore. See Benn, this is what happens when I try and be responsible. Benn just sighed and shook his head before pointing behind Shanks. Shanks turned around and froze, taking in the sight of an intruder on deck. Okay, this isn't my fault. Ace distracted me. He said, flustered. And it's still not a threat. Benn glared and Shanks wilted slightly. Hi Jinbe. Emperor Shanks. Sorry for the intrusion. I thought you would have noticed my approach. The fishman responded politely. Benn cuffed his captain lightly on the head and Shanks yelped as he walked away. Wait Benn. What are you doing? You're not gonna tell my pa, right? Benn? I'll do better. Promise. I'm keeping watch. Benn ignored him, disappearing below deck and Shanks groaned. Well shit, I'm so dead. Maybe the old man will be too busy to chase me down right now. Ace looked at Shanks pityingly and the older man swore. Somebody get me a drink. Sabo laughed loudly, happy to finally be wearing a face that actually allowed him to show emotion. And for all the danger he was still in, standing in the middle of enemy territory, he was having a great time. And why wouldn't he? Here he was surrounded by 3 gorgeous women who were all happily conversing about his favorite topic. Of course he already knew all about Rebecca's experiences and he'd heard of the Straw Hat's adventures in Arabasta, but hearing the story from Vivi's view was exhilarating and terrifying. He shook his head fondly at the evident affection for his clueless brother. Sees, the kid could be a right ladies' man if he ever desired. Thankfully his sweet brother seemed like he would always stay innocent. Overall, it was a wonderful way to pass the time while waiting for his moment. Even the glowering face of a nearby Garp wasn't enough to faze him. He knew his Gramps wouldn't reveal his presence, not now when he knows it would end in Sabo's death. That's why Sabo had left him a note as they reached Marie Geo's, letting him know that Bogard wouldn't be around for a bit. After all, he didn't want Gramps to worry about his friend and Sabo had been careful to choose a new marine face that wasn't present. That way the poor grunt would have an alibi and wouldn't be blamed for his actions. Also it was really fun to listen to Gramps' screams of annoyance when he read the note. Of course Gramps had quickly locked on to his new identity. It wasn't hard when a new face appeared after all that time stuck on the ship, but there wasn't anything the old man could do without alerting anyone else. He winked as he caught Garp leaning into the women's conversation, smiling brightly as Shirahoshi gushed loudly about how Luffy showed her the world. Garp instantly scowled at him, clenching a fist warningly, and Sabo stuck out his tongue covertly. Yep, Sabo's day was going great as he watched Garp's face turn a frankly alarmingly shade of red. He bit back another laugh at the mermaid's complaints about being called a crybaby. Ah, he loved his little brother. Tiny little hypocrite that he was. Still, duty calls and all that, so he slowly slipped back out of the knot of people, making sure to discreetly shove the a-hole Wapple who he heard say something rude about his brother. Now he just needed a distraction. Unfortunately one of those came shortly after, but not in a good way. Sabo fought with himself as he watched a pathetic, vile, pompous dragon grab at Shirahoshi, his brother's friend. Sees, he wanted nothing more than to go kick that, no. Anything he did to help would blow his cover and he had a lot of vital tasks that had to get done. But she was just a kid. A kid who was so excited to see the world, and that a-hole was ruining it for her. Taking away the very joy Luffy had fought to give her. He stepped forward, freezing when he saw the dragon get punched and Garp step up to cover the girls. Sabo bit his lip, but this was his best chance, and it looked like the girls were being backed by enough of Luffy's allies. He sent up a silent plea for Luffy's forgiveness, knowing Luffy would have protected her immediately, furious at any injustice. Still, he had to look at the big picture, and so, he forced himself to turn away and slipped out of the crowd. I'll bake you that cake? No. I won't make you do chores, or training. No. My hawk. There's nothing you can do offer. That will make me change my mind. It's time. Perona huffed fondly, staring up at the world's greatest swordsman from where she sat on the ground surrounded by clothes and bags. Look, I'm just asking you to wait another couple of weeks. Just until the levelry is over? There's too much uncertainty and changes happening right now. Mihawk trying and failing to keep a note of begging from his voice. Perona's hand stilled for a second before shoving another dress into her bag. I can't. Moria is alive and I need to go help him. Even though he's in butt, he's still my family. I can't just abandon him. Mihawk grumbled but plopped down next to her, pulling the dress back out. At least fold them properly. They'll get wrinkles. He scolded, efficiently folding the mess of clothes, and Perona sniffed, letting her head rest on his shoulder for a second before straightening up. I'll be careful, I promise. She said softly. I may not be an expert fighter, but you taught me enough to hold my own against threats. Besides, I'm not stupid enough to get a huge bounty like Zoro. Horo. No one is going to come after me. Mihawk sighed. Isn't it bad enough I have to worry about your brother and his friends risking their lives in a territorial war? Please, that idiot is too stubborn to die. Kaido and his commanders are not a joke. I never should have trusted that red-haired fool to keep an eye on the kids. What were you going to do? Follow him around island to island? You can't hold their hands forever. Even if they aren't ready, they will learn. Besides, he is strong enough that any emperor will try to convert him before killing him. Perona said with finality, snapping her bag closed. Not that they could. That boy is like a dog with that captain of his. It's like, the one cute thing about him. With those disgusting things he wears, and don't even get me started on the smell. I swear. Perona. Mihawk interrupted with a warning look, and Perona rolled her eyes. I know you agree with me. You wouldn't be caught dead in that low-quality rag he calls a shirt. She said, flouncing to her feet and doing a twirl to fix her dress. Mihawk snorted and gracefully rose before looking thoughtfully at her. You wait 2 weeks and I'll bring you for an all-expense-paid shopping trip wherever you choose. Perona's eyes went wide. No limits. Mihawk winced but nodded slightly. Perona bit her lip and let out a whimper before shaking her head. No. I've got to go. But you're fighting dirty. Mihawk smiled slightly. Had to try. He picked up her bag and followed her through the hallways. They got to the doors and Perona reached for her bag, but Mihawk pulled it away slightly. You know I could stop you from going. You'd get over your anger eventually and you'd be safe. Perona pulled her bag away. You could and I would, but you won't. You're actually a big softy and you know it's my choice. With that she threw her arms around him, squeezing as hard as she could. I'm not a softy. Mihawk grumbled but hugged her back before stepping away. Stay safe and remember to call me. Sir. Yes, sir. Perona responded with a giggle and then she walked out. Mihawk stood there for a moment before walking away. He used to love the solitude and quiet, but now it just felt wrong. The castle felt empty and cold. He settled by the fire before pulling out his pile of Vivre cards, Shanks, Buggy, Zoro and Perona. Sees, when did he start caring about so many people? This was all Red Hair's fault, he cursed but continued to stare at the little slips of paper that were thankfully all whole, at least for the moment. Shanks glared at the annoyingly zen fishman who was happily sipping a cup of tea. He hummed in contentment and Shanks groaned. Oh come on Jinbe. Talk to me already. Don't rush him. Benn scolded, lightly smacking him. There's no rush. We know where Luffy is headed and we are already moving as fast as possible. Whatever news he has isn't going to change anything. But Benn? Whined Shanks, and Benn raised a brow warningly. Jinbe chuckled and waved him off. Don't worry about it. Luffy has the same impatience and I know how much you two care about Luffy. He carefully set down his glass and looked up. Luffy asked me to pass on a message. What? How was he? Does he know how furious I am at him? Shanks said, flinging himself forward to sit at the table. Jinbe grunted as he steadied his rocking teacup. Yes, I have seen Luffy. I helped him and his crew escape from Toto Land. He was remarkably jovial for having an angry Big Mom after him. Oh, I'm sure he found the escape exhilarating. Ace muttered from his perch in the rigging. Did he really get to fight Katakuri? The escape was quite exciting. Their ship is quite a marvel. And yes, he held off Katakuri for 12 hours. It was quite impressive. Benn quickly handed a paling Shanks a drink and Ace jumped down. No way. Ugh, I wanted to fight him. He's supposed to be a great fighter, but Pops wouldn't let me start anything. Stupid Luffy has all the fun. Yes, he does seem to have fun with everything. And yes, he knows you are after him and he would like me to tell you, don't worry about him. He's almost ready to face you and prove he is a great pirate. Don't worry about him? I'm always worried about him. Kid is always in danger. But does he care? No. Shanks flailed wildly, knocking Jinbe's tea flying. Oh sorry. He added sheepishly. But seriously. Does Anchor really think I'm going to stop chasing him and just watch while he risks his life? No, he knew you wouldn't. He said to tell you, catch him if you can. Jinbe said with a grin. Shanks bared his teeth and stood up abruptly. Oh, I'm gonna catch him and then that brat is going to be locked below deck until his hair is as gray as Benn's. I will be sure to tell him. Now I must be on my way. I have kept my captain waiting for me for too long. Jinbe said, standing up with a small bow. Oh no you don't. Shanks growled. You're going to stay right here until I get my hands on the brat. Your captain, shouted Ace over Shanks' threat. You're joining his crew. You refused to sail with Pops or anybody else but you joined Luffy. He climbed on top of Jinbe's vacated chair to look him in the eyes. Traitor. I was your friend first. I am sorry, Ace. I meant no offense. You are my friend and I don't dash. He's joking, Jinbe. Ace doesn't really care. And Shanks, we are not going to hold Luffy's friends captive as bait. Benn cut in tiredly. Ah Benn, he's just going to make it harder to get a hold of Anchor. Maybe, but he's also going to be another strong fighter helping our kid stay alive till we get to him. That's more than worth the trouble in the end. Benn lectured and Shanks deflated. Yeah, you're right. Go, join him and keep him safe, Jinbe. And tell him that I'm coming for him. Oh, and tell him that I called dibs on Yamato. Ace added. He doesn't get to steal all my friends. Marco ran a hand through his hair and sighed. Nico, I'm telling you that's not enough men. Kaido has thousands of low-level grunts you'd need to get through before you even get near his commanders. It's a death trap. You know this. We have to try. It's been over 20 years and the country is suffering. We aren't alone. The Red Scabbards are finally going to reunite and we have the Straw Hats and Heart Pirates. Nico argued. Oh, so like 30 of you against 10,000 Yua. Yeah, that sounds like it's going to go well. Look, I know Luffy is strong but I've fought with Kaido before. Even Pops found him a challenge to hold off. There's no way a rookie is going to be able to do it, Yua. Nekomamushi huffed. The Scabbards have been raising men over the years. When the time comes, the samurai will rise. We will take down Kaido and avenge Master Oden. But I'm here because I know we need more help. I thought that the famous Whitebeard pirates would jump at the chance to avenge one of their own. That's not fair, Nico. You know we would kill for Oden, but without Pops we don't have the strength to join this battle. My family is already spread too thin over our territory and I've had reports of several islands they had to abandon before they were slaughtered. Blackbeard and Weevil are preying on Pop's death and claiming our islands. We're already at war, Yua. Too many of my brothers have already been lost. Nico deflated but nodded. I understand, Marco. You need to do what you have to for your family. We will do it on our own and either win or die for our friends. Marco grimaced before clasping Nico's shoulder. I will make sure that Aizu knows and allow him to make his own decision. And I probably shouldn't tell you this, but the Red Hair Pirates are bound to be close behind the Straw Hats. Little Shanks? Nico asked, confused. He doesn't normally bother with other emperors' business. Why would he be after them? Marco smirked. He claimed the brat as his son when he was just a kid. Apparently he's struggling with the letting go part of parenting, but the Straw Hats are a slippery bunch and he hasn't been able to catch them. He's going a bit crazy from what Ace tells me. Oh sees. Paled Nico. We're sending Shanks' kid into a war? Shanks has a child. Suddenly he burst into laughter. No wonder Luffy is crazy. Wait, Ace? You know Ace? He never told me that he came to Wano? Luffy cheered excitedly, bounding to his feet and startling the young girl at his feet. Yeah, one day when I'm super strong I'm gonna join his crew. Tama said proudly, dropping into a clumsy fighting pose and ignoring her old friend's grumbling in the corner. Luffy beamed and carefully adjusted her stance, slowly doing a punching combo which she copied. You know Ace taught me how to fight when I was your age. He was always so strong. But next time we meet I'm gonna be able to kick his butt. Shishishi. Nah. Ace is gonna knock you to the ground. Tama insisted, sticking out her tongue and glaring at Luffy. He's the strongest and bestest. Yaha. I'm going to be king of the pirates, so I'm not going to lose to my big brother. Tama gasped in awe, eyes wide. Ace is your brother. She shrieked and Luffy grinned. Wanna know a secret? It's pretty likely that Ace is going to come back here soon. Luffy stage whispered. Really? I gotta go train. I told him I'd be strong enough to be a pirate. Tama shouted, turning to race out of the room. Luffy watched confused as she suddenly faltered, wobbling on her feet. He stretched his arms out to catch her just as her legs buckled beneath her. Tama! What's wrong? The old guy roughly shoved him aside and started checking over the pale child lying on the ground. Luffy willingly stayed back. The old man had already yelled at him for eating Tama's food and he didn't want to upset him anymore. The old guy finally sat back silently. What's wrong with her? Luffy asked, concerned. She drank the poison water to fill up her stomach since you ate all her food. The man sighed annoyed. Luffy wanted to protest again that he hadn't known and that she had given him the food but resisted. She needs a doctor? I can bring her to a doctor. Then she'll be okay again. He nodded decisively. He wished Chopper was here but it would be okay. Since his doctor wasn't here he would go find one instead. He wanted to race right out but he let the old man force him into a new outfit. Actually a real cool outfit. He looked like a samurai. Except he didn't have a sword. But the old guy had a sword on his wall. So Luffy happily grabbed the sword and the sick girl and ran on out, ignoring the shouting from the old guy behind. He was on a mission. Zoro gazed out at the empty wasteland as he bit into the meat he'd hunted. Something was off, his senses were tingling but the place looked deserted. He stretched out and rolled his shoulders before gliding onto his feet. His stomach clenched but he pushed the feeling down as he stretched out his observation haki. He gradually zoned in a rush of panic and grinned sharply when he picked up the presence of the people chasing someone. Finally, something to do. He had been growing bored of laying low after escaping the Flower Capital officers but knew that his crew needed him to stay out of sight to maintain their element of surprise. He broke into an easy lope towards the approaching group, following the energy and not bothering to try and understand the route. Yeah, he may be hopeless with directions but he always managed to show up where he needed to be. Zoro finally intercepted the terrified woman being chased by two thugs. He slipped like a shadow into their midst and seconds later he rolled his eyes as he put away his swords. So much for something to do. Sees if all of the beast pirates were this useless then Luffy would be bored as hell. He started to wander back off into the wasteland when he realized the woman was trying to thank him. He blinked, having almost forgotten about her but turned back to let her speak. Zoro wouldn't lie, he never really understood why they insisted on thanking him. He didn't do anything special. The men were assholes and anybody would have stepped in but whatever made the woman feel better he guessed. Not that stupid gratitude ever made him feel better. That's what sake did. Maybe the woman had sake? He wasn't really surprised that she didn't but he still grimaced in disappointment as he turned to leave. He froze when he heard someone yell his real name and he glanced up to see a shape hurtling through the air. Luffy, he grinned widely, relief flooding through his system. Relief turning to concern when he realized that his captain had once again failed to remember he wasn't also made of rubber. He barely had time to brace and swear before Luffy torpedoed into his face. Zoro squeezed tightly, reassuring himself that Luffy was there and safely in his arms. He had full confidence in his captain but an emperor was a new threat for them and he hadn't been there to watch his back. It was DMN good to know for sure that the rest of his crew had caught up and they were all in Wano together again. If Luffy was there, they all were, he had no doubts. He finally let Luffy go when the rubber idiot realized that he had food. Zoro smiled fondly, settling cross-legged on the ground as Luffy started shoveling the, apparently poisoned, meat in his mouth. He watched carefully, eyes scanning and categorizing any new evidence of injuries. While he didn't see any obvious wounds, Zoro still felt a bit uneasy. He knew that Luffy would hate the concern but he couldn't help it. Luffy was shockingly good about concealing his pain but Zoro still woke up feeling phantom waves of pain from Thriller Bark. Knowing that Luffy experienced that level of agony frequently was nauseating. And he would never have known if not for Kuma. Zoro shook off the memory of pain and made a mental note to check in with Chopper when he saw him next. Thankfully the little doctor had become very persistent at checking over their fighters after big battles. Hongo had taught Chopper well on how to override their resistance which was very annoying when it came to Zoro's own well-being but useful for everyone else. Obviously Zoro was capable of knowing when he needed a doctor for himself. Speaking of after a battle. Zoro casually stood up, watching an approaching group and grinning as he felt some power. It was always fun to have a fight with Luffy at his side and hey, maybe this battle would actually be a challenge. Shanks stared morosely at the sea, debating jumping overboard and air running far away. Sure Wano was still days away but hell, despite Hongo's concerns for his liver, he was still pretty fit. He might be able to make it. He really debated it but sighed in defeat. It was no use. Even if he'd left sooner, he wouldn't make it. And now it was too late. He tilted his head to the right and his hand shot up, catching the sea stone that shot past his ear. Ah, so you are still capable of using your haki. That's good to know cause lately it seems like you'd forgotten everything we taught you and frankly it seems like maybe you need to be babysat more than Luffy. Shanks rolled his eyes, whipping the sea stone into the rigging and smacking the laughing Ace in the forehead. Ace swore, glaring daggers and stuck out his tongue. Hey pa. Shanks said with a sigh, once again dodging a projectile. Ace flipped down and landed beside Rayleigh on deck. Hey old man. Shanks noted the slight lip twitch of joy on Rayleigh's face as Ace grinned, bumping Rayleigh in the arm and settling against the mast beside him. The brat had come a long way from the boy who wouldn't allow anyone from his father's life within 10 feet of him. Shanks yelped as he dodged a third projectile and glared at his father. Seriously? Enough already. I'm paying attention. He whined before pointing a threatening finger at Ace. Drop it, Firefly. He warned, catching the intention to join in his bullying. Ace raised his hands, letting the sea stone drop beside him with a wink. Shanks crossed the deck and gave his paw a quick hug, before drawing back. How is it that you are able to just pop by after one call? I swear you have to be stalking me. Rayleigh snorted and ruffled Shanks' hair. It just so happens I was in the area, brat. I've been helping Marco with some of the outer islands in Newgate's territory. It's helpful to have someone who's dealt with all the big names to ensure everyone behaves. Ace perked up at the mention of his crew. Is Marco okay? Oh sees, is the crew okay? How many of the islands have we lost? Rayleigh patted his shoulder in comfort. They're doing as well as they can. Marco knew they'd have to downsize the territory, but he did a pretty good job of knowing how much the crew can handle. The little bird hates to think of any of their allies being abandoned, but there's only been a few islands that they've lost in battle. Shanks softened for a second, as Ace clenched his jaw. The younger man turned away, shoulders tense, so Shanks quickly dragged the focus back to himself. Still, I've been trying to catch anchor for ages and you just, bam, swim on up. Rayleigh raised a brow and pulled out a Viver card, waving it in his face before tucking it back away. Not that hard to follow the card, kid. Shanks blinked, mouth dropping. Ah fuck, shoot. He quickly changed at Rayleigh's glare. Pa, you know I'm almost 40 and a pirate. I think I'm allowed to swear. Not in front of me you're not, Red. Honestly, I told your dad he was giving you bad habits, but did he ever listen? No, he thought it was funny having toddlers babbling curses. Rayleigh grumbled. Now are you telling me that you didn't think to make a Viver card for your feral child? After months of struggling to keep him in sight as he recovered, it never occurred to you that it might come in handy. Shanks flushed. I didn't, he coughed. Luffy wouldn't like me keeping tabs on him and I didn't want to dash. You didn't even think about it, did you? Rayleigh asked dryly. Didn't even cross my mind. Shanks chuckled at himself. Though in my defense he was supposed to be in my territory while he got acclimatized to the new world. If you really thought that, then you're an idiot, son. That boy has never done what was expected of him and he wasn't going to start now. Well yeah, when it was Garp telling him what to do. But I'm cool and fun. He used to want to be near me. Shanks glared at Ace, who had unsuccessfully hid a snort behind a cough. You're a parent, Red. Hate to tell you this, but once your kid becomes a teenager, they'll never see you as cool. You just become the guy ruining the fun. No, that was supposed to be Benn's job. I was going to be like Roger. Shanks pouted. Rayleigh rolled his eyes. Roger was better than you at playing it cool, but he used to be neurotic with his observation on the two of you. Trust me, you would have realized he was dreadfully uncool if he'd been around for your teen years. Roger spied on us? Shanks asked, offended. Of course, and unlike Luffy and Blue, you never were good about masking your presence. Rayleigh dug in his pocket and plucked out another sheet of paper. Lucky for you, I did have the common sense to make a Viver card while he was in my care. Shanks grinned, grabbing for it, but Rayleigh moved it away. Nope, you're going to have to earn it. Shanks groaned. Pops, I don't have time to be tortured, trained, right now. I have to get to Luffy. Once I've got him, you can make me run as many drills as you want. I'll hold you to that, brat. But I assure you, we can and will work on your Haki while traveling. You failed to notice multiple people in your vicinity. You're lucky they just eavesdropped and weren't coming after you. I know you were trained better than that. Rayleigh lectured sternly. Sees, a few weeks ago everyone was yelling at me not to use my Haki, insisting the whole crew could keep an eye out. But somehow it's all my fault when people sneak up. Rayleigh frowned. Why weren't you supposed to use your Haki? Shanks' eyes shot to the side and he swallowed. Did I say that? I meant they wanted to test their own Haki and dash. Red. Shanks plopped down to the deck with a sigh. I maybe overdid it with my observation after saving the Whitebeard pirates. But I already got all the lectures. Really? I learned my lesson. Shanks begged with wide eyes. Tell him, Ace. Ace hummed with his head ped. Well, I don't know, maybe all those drags are messing with my memory, but I recall Hongo and Benn had to prevent you from being an idiot several times. Oh really? Maybe I'll have a chat with that crew of yours while Ace warms up your observation. Ace laughed evilly, picking up the stone he dropped, and Shanks groaned, flopping fully on his back, hand covering his eyes. Traitor.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.